Welcome back to the Analyst Desk as we look ahead to the first game of the day, Acend versus Team Secret. Let's start with Acend first. You know, at this point, I think everybody knows who Acend is, Ryan. We don't have to go into it too much, but once upon a time, he was the only player that people knew on this roster. It's not like that anymore.
Yeah, especially when you look at the other teams from EMEA from the start of the year. Bone Cold, Keyless, they were not players that we saw in Ignition events or First Strike. These weren't household names from other games that came across. It was them that was sort of trialed for this team that then changed the name to Acend. They got into a good start. Starzo and Zeke were very involved in the scene, and they've built one of the most underrated rosters in the world, I feel. There's a strong chance that they can go on and do some work here.
Yeah, I have to agree. Zeke, man, what an absolute stud in that server, especially on KO. It seems like he's so comfortable on that agent, the way he reacts, and I think the stopping power of an agent like KO is a little bit underrated at times, but Zeke, he just plays that to perfection. He's not just an attack heavy KO. On the defense, he looks fantastic.
I mean, Acend, they also didn't really have the easiest time so far in this tournament. Potter, do you feel like this is where their fortunes start to change and they start to look more consistent?
It should. A nice little wake-up call on the opening series, right? Especially on Icebox in that first map. I think they were down like 5-0 or 4-0 or something, and slowly but surely you could see that the players were loosening up. They started warming up, and that's what matters, right? So certainly for Acend, they should, Yensu.
Yeah, this is one of the things about Acend that looks so good in this tournament is just how willing, I suppose, they are to sort of take these fights, take engagements for the most part. And I think also one player to highlight in that role is Starzo. He's mostly going to be over on the A site if we actually see Acend at all. But it's just these kind of moments, I suppose, where Envy are a well-structured team. They're trying to default, they're trying to fake over towards this B site. And it's just Starzo playing through the smokes, getting a triple kill in this round. If you took the names off these players, I would have assumed that Starzo was Mavd in this situation, because that's what Mavd was so good at in Masters 3. Now the fact that Starzo showing up on a different agent to Sky makes me feel like he's going to be a pivotal part of what makes this team successful.
Wow, I love the reactions. As you say, Ryan, he's not backing down. And having a player that has the cojones, the boldness to be able to not back down in those instances and just create that disruption on the exec, that's what matters. That's what makes the attacking team in the next round have to scratch their head and wonder, are we going to approach the round this time around? So definitely doing his due diligence in that one.
I know I said that Acend needs no introduction, but I like to talk about Acend because I think going into any international tournament, if you're a European fan, especially if you're a Turkish fan, you're looking at this guy, you're waiting to see him do something. Ryan, have we seen enough of him yet? Do you feel like this is as good as he can be?
I think for this tournament, one of the things I wanted to highlight now that we're out of this group of Jets, on Jet in particular, he had the worst ACS out of the other three. Like Paipan, we saw all of these players, Ye showing up when necessary. It's only like Acend on the Sage that's really contesting at like 250 ACS. But I like that there's not this reliance on him anymore. He doesn't have to go to the server and pop off crazy amounts. He seems much more refined, a bit more mature, not drawn into taking fights or stupid engagements. And I think that's all down to the fact that they've been playing as many LANs and tournaments and whatever since Masters 3. I think Acend is a bit more restrained, which allows the rest of Acend to shine.
Yeah, and I think that's a good point. Being a little bit more restrained. Look, sometimes as your team is developing and you start incorporating all these different strats, it's tough as that lone duelist, as that lone Jet to be able to redefine yourself and figure out how am I going to be as beastly as I was before we incorporated all these new looks. So I think the Sage point is good. He looks so good on that stage on Bind. I don't think we're going to see Bind this time around,
yeah.
But either way, man, Acend on Sage, chef's kiss.
I never thought we'd get to that point where we say this about him, but that, like you said, that's what's good about the evolution of this player. Well, we've spoken about Acend. Now let's hear from the man himself.
I'm Sinet, I'm from Turkey and I'm playing for Acend. We are feeling really good. We want to win, of course. We made it to come to champions and we want to win, of course. And we are coming for the trophy.
Honestly, I don't know if you guys saw the interview last night when Team Secret won. I just want to say, talk about it on the point of Acend because Dubstep literally said in his interview, he played Jet. He decided to start playing Jet because of Acend. He watched Acend and he was like, this guy's unreal. I want to do that on the Jet as well. And how poetic is it, Ryan, that Team Secret are going to be their opponents today?
And it's also like a very different style overall. I think Team Secret, because we never saw them at Berlin, they should have been there, but for reasons like they just couldn't. So the fact that they've sort of been, again, like Acend, grinding out these third-party tournaments in between, right? They didn't look good enough, to be honest. They didn't look like even the strongest team in the Philippines when it comes to some of those tournaments in that region. But they've come in looking, like you sort of said it yesterday, an EMEA team. Some of the set plays were almost like Vision Strikers-esque. So it all blended together, and having a Jet on form like Dubstep, the stars are aligning for another upset today with Team Secret beating Acend, I think.
Ooh. For sure. And right next to Dubstep, it's none other than Dispenser. Yesterday, he was phenomenal on that stage, especially on Icebox. I think having the thoughtfulness within the rounds when the pressure is on to be able to reaggress and find another angle and be the hero that your squad needs you to be within that round, it takes whole nother level of game sense. And for Dispenser, he absolutely showed up yesterday. Team Secret are going to need him to replicate that again today.
Yeah, I mean, like the point that you made as well about them being quite similar to EMEA teams. It could help them, it could hurt them. But I know there was a round that you wanted to speak about in particular when they played, when they went up against Vivo Cute.
Yeah, I know Potter was color casting for this one, so you might remember this fondly. And it's the most like European set play sort of thing that we've seen from before. Just the fact that you have the Aldrun, you see that Astra sub coming in, it vulnerables Sadak in that moment. There is also a stun as well that comes in from Wits. It's this whole idea that they're using all this utility. It's a very straight, set forward kind of set play almost. And I feel that a team like Acend, because they've been dealing with that from teams like Guild, for example, FPX, that like to play like that, they're going to have a good read and it's going to be very telegraphed. That's my only concern with Secret with plays like that.
Telegraphed, yeah, it is an issue, but I always tell my team, man, that is always on the player's back mind, right? Like, this is a little too obvious. We don't want to just exec because our ultimates are up, but sometimes keeping it simple is always the move, right? And being able to combine those ultimates together, synergize, it takes a lot of reps, but the rewards is that it's a W on the board. So fantastic stuff for Secret.
You should have said it's a dub on the board. That was the perfect opportunity to say it was a dub. Yeah, and speaking of dubs, let's take a look at Dubstep as well. You know, we do talk about the potential matchups of the Jets in this tournament. And when it comes to this team, Potter, CNED versus Dubstep is going to be a feast.
It will. Both of these Jets will not back down. They are not shy in that server. They know exactly what they're working with. Dubstep yesterday had over 17 first kill, first deaths. He was involved in everything across the server. Haven, he looked fantastic. And even look at this set piece coming out for these guys.
I think the only two players that are doing better than him when it comes to First Bloods are Defo and Durka. So the fact that he's on par with this kind of place is really impressive, and it's a case of how do Acend deal with that, because they're typically very safe. They have the least first deaths in the tournament as a team. Acend do. So, like, how is Dubstep going to find those openings on a team that doesn't want to give any space?
I do actually, I would love for you to answer that. Like, how do they deal with that?
I think on Dubstep's part, it almost feels like the typical scenario where you have a Jet being the tip of the spear. If Dubstep goes down early in a fight, I can say just Acend. It's like a war cry, but the worst one in the world. You
guys can't hear this, but Acend, you can tell when they arrive any room, anywhere, because they just start chanting behind you.
They were chanting "Let's go Liquid" the other day as well.
They were, yeah. That was a treat.
But back onto like Team Secret, it's like if Dubstep goes down, what is the win rate for the rest of Team Secret to pull out those rounds? The rest of the team has pulled forward and done well, like Wits, Jesse Vash had their moments, and Dispense, like you mentioned, but Dubstep is the pivotal player for the plan for Team Secret, I feel.
Well, I referenced an interview clip earlier about what Dubstep said last night. We actually have it to show you. Check this out.
On the first interview I got here, I told everyone that CNED was the player I was looking forward to go up against.
And now you get it.
Yeah, he was the inspiration on why I played Jet in the first place. I was Cypher and Killjoy main before I got into the competitive Valorant scene. But when I watched him play, I switched to Jet immediately. Because I saw how he plays, and I believe that he is the best Jet player in the world. But I want to prove something against him, and I'll do it in the playoffs.
I feel like Dubstep is just like all of us in ranked solo queue where we're like, oh, we watched CNED today, he did that, let me try Jet. As a Killjoy main, luckily I've never felt that urge, but
Yeah.
Ryan, it's
We
great.
have too many Jet players, so
Yeah.
I'm fine to let it slide.
But what a storyline though, because if Dubstep can pull it off today, he can beat CNED today, that's a crazy story.
And I don't even think he was expecting it. Like, the fact that both, in this case, Team Secret and Acend came into this tournament very humble. Like, they weren't really setting their sights high in this tournament. So the fact that they've come in and just put the region on the board, I guess, is the really interesting thing. And Dubstep is that quintessential entry Jet. So if he can have success here, it's great. But it's to the point that we all know about it, Acend are going to be prepped.
Yeah, and I think one thing's clear is there's a lot of players in the world who think they're a Jet main, but there's not a lot of players in the world who can be like CNED and be able to teach and have that sort of impact across and influence other Jets.
Yeah, I feel like we should frame that clip that you just said and just play it when people think that they can insta-log Jet.
You're not a Jet main.
Yeah, well, they can. Unless you're CNED, you're not allowed to insta-log Jet, in my opinion. But we're going to take a quick break here. Like I said, the players, they're just arriving on stage anytime soon, but do not go anywhere because we have a very special guest joining us for the pre-show right after this.
Mahabang win streak, kaya nating lahat. Equip your home with fiber fast internet. Para pati si mommy, sure MVP. Get your fiber upgrade right away with tons of freebies. Plus health essentials when you switch to the new Only Fiber Up. Apply now.
Welcome back, folks. I have got a treat for you here before we kick off today's games. I'm joined on the interview stage by my former First Strike casting duo. Let's bring in Average Jonas from Team Liquid. Jonas, how you doing, brother?
I'm doing great. You know, finally the matches are starting at 9 a.m. instead of 6 a.m. for me. So that's, you know, quite the advancement, honestly.
It's an improvement. It's an improvement. Obviously, you're over in LA right now, man, but that hasn't kept you away from the EMEA pride. You've still been rooting for us over there on the watch parties. And I got to ask you, are you impressed with what you're seeing so far?
You know, I think as a representative of EMEA, I think having all 4 top seeds in EMEA, you know, it makes you sleep better at night, to be honest. But I mean, we expected this, didn't we, Mitch?
We really did coming into it. There were a lot of doubters out there, a lot of tweets, but you know what, Jonas, we can retweet them after the event. Let them know now that we've only got one NA team remaining. Have you been talking to any of the NA folks over there? I saw you in some of the watch parties floating around, right? What's the attitude like, and have you been rubbing it in?
You know what? I've tried to not rub it in too much because I think the results speaks for themselves. But it was pretty it was difficult to sit in a watch party with like 9 other NA players, and they're all like, "Yeah, get him!" And I'm sitting there like, "No, Euro." So, you know, honestly though, we all appreciate good Valorant, and that's what matters.
Well, that's it, right? Obviously, let's talk a little bit about the tournament that we've had, because there's been plenty of good Valorant here. The thing that has been surprising to most of us is how surprising the matches have been. I want to ask you, Jonas, which match caught you off guard out of the tons of underdog stories that we've had?
I mean, you have to go to Crew, right? How their performance in previous Masters haven't been quite up there with the other teams, and now they simply take out the giant Sentinels. So I think for me, the Crew was the most surprising one, but it was so cool to see how much passion they have, how happy it made them after they won, and how well they actually played and improved from the last time we saw them.
Yeah, very much echoing the sentiments that we had here in the arena. And to talk to you about some of the passionate moments that have gone down, what was your favorite moment so far? Anything that stands out to you across the tournament?
I have to, you know, I'm of course like completely unbiased, but it has to be Yampi's Sova Ace and Sassy's Sova Ace. Yeah, I think those two are my favorite moments so far in this tournament.
Yeah, you would go with the Sova, right? I bet you were enjoying watching Crashies the other day as well. Those Hunter's Furies.
Oh my God.
People have got a lot to learn from him, I'll say that. It just doesn't make sense. How does he get so much value from them? But let's move on a little bit. Obviously, we've talked about EMEA's domination, and I think you and I both know EMEA's taken the trophy home. But I know for you, you're a Team Liquid stan. Over on Twitter, you said that obviously you're a little bit biased towards Team Liquid, but outside of that, you just love good Valorant. Well, let me know, if it's not going to be Team Liquid, who will win here at Champions, in your opinion?
I think Fnatic. I think Fnatic, because multiple reasons. First of all, they've shown that they've become really strong. I feel like I saw this comms video. I feel their communication is much better, like much more contained than before, except for when Magnum screams like he summons a demon. And I think that one of the advantages Fnatic has is currently being the Fracture gods, and considering in the grand final you'll go into a BO5, it is very likely that we'll get to see a Fracture, and I think teams at this point are pretty scared against playing on Fnatic on Fracture.
Yeah, absolutely, right? You're either going to get that free map coming in that you're super comfortable on, or you're going to be able to at least manipulate the veto a little bit more, put your opponents on their back foot. That's what we love to see, and it's why we love Fnatic. Now, before I let you go, Jonas, we have got a matchup coming up in just a few moments. I want to ask you about Acend versus Team Secret. Which team? I have a good idea what your answer is going to be, but which team do you see making it forward here?
So, I mean, Team Secret has shown that they've become so much stronger than before, and the fact that they weren't able to attend the previous Masters, you really want them to win. I think it's going to be hard for them to win. Acend also, because Acend is, you know, one of my EMEA teams, so I have to cheer for them. But I'm also actually cheering for. This is one of the situations where I kind of cheering for both teams, and I've loved to see how, like, I love the Filipino community. They've been so amazing, and I just have to say, Lakan Batatag!
I knew that was coming eventually. Thank you so much, Jonas, for joining us here. Of course, remember, you can check out Jonas's watch party over on twitch.tv/AverageJonas and catch some of his good humor on Twitter. Twitter.com/average_Jonas. Make sure you get the underscore in there. Now, we talked about loving wonderful Valorant, and thankfully for us, there's plenty more coming. Let's toss it over to the desk to kick off our opening match of the playoffs.
Thank you so much, Mitch. Average Jonas is cheering for both teams. Who is he? Van Silly? What is going on? But I do want to say that I love how production gave us kind of the EU segment, essentially. I think we should get Tarek and Sean Gers on for like a support group meeting. What do you think, Ryan?
Yeah, just a bit of a round table so we can make fun of them for once, really. Especially with how well the Sentinels did it. Like Reykjavik, it's nice to sort of sit and go, actually, we're not doing too bad ourselves now. And it's not just Gambit as well.
Yeah, Potter can join in on that one as well, depending on how Cloud9 does later. But I'm sure you guys have all seen our players in this tournament use the Champions Vandal during the competition. But what you may not know is that Riot is sharing the revenue from the sales of the Champion skins directly with the teams. Thanks to all of your support, the Champion skin collection has raised more than $7.5 million. Yes, you read that correctly. $1 million already for the qualified Champions teams. You can continue to support them, of course, until the Champions collection leaves the store, which is going to be December 13th. Now, we triggered this yesterday. I'm not sure if you guys saw the broadcast or on Twitter, but let's give you guys a glimpse of what this gun also comes with, of course. On the stage here, we have the Red Dawn experience. This looks incredible. Potter, I'm so sad we've only seen it once. I want more.
I know. It's just like when the skin came out. It took so long for all the players and everyone to figure out, how does this work? How can we get this finisher to come out? We finally did it, though. It came out yesterday, and it's so cool. These little what are these called? Little Easter eggs or what have you, that Riot puts in everything that they think about. It's so cool.
Yeah, also just shout out to like the cosmetics team for Valorant, like Sean, Pretty, the rest of that group that makes some insane stuff. Like, as Pretty likes to say, they want to make stuff that makes people go, holy shit, and none is better than this, right? This is as good as it gets.
Honestly, I was hoping we have some arcane stuff in there. I'm not gonna lie. When I heard the skin was coming out, I was like, surely maybe they throw in an arcane Easter egg. But
I mean, we got the Sheriff beforehand, so
yeah,
maybe as stuff goes more into the future. It's just that we've gone from like having a ZAR from Masters Free to something like that. It's pretty mental.
Yeah, it is indeed. And speaking of mental, we have two incredible games coming up today, starting with Acend versus Team Secret. And without further ado, Champions quarterfinals starts right now.
Do you remember your first time seeing the impossible? When the first masters emerged, they were challenged to evolve, challenged to create masterpieces that would inspire millions. A mix of personal style and pure skill that redefined the game. This is where the best players from around the world will clash, and champions will be born, dreaming of greatness. Now we will all bear witness to split-second sparks that changed the course of esports history. And inspire future generations to find their own flash of brilliance. This is where we live. This is the art of greatness.
The biggest goal for us, being the clear #1 team in the world.
I mean, it's definitely a long journey.
We have a really young and motivated team. We will prove a point this tournament.
We've proven so many times that we could compete with the best of the best. They should not sleep on Team Secret.
Acend have come out looking totally different, and they out-envied Envy.
We are feeling really good and we are excited to play in quarterfinals.
Setups here were so good.
We are not the underdog or something. We are a really good team.
They're just hitting the shot.
We are coming for the trophy.
I'm really confident to play against Acend.
Team Secret, they rewrote the script.
It was like a scene show most of the time. We're ready to stop him.
Dubstep just unleashed.
I wouldn't say I would take them down, but I'm ready.
Right now, these EU teams are looking very polished. Liquid looked indomitable.
Right now we have already 4 teams from EU in playoffs. I think it's the play style in EU.
I don't know how this team is going to be stopped.
I'm just confident that anyone we face right now, and I think we're going to win the whole tournament.
For Cloud9, the storyline continues.
Yeah, we're going to be pretty confident against Liquid. We know we can beat them.
It's going to be gritty wins. They're likely going to be ugly, but the dub is all that matters.
They're a lot more methodical in like their play styles. It's consistently impactful versus like NA players.
The top teams of EU are really, really strong, but NA's kind of better. To Liquid, Scream, we're coming for you.
Is there still any doubt that I hope after this tournament we're going to prove you wrong?
Acend, you were the player that I looked up to. You were the reason why I played Jet, but this time I'm taking you down.
Don't underestimate us.
Oh my goodness.
Wow, there's so much to unpack here. But one thing I wanted to ask you guys about, Acend, there, I think it was Zeke saying, we're not the underdogs, we're here to win. But given the way the Team Secret have played, do you feel like Team Secret, they're still the underdogs in this matchup?
I don't think we can even use the term underdog anymore at this point in the tournament. I think it seems like every team that we thought should have been the underdog coming into here has just absolutely thrown a curveball everyone's way. They're absolutely prepared, and they're just a different team, all of them.
Yeah, and that is the reason why I'm scared for Acend, right?
Yeah.
It's just like going into that Envy series, nobody expected that much from them. They were underdogs there, but they came in and just dominated. Now they're the top dogs, and they looked a bit washy when it came to that Vivo Kid game too. So it's been dominant and shown that they deserve to be semis, they deserve to be finals, they deserve to be champions.
Yeah, well, one of the biggest hurdles I think they're going to both have to overcome today is the map vetoes. Obviously, both teams, they like maps, they like to play certain maps. I don't think I need to mention Ascend's bind when it comes to it. Obviously, Secret, they've banned a whole bunch of maps here. And Ryan, are we expecting the bind to be taken off?
I mean, it'd be crazy not to. I think at this point, Acend, I think, have sent a statement on this map that they are maybe one of the best in the world with how they play bind. But like you said, Team Secret have changed their first ban multiple times. After the 13-0 on Breeze, they got rid of that. They started with Acend. So now they have a lot of maps that they need to get out of the pool as quickly as possible.
Yeah, and I don't think Team Secret are going to want to deal with the kind of composition that Acend busts out on that bind. So much utility. Okay, so it does get taken out off the table. And for Ascend's side, surely it should be the Haven.
Yeah, not only because it's their permaban, but it's also one of Team Secret's favorite maps to choose from. And after the game yesterday against Vikings, you can understand why. They have a lot of ideas, a lot of set plays, and SEA teams on Haven, man, like when X10 beat an Envy, they showed a lot. So yeah, that's understandable. It's now a case of pick your poison, I think. Icebox, no doubt, going to be what Team Secret want to go for, but then Acend have a full breadth of maps that they can choose from here.
Yeah. Sorry, yes, they do have a full breadth. It's going to come down to either Ascent or Breeze, right? If we think back on Breeze, Team Secret got 13-0'd on Breeze by Gambit, so that definitely could be a win condition for Ascent coming in. And Ascent, they are strong on that map. Zeke on that KO was farming.
Yeah. So it's now a case of exactly what Ascender wanted to choose, and realistically as well, their Breeze wasn't that stellar. All things considered, if you're just looking at the game itself, both times that we saw with the replay with Vivo Keed, it was awkward to deal with. But it's a case of if you go up against a team that has 13-0'd or got 13-0'd, you should be comfortable, and it's a great chance to fix some of those fundamental issues that you had previous. So really at this point, it's open for Acend. This whole series should have been. So yeah, they're going to try and do a little bit better on Breeze overall, be a bit more dominant, and Team Secret hopefully have fixed some of the issues they had after that 13-0.
I mean, this is interesting because both teams had their best map already taken off the table. Potter, do you feel like this is I guess, the second best option for both teams, being able to play Icebox and Breeze?
Yeah, it certainly should be. As I said before, too, Icebox, if we think about Acend on that first day, they didn't look too hot on there. So Team Secret, that is absolutely their confidence map coming into this. And I guess the next biggest question is, are we going to see Fracture?
That's also, when you line it up with Split as well as maps, two maps from Acend, we haven't seen them play it at all.
We're not.
So yeah, Team Secret not wanting to play the Fracture. The fact that it's open from Acend leaves me to think that there's still something yet to show. So the fact that they're now getting into playoffs and still haven't shown much of maybe a new look on Split, a new look on Fracture now again, makes me sort of think that there's a lot going. And Acend now actually banning out one of their best maps, Acend, means that maybe they don't want to show some of the stuff on their good maps as well.
Yeah, that's a good point. I didn't think of it that way. It just caught me off guard completely that that they're banning Acend now. But yeah, I guess Split, maybe they want to test the waters on that one.
How balanced do you guys think the map veto is? Because it does feel like on paper that Potter is not really heavily leaning towards one team or the other.
Yeah, it's not. You know, I think it's clear here that if Acend don't win Icebox, this is going to go all three. I mean, it's certainly looking that way. I hope for Ascend's sake that they revisited that B defense. Kiles, he needs help over on that B main on Icebox. But either way, Team Secret, I'm sure they have a game plan attacking over towards B.
The safe argument, I suppose, for that Icebox game is that it's the first one that they played on stage this time, and we all know that Acend can look a little bit awkward when it comes to stage performances. But certainly towards the end of Breeze against Vivokid, something just clicked with Acend. Like the way that they held map control, they just showed it again with Envy in the series, like on Ascent and then Bind. It was a little bit more awkward towards the end of Bind, but it was just this, I want to see Acend get to that next level because there is a chance that they can actually go through. They've got an open bracket, it's all on them. If Team Secret knock them out, that's a very big concern for the future.
Well, yeah, both teams have a very good chance today. We're going to take a short break here, but don't go anywhere. Agent Select is on the way.
Thanks, officer.
Mahabang win streak, kaya nating lahat. Equip your home with fiber fast internet. Para pati si mommy, sure MVP. Get your fiber upgrade right away with tons of freebies. Plus health essentials when you switch to the new Only Fiber Up. Apply now.
Thanks, officer.
we go. The players are ready. Let's bring out Acend and Team Secret to kick off the first quarterfinals. Honestly, this is where I usually say something to hype up the matchup, but those dance moves, Potter, if they don't win today, they've definitely won a lot of people's hearts.
Yeah, I mean, look at Borkum, man. He's looking like he's getting into a boxing match. The man is ready, loosening up those muscles, loosening up that mouse hand, and these guys look excited. It's exciting me.
I like Zeke as well, either going through, digging up a path all the way to the finals, or digging Acend an early grave in this one as well, right? That's the big thing. Acend are a dark horse in this just as much as Cloud9 Blue, but as soon as they're put into the position where it's you should be winning this, mental gets to them. In that Envy series, they played it from the hotel because Envy were quarantining. Now they're back on stage where they've looked awkward in the past, and this is an upset if I've ever seen one lined up. It's whether Acend can break that script and start with something new.
Yeah, this is definitely a real test, and in order to pass this test, they have to go to Icebox of all maps. First, Potter, you said this before, you know, if they don't win here, it's going to look very dicey, but if they can win here, the 2-0 is definitely within their reach.
It is. It certainly should be. And for Team Secret, I mean, it's got to look at all those clutches yesterday. The heroes stepping up when they were needed most. Borkum coming through and converting somehow a 1 versus 3 that he had no business winning. These sorts of looks for Team Secret is absolutely what's going to be needed to be able to convert this one.
I'm really sorry, but all I can hear is just all of them going sheesh in the background.
It's nice, they're loud, but the energy is just right for this kind of thing because both these teams really want to be here, they want to do some work, and it's more the fact that for the last time that we saw Acend on Icebox, they just lost a lot of those one-player advantages. 5v4s, 4 versus 3s. Usually these teams close them out 80% of the time. It was down to 40 in that Vivo Keed series. They were not finishing their dinner. They weren't really being concise enough. And Team Secret are going to try and pull as much of that as possible.
I mean, it's going to get very scary, right? Especially, you know, to give some context too on why Secret are so strong here, Ryan. They're unbeaten so far on this map in this tournament, and sometimes that could be a little bit skewed, but they beat Gambit here.
Yeah.
They beat them comfortably.
Yeah, it was just a way that players like Wits can find those early entries. You expect to see him on the Reyna. Actually, him versus Zeke is one of the most interesting matchups, not only because there's some overlap with the agents that they play, like both of them playing Reyna on Icebox, but the utility across breaches and skies and KOs, right? They're the players that are going to try and set up the stars of Dubstep and CNED, and really, for me, it's not those Jets, it's how the rest of the team really sets themselves up for success here.
Yeah, exactly. It's got to be the Sage Walls, right? We've been seeing so many clever little looks on those retakes on Icebox. The Sage Wall is crucial. Depending on how the attackers force the defender to use that Sage Wall, is it going to be early? Do they need to use it at tube to get map control, or do they have the luxury to use it in that post? So a lot of questions, and for Secret, they're going to want to use it in that post.
Well, we're into the Prime Gaming Agent Select now, and yeah, there are no surprises here. You know, it wouldn't really make that much sense for them to change things up on this map in particular, Ryan.
Yeah, especially for Team Secret. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. For Acend, it's not necessarily been that. This is a composition that they've ran for Icebox the last 16 times in a row, but it's not like Bind where they have a success rate of like 15 wins in a row, right? They've lost to Vision Strikers, they lost to Vivo Keed. It's one of these maps that they've been brought to overtime by some of the tier 2, tier 3 teams in the EMEA as well. So this, if they can win decisively, their map pool is looking real good for the rest of the playoffs.
Yeah, and I think you can see that point point that you just brought in the way that they're playing the map. Yesterday as well on Icebox, they just didn't look quite as confident in their movements on Icebox. And you got to be so mobile. You've got to get the pre-rotations already moving before it happens because the map is just so large. So again, I got to bring up Keyless towards that B main on that Viper. He needs some help. He needs to bring over Zeke, bring over Acend, somebody to just establish the pace, force the attackers to let them know, hey, we're not going to just give up this part of the map for free. You better fight for it. Burn some utility. A look like that, and I think Acend should have a pretty competitive one.
Well, we have the maps now. I want to know your predictions, guys. Who are you backing for this matchup?
It's so easy to want to go Team Secret, but for me, just from watching Acend from the start of the year, this is theirs to lose, I think. I'm going for them just as that choice, because if it doesn't work out, some real questions are going to be asked. And I'm sure a lot of Orcs are looking at Acend going, come to us instead, right? So Acend needs to make a showing here.
I think if Acend win Icebox is a 2-0. If Secret are able to get those clutches, Secret have a chance though.
How big of an if do you think that will be for them to win Icebox?
I mean, I'm hopeful that it's a big if. It's a big if, but Secret looked good on Icebox. They need the heroes to step up here.
What I also want to say is I think Secret are starting on the defense, and the 2 times they have played this map here, they had an 8-4 start every single time.
It's the fact that Acend chose to attack first as well, right? Usually you see teams when they have that choice to defend, get that sort of out of the way, do as much as possible. So attacking is very scary from Acend, but they have a plan clearly.
Well, that is it. That is all from us. It's time to jump into game with your casters for today, Achilles and Paperthin.
Thank you very much. Welcome guys, quarterfinals na, nandito tayo, and sorry, si Vil hindi pala mag-cast ngayon. Kami ngayon kasama ko si Alsoray, ako si Ilustrado, and we're gonna be casting here dito sa ating quarterfinals, Team Secret, and they're gonna go up against none other than Acend. Ang layo na nang napuntahan ng Team Secret. They got all the way to the quarterfinals. Ang ganda ng performances sa group stages, and they're looking to recreate that success here today. Pero ito, pasok na tayo. Asray, sa tingin mo ba, kumusta naman yung mga map selection natin? Kasi alam ko, pinag-usapan natin to dito before the game started na medyo alanganin dahil nga yung Breeze was, okay, before I get to that, diretso na, laban na agad. So let's go straight into the game here. A little bit of a skirmish. Starkso, 1v1 na ngayon kay Dubstep, pero si Dubstep nakuha niya yung kill kay Starkso. At ayun na, nagpupush pa siya ng kitchen, mahuhuli pa niya yata si Zeke, hindi. Nahanap ni Zeke si Dubstep, and that's Wits, hindi niya makuha yung refrag. Kaya ngayon 3v3 na ngayon, bukas ang A site, na-plant na yung spike. Jesse Vash, nakuha niya yung isa, hanap ni Borcom. Si Zeke, pero sinid na trade niya si Jesse Vash. 2v2 na ngayon, may isa pang player dito sa mid. Borcom, all the way here, iikutan niya. Pero may nakaabang na dito si Sined. Sees the head of Borcom, pero hindi niya makuha yung headshot. Nag-push na dito si Dispenser, pero nasa likod niya si Bone Cold. Trying to get up close, looking to get that spike tap in. Pero hindi pa niya makuha. Borcom, nahanap niya si Sined. It's all up to Bone Cold. Siya na lang mag-isa dito. Dispenser, hinahanap niya. Narinig niya ba yung zipline? Parang hindi nila mahanap si Bone Cold. They need to find it. They need to tap it. They see him. Pero ito na yung recon. Kailangan nilang i-stick. Kaya ba niyang i-stick? He gets to the half. Pero parang wala ng oras dito. Bone Cold. Nakuha niya yung 1v1.
Kahirapan sa pagkita doon. Ipit na ipit si Bone Cold, pero nobody scanned boiler, nobody scanned mid. Walang makikita ang Team Secret on that retake. And Bone Cold plays that with just a well enough approach. Kita mo yung last iteration na lang yan. Buti na meron lang siyang recon dart din. Hindi na binasag ni Dispenser kasi alam niya na wala na siyang oras. He has to do 2 things rather than 3, which is the diffusion spike plus beat out Bone Cold, rather than yung diffusion spike, beat out Bone Cold plus yung destroying of that recon dart. There was just not enough time left for him to handle. Borcom very close on the counter. But that smoke, baka nakatago siya ngayon. Yes, he does. Gets a kill. Gets overwhelmed by Sined.
Nakaisang kill sila ngayon dito. So, okay pa naman. It's still a good eco already. 4 players. Wala pa masyadong map control dito yung Acend ngayon. Tapos sila sa B site. That goes the flash para umpisahan na yung play. They're gonna try to get a little bit closer. Spike should be going down. Si Sined, nahanap ni si Jesse Vash. So, no spike din ngayon. Uy, pero si Wits naka-line up ng dalawa. Double kill for Wits ngayon. As he now looks for a third. Ito na si Wits. Here we go. Nakawa pa niyang 1v2 with the Sheriff. Kills na lang ngayon ang natitira para sa Acend. Wits has found 3 kills. Hanapin niya ba yung isa? Napatay pa siya ni Kiles, but oh no! Kiles gets the double kill. Sayang! Pero sulit na sulit sila dun sa eco round na yon.
Oh man. I don't know what to say. Wits, magician talaga siya. Sobrang may magic touch minsan si Wits dito. Pinapakita niya na magaling siyang sumayaw sa out of game, and he has that capacity to also hit shots like that in game. Then that flick was nasty. The collateral was nasty as well. Pero Kiles, he just had everything up for him. Oh, you even see he was actually tagged down to 46, pero dodged enough that he would still win that fight. But sabi mo na nga, bit of an expensive round para sa Acend dito. They're gonna be on the weaker buys moving into the quote-unquote bonus round nila. And this should be something that they can work with, pero they still have to respect na, alam na natin, Acend with this double duelist setup, very easy to go and push it onto the sides.
Pero tinanong natin, diretso sa A site, hindi huminto ang push. Pero ito na, shock dart isa, tumama kay Starkso. Pero as the Sage, mahihil niya yung sarili niya. Sined, nahanap niya si Jesse Vash na naman. And Jesse Vash goes down early. Wala na silang information, wala lang initiator dito sa side ng Team Secret. Kaya ba nilang i-retake itong site na to? Dubstep looking to be the first one, pero si Dispenser na nakahanap ng kill against Starkso. Now 4v4. Can Team Secret do this? Palapit sila sa B, sa A site rather, as Dubstep nahanap si Zig. He's gonna get another one here. Looking for the trade, pero hindi nila matrade. Dubstep dashes to his doom. Sined denies him. Pero ito na, Orcom cannot get the kill, pero nahanap niya eventually. Gold naman ngayon, nahanap niya isa, and Kiles gets a double, denying Acend. Denying Team Secret rather as the bonus round. Panalo na ng Acend, and this is looking scary. Asoray, as Team Secret, this is their map pick.
This is their map pick. This is their baby. Alam na natin kung gaano kadaming beses na nakakabawi dito ang Team Secret. Actually, hindi nakakabawi. Sila ang nag-set ng pace para sa mga laban natin ngayon. Let's look at the replays real quick. Nice little shots from Dubstep, pero I'd have to say, Ilu, that smoke, itong binato sa harapan ng Team Secret, yung right side nila sa generator, it actually stopped yung 4v4 na yun to be an advantageous spot para sa Team Secret kasi wala sila makita through that eh. They have to go over it or try to defuse the spike on it. And kahit man siguro sabihin natin na nakakapag-defuse sila safely, wala namang wall na mag-block ng bullets, wala namang tao na magsa-stop ng post plant na iba pa to ni Bone Cold with his snake bites. Makes it a very difficult situation para sa Team Secret to kind of retake that position. And nakita mo na lang na they were already panicking to try to get that while the members of Acend just played the post plant well. Yung zipline play na yun just was because of the fact na nagpakita si Vil at nagpaparamdam ng onte.
Si Vil ba, nakita ba natin yung reaction niya? Hinahanap natin yung espiritu ni Vil, yung kaluluwa ni Vil, magpakita. Igalaw ang baso. Ay, bakit yung kinagalaw mo, boy?
Di ba dapat sad kasi 3-0?
Oo, di pa dapat sad. Bakit masaya? Pero... hindi lang si Wits ang may dance moves. Yun ang gusto kong sabihin.
Di ba alam si Vil, di ba ano yun? Di ba Vil ano ka? Give us a sign. Di ba Vil, ano ka dati? Parang taga-salon ng cheerleader. Drummer pala.
Drummer daw siya. Pero ito na, pasok na tayo. Round number 4, eco round na naman dito ang Team Secret. Tingnan natin kung makakakuha sila ng at least a few kills para ma-damage yung economy dito ng Acend. Kasi ngayon, medyo maraming pera na yung Acend. Dahil nga nanalo sila sa bonus round nila, si Sined meron na ring Blainstorm. Ito na yung aggressive play na ginagawa ng Team Secret. Ginawa nila to dati sa Gambit. Tignan natin kung gagana ulit. Orcom, hindi niya mahanap yung, nahanap niya. Pero si Bone Cold, nakapag-trade dito Dispenser. Pinupush niya dito si Bone Cold. Makukuha ba niya yung timing? Sined, hindi niya mahahanap. And the timing is so important here. Dispenser. Nice crispy shot there. Nagbato pa siya ng rifle. Makukuha pa ito ni Wit. So, 3v4 na ngayon as the spike goes down dito sa A site.
Smart. Jesse Vash, sinave niya yung recon dart niya. Sined could have the flank of his life. Dubstep, sino mas magaling na mag-it siya ng blades? Naubusan na si Sined ngayon. Dubstep hears it, gets the kill. He's gonna be seeked now and teammate left out in the open. Jesse Vash na hulog. Dubstep gonna have to try to wrap around. Wit's also doing the same, pero hindi niya kakayanan dito. And look at this Stark, so stab him? Nah, he's just gonna play it safe. Nakatakas pa si Dubstep! The Ordinal Starks is right behind him. And that plant out in the open. Okay, so he can maybe half it before Starkso has to do anything. Popping up the shots. Medyo risky para kay Dubstep, but he had to have it before anything else.
Sayang na half na niya pero hindi pa nakuha yung kill. Nice try here, however. Isa na namang expensive round ang nakuha ng Team Secret dito. Kaso lang, kailangan na nila makakuha ng tagumpay. Kailangan na nila makakuha ng round 0-4. Maaga pa, mga kaibigan. Huwag mo tayo masyadong mag-alala. Dubstep, nakakuha na siya ng operator. Meron pang Viper Spit dito si Borko. And sa tingin ko, gagamitin niya lang to sa B. Gagamitin niya ng maaga para ma-deny yung control ng Acend sa B. If, they're gonna force them to go to mid instead. So, tignan natin kung anong mangyayari. Dash updraft agad dito si Sined sa taas. Pero tingnan natin mga hold ba nila dito. Team Secret na ngayon nagre-respond. Paikot na yung tatlo. Si Borkom lang yun dito naka-hold mag-isa. Check niyo yung B main. Tingnan natin kung makukuha niya yung kills and they're stopped right now. Ascend, they're holding out dito sa mid. Hindi pa sila nagpo-commit. Ascend, nahanap niya si Borkom. Anyan yung defender dito sa B site. Hindi ko lang bakit hindi nagamit ni Borkom yung Viper Spit niya. Baka tinitipid niya. Pero ngayon, 4v5.
Probably because of the fact na he was maybe afraid na merong dalawang mag-push sa orange. Nag-back away dito ang Ascend playing with each other. Lapit na lang muna sila ngayon. Wits! Ooh, that's a big whiff para sa kanya. 2 could have been taken down. That would have been huge kasi dalawa lang naman ang mag-push out from Kitchen here. That's gonna be the retake para sa rest of Team Secret. Dubstep does have the blade, so hindi siya mamoblema masyado. Jessimash is already down. Dispenser closing the distance. Hanap muna ng gap. Shock dart in his face.
Oh no.
Grabe. They're not getting the frags, the kills that they want to.
Kailangan na siguro mag-save nitong ni Dubstep. 0-4 yung score ngayon, magiging 0-5. Kailangan na I don't know. Something has to be done here, Team Secret. Hindi sila nanalo sa mga duel nila. Hindi nila kukuha yung mga positional play na kailangan nila. Dubstep, sure, he makes it expensive. Pero the money, hindi na siya ganun ka-importante. Hindi na ganun kahalaga yung kung gaano karaming credits ang meron ka. Mahalaga na yung you gotta win the rounds. Kasi if Ascend win more than 2 now, this could be a very dangerous half for them. Oy, nakita pa nga si Dubstep dito. Mag-cloud burst na lang siya. Natin kung mahanap ka. Okay, he gets Star Zone. Tailwind out. Nabuhay pa. Na-save niya yung operator. Triple kill for Dubstep and that's gonna be alright from him as he saves this into the next round.
Grabe, nagkakaproblema ngayon ng Team Secret. Ascend, they're using their man. Dito, Sined, to get things started for the rest of this EMEA team. And ang linis maglaro ngayon ni Sined. He usually starts not as explosive as this. I think from what we saw dun sa mga previous matches nila dito sa Champions. Pero Sined, he's on fire right at the moment. Walang masagot dito ngayon ng Team Secret. Dubstep immediately backs away. Natag siya ng recon dart. Nobody destroyed it for him. Not sure kung ano nangyari kay Wits doon. Has to dash back off. Pero problema is Bone Cold got the ultimate. Hunting muna tayo. And Dubstep medyo preemptive. Medyo maaga ang paggamit ng kanyang updraft. Masyadong paaga ang paggamit ng kanyang dash. In the end though, that's gonna be a revive from Dispenser, giving Dubstep back up as he has the blades. Borkom, 1v1 dapat siya ngayon, looking for the flank, and there is a chance for Team Secret to get back into this game.
Meron ngang chance, pero 3v5 na ngayon. Kailangan tumama ang mga shots dito ng Team Secret versus Sined ang tumama. He gets the kill pero traded out by Jesse Vash. 2v4 na ngayon. Nahanap ni Zeke si Dispenser. Gets another one. Borkom gets keyless though. 2v1 pa rin. And Dubstep will get the final kill. Nakascore na rin ang Team Secret. 5-1. The first round for Team Secret. It took a while pero recover nila yung operator. And it's a lot of time for them to defuse the spike. It's a good round, Team Secret, but they need more. Kailangan pa nila ng momentum. Kailangan nilang kumuha ng a little bit more confidence para matuloy-tuloy silang, get more rounds under their belt.
The more the rounds go in, the more na, I don't know nangyayari dito, pero Team Secret hindi nila nahanap saan nakatago ang ibang members ng Ascend. There's just that one little spot na hindi nila nasa-scrub, hindi nila na-take into account na nahuhuli sila. And it's costing them 1 to 2 players even before. And that's happened multiple times already now. This dynamic combo na pinapakita or duo combo na pinapakita ng Ascend really is not working too hot para sa Pinoy team natin ngayon. Pero tingnan naman natin para sila maka-comeback. May buy round na naman sila. Dubstep still has the operator. And the rest of Team Secret actually playing a much slower pace. Hindi sila nagbabato agad ng skills ngayon. Vash! Oh! Sined. Wow, Sined.
Yeah, what a shot. Sined. Nakuha niya pa yung... honestly, Jesse Vash not really having a good game right now. Pero si Borkom, naghahanap siya ng pitas. Gusto niyang going 4v4. Nakaabang dito sa labas si Zeke. Can he get the kill? Borkom will be playing around this Vipers. Wall right here. Borkum right outside. Hindi pa niya ginagamit yung Viper Spit niya. Kanina pa hawak nito. It's gonna be the flash to help him. That's the owl drone. Makikita ba dito si Borkum? He gets spotted out, pero Borkum gets one kill before he goes down. Wits nakapag-dismiss. Still, can he get another one? Oh, cannot do it. Bone Cold, nahanap si Borkum gamit ang shock dart. Ginamit pa dito ni Kiles ang kanyang Viper Spit dito sa mid. It's all up to Dispenser and Dubstep. Silang dalawa na lang laban sa tatlo ng Acend. Nakuha ni Dispenser yung timing, pero teka lang, ano nangyari? Dispenser, nalala pa niya yung dalawa, okay? And this is good for them. I was scared for a moment nung hindi nag-connect yung shots, pero okay, na-recover niya yun. Now a 1v2 happening. Kiles has to bring it back. Yung spike, kailangan pa niyang kunin, pero dito na nakabang na si Dispenser. Spike, oh, he misses the shot. Dubstep, uncharacteristic miss. Nag-miss na ng isa pa. No time.
Oh no. Oh, grabe. Dispenser. Tingin ko ma-analyze natin to eh. Yeah!
Thanks, Bimby.
But anyways. Gosh. Medyo umano yung puso ko na onti doon kay Dispenser.
Helicopter na si Bill eh.
Grabe.
I love that we have a Bill cam. We need this every game, dude.
Ano ba tatalo na hindi na ayos ni Wits yung recall niya? Gamit niya ang full Elder Flame. Hindi niya gamit ang stiff Elder Flame, ang stiff flame. Ang Elder Stiff.
Oh.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Eco round na ngayon para sa Acend. Napa-eco ng Team Secret. Uy, medyo na off timing dito. Muntikan ka na, Dispenser. Buti na lang napatas niya yung wall. He's gonna be able to heal himself, syempre. Dahil Sage siya. Pero nawala ang mid control dito para sa Team Secret. Mukhang gusto nilang bawiin ang mid control nila. Kiles, meron siyang Sheriff dito and they've been getting the kills. Si Sined na naman ang nakapag-opening pick every single time. Sined. Pero masya-shutdown ba dito ng Team Secret? Si Sined, ang layo ng narating ni Sined. O tinan mo, nakapasok na siya ng Raptors. Pero hindi sinabi ni Borkum. Bakit ganon? Nakaisa pa siya. Zeke finds Borkum as well. And this is so awkward. Jesse Vash finds Kiles. And I don't know how this round has turned into this. Bone Cold. Nandito siya sa mid. Could get the kill onto Dubstep. Hindi nakatingin si Dubstep. Uy, missed shot, missed opportunity. 5 HP na lang si Bone Cold. That's gonna be the recon there to spot him. Hinahabol siya, pero nanalo pa rin si Bone Cold doon. Oh no.
Bash is dropping, man. Nag-drop siya without checking the corners. It's a risk. Didn't know. No information had. Ipet siya. Alam niya kailangan makakuha siya na insta-pick, pero hindi. Again, that one instance lang talaga na walang nakatingin dito. That was a good ultimate. Buti na lang may ult si Vash na para ma-shutdown. Or hindi siya na-shutdown pala. Buti na lang may nakapatay sa kay Sinad. Even so, but yeah, wow, this is just not looking too hot. Usually Acend, they're just pushing Sinad to the front line. Siya na nakakaharap ng frags and everything else is falling at the seams. Gosh! Just good. Medyo wala natakot ngayon si Sinad. He's just pushing in on here. No fear whatsoever, and Zeke already starting to just move forward. Nice little position for Bone Cold there as rest of Dispenser and Wits are gonna be rotating around. Kiles. Oh man, kung hindi sila nakatingin dito, Dubstep and Wits are gonna be in such a bad position.
Uy, nabaril niya pa yung yung railing doon, pero okay lang makakuha yata ng rifle. Dito si Wits, hindi niya yata kukunin, pero Zeke is able to find another kill. Si Jesse Vash na naman ang mapipitas. Borkum will be playing that close angle. Magkatabi sila ngayon, kasama niya si Dispenser, looking for that crossfire. Can they deny the spike? Mukhang hindi. Nakabantay si Zeke. That's gonna be the spike going down. Wits rejoining the rest of the team. Magkakasama na yung dalawang members ng Team Secret dito as they push towards that B side. Kailangan lang mag-retake, pero kaya ba nila? Kasi wala silang mga armas. Meron lang silang mga Sheriff. I just don't know if they can do this. Not on this kind of buy. Sined getting another kill. Nakita pa nila kung nasaan si Dispenser and Zeke. Triple kill siya ngayon. 2-7 Team Secret.
And Acend, di sila talaga tumitigil sa oppression nila. Literally just putting their foot to the pedal on the gas. And they're just battering Team Secret as it is. Nakikita niyo yung position ngayon nung paano maglaro ang Acend dito is they're testing the waters out. They're pushing utility a little bit. Binibait out nila yung Team Secret para gumamit din ng util. And they immediately come to a screeching halt. And while that is happening, naghahanap sila dito ng mga tighter angles para hanapin ang Team Secret. And the reason why Team Secret keep dying and the reason why ganun yung nangyayari sa Team Secret is they have to get that information. Pag wala ng dart si Vash, pag wala ng Sova drone si Vash, they have to risk yung visual confirmation kung nasa dito because they don't want to guess kung nasaan ang Acend. Ang naging problema naman sa Team Secret ngayon is hindi sila nakakatakas na nabubuhay sila. It's always been a trade-off that Team Secret just cannot beat. And nakikita niyo walang retaliation because for some reason palagi na lang mag-isa ang napipita sa Team Secret. Or kahit makapita sila ng isa, it's always been seeded, makadash away siya because of the blades. It's not a good dynamic para sa Team Secret and they're kind of just, again, crumbling a little bit at the seams. Makita natin kung makakabawi sila because this is another buy round for them. Dubstep with the operator, but he's been a non-factor with this sniper for a while. Needs to step it up. He's going to be playing B long, pero Acend, I'm wondering if there actually is somebody that's going to challenge them in the corridor.
Bye na ngayon. Dubstep, meron na siyang operator. He's gonna post that up dito sa B site. Pero mukhang pa-A yata dito ang mga members ng Acend. Ginamit na ang Viper Spit dito ni Borcom, and that's gonna give them a little bit of control dito sa A site. Jesse Vash with the owl drone is able to spot one, pero wala masyadong informasyon na nabibigay para sa Team Secret. Acend, sobrang passive nila. Ayaw talaga nila magbigay ng informasyon kung nasaan sila pupunta. So ngayon, iiwanan ni Dubstep, iiwanan ni Dispenser pala si Dubstep. Mag-isa lang dito sa B main, hold niya lang muna. Iniintay ng Acend yung aggressive plays dito ng Team Secret, pero yung Team Secret hindi sila nag-aggressive play. And that's what I want to see from the mid-take na naman makikita natin dito. Dash up from Acend. He's gonna go in here. Katabi ng Dispenser, pero hindi niya makuha yung kill. They don't see each other. Little bit of a heal right now as mid-control now being taken. Si Dubstep na lang mag-isa dito, natag pa siya. And he knows he's under a lot of pressure here. Dubstep, he needs to hit the shot. He lands one, pero isa lang makukuha niya. 3v3 na ngayon. Pupunta na sila ng B-site with a nice headshot onto Zeke, and that's gonna be 2v3.
2v3 indeed. Bone Cold, Keyless, no ultimates, maybe a few utilities that they can use. Keyless, oh, he's brought out the operator. Let's see if he finds a shot, and Borcom way out into the open. Ito na, shopping for weaponry. Keyless finds the kill. It enables him to use the ultimate, and now pag set up na siya, they cannot defuse this before going up against Keyless. Pero just because of the fact na meron pa siyang snake bite in hand, they hear it, he's there, he's in front, pero Spencer, okay, Spencer doesn't find the kill, but his teammate does. Jesse Vash has to wait, and they still do have time to defuse that. I love this. Ilu, nag-adjust na sila.
Pag mas Sana mas 7-5 kasi kung na 7-5 kayang-kaya pa naman ng Team Secret to. Pistol, only a pistol round is what they'll need para makapag-tie game kung nagawa nila ng 7-5. Pero pahirapan, tignan mo yung scoreboard, yung dalawang duels ngayon ng Acend, 14 ang kills nila. Acend and Zeke, they're really opening up the site. So this is starting to become a problem para sa Team Secret. Kailangan nila mag-isip, kailangan nila mag-pause kung anong gagawin nila. And I think right now, we're going to go into the very next round. Look at the buy of Team Secret. Hindi siya sobrang okay. Meron silang pistol kay Dispenser. Meron silang Spectre kay Borcom. So it's not the best buy. Dubstep still has the operator here, but I don't know. This is a full buy Acend, and they're gonna go straight to A site. Execute comes in. Ito na, Hunter's Fury. Uy, hindi gumana. Hindi tumama yung quick scope dito ni Dubstep, and it's gonna be Zeke who enters the site yet again. At saka kasama niya si Acend. And this dynamic duo is just making short work of Team Secret here. That should be the plan. 2v5 na naman.
You know where Dubstep is. Hindi siya makakatakas dito kasi Bone Cold is right out into the open. Keyless gets the kill. Dispenser, well, he healed his teammate, but he's given away his position. And pinapakita nila yung tip ng kanyang sheriff dito, but he can't really escape. That drop gets heard, and that's the last that we will be hearing from them. I was wondering kung tama na yung adjustment na ginawa dito ng Team Secret. They were playing more sa utility ni Jesse Vash rather than just Vash getting information. May nag-double up na sa kanya, which was Wits on from 2 rounds ago. So naging sagot na lang dito na Acend is just go straight into the site once more. Nahanap nila yung yung position na may dalawang duelists, and I like this. Two duelists to defend the site is good because pag nakakuha sila ng kill, they can always just dash or dismiss. Ang problema naman is yung utility setup na Acend dito, as well as yung scanning ng Sova, has kind of denied that para kay Wits. Walang makita ang Team Secret to kind of capitalize on, and that's just as simple as it can get. And Acend just so clean with how they do their executions.
Yeah, indeed. Look at this buy, not very convincing. Ito na yung pinaka last round ng half. Kaya it's just dubstep with the blade storm. Si Wits lang talaga ang may Vandal dito, ang may rifle. Everybody else, DMR on Jesse Vash, SMGs on Borcom and Dispenser. Mahirap to. Kailangan talaga gumawa ng play. Pero natag pa nga si Dubstep. Alam na nila kung nasaan si Dubstep. From up on high, they have Dispenser here. Maybe we'll get lucky. Pero si Sined kanina pa doon, hindi nila na-deny itong play nitong ni Sined.
Oh, that's a big denial though. That's huge.
Yeah, but they need more. They need more. They need another one here. Borcom is able to tag one. Headshot niya nga yung isa, pero he's playing close. Kailangan niya mag-play ng malapitan dahil nga naka-SMG lang siya. So he's gonna try to get close. Not a lot of information to play with here. Medyo low HP na rin dito. Onting isang bala na lang kailangan para low HP dito si Bone Cold. And they can do it. Wits is able to dismiss out. Dispenser, nakuha niya pa si Zeke. That's gonna be 2v4. Spike will go down here. Wala yan. Ang shock dart para ma-deny. Wala nga. They're gonna make that push right now. Retake now for Team Secret. And this is a good chance. Kung nagawa nilang 8-4, kayang-kaya pa rin. Oh my God! Dubstep, malutong! Up against one, but Sined nag-dash out 1v3 up against Team Secret. Sined, can you do it? He only does get nothing. Sined goes down. Dispenser wins the duel, 8-4. And let's go and take a look. Ano nga ba? Balikan natin si Vil. Ano ba yung reaction niya dito? Actually, since pa-halftime, feeling ko ilabas na natin yung Vil analyst natin dito eh. Since medyo matagal tong halftime. Di ba may halftime to?
Oh, may halftime. Mga siguro 1 to 2 minutes.
Tanong natin si Vil. Vil, ano nga ba ang iyong analysis kung ano ba nangyayari dito sa Team Secret? Bakit nag-8-4 sila?
Wala eh. Pinapachambal ng Team Secret. Pinapachambal lang ng Team Secret yan kahit pa paano eh. Alam mo naman, di ba? Sana makachambal yung Team Secret kahit konti lang. Acend, banu naman yung mga...
Ayan na nga, narinig na sa ating courtside reporter si Vil. Kasama niyo ngayon ang Team Secret dito sa Berlin. Alam na natin kung ano ang kakalabasan ng match na to. Ayan na, mga kaibigan, yung mga naghahanap ng Vil buff. Ayan na, binasbasan na ni Vil ang Team Secret. Mananalo na tayo.
Man, ang magiging sagot siguro ng Acend dito sa pistol is same thing na ginagawa ni Dubstep sa nung nag-start yung pistol round, which is pushing out to get a clearing. Since he is again that jet, he can probably do just fine. I wonder kung magiging sagot ng Team Secret is to wait for the reaction muna ng defense ng Acend and then act accordingly rather than set up something for themselves, because that is something that I think would be good, since Acend have been always at the forefront of aggression even before I think kinakalaban nila, which was yung Vivo Kid. Yun yung nangyari din kung I think bakit tatalo ang Acend sa Vivo Kid in Icebox is because inintay lang sila dito, what was that, the Heat I believe, and he just kept winning the 1v1 up against Sined din. So that's gonna be a question, tanong para kay Dubstep kung kaya niya bang i-match up dito si Sined. Right now you can see yung KDAs nila. Dubstep is at 11 kills while Sined is at 17, and this was purely Ilu from Sined going on top of Tube and just kept wilding onto the rest of the members ng Team Secret.
Tama. Pero tignan natin kung makakachamba pa dito ang Acend laban sa Team Secret. Bilang bigyan lang, alam naman natin, di ba, pag yung bida, mga anime, natatalo muna. 8-4 pa lang. Ayun, silang kayo dyan. 8-4 pa lang. Kayang-kaya pa to. Lalo na pag manalo ng pistol yung Team Secret. Marunong na mag-pistol yung Team Secret, di ba?
Very much. Let's go. Para sabihin to. ang Team Secret, nung Bren pa sila, nung Adroit pa sila, nung Team 5 pa sila, alam na natin meron silang pistol curse. Pero ever since they came to Champions, mas malinis na ang pistol round ng Team Secret dito. So, I feel like they're gonna be in a well enough spot, Ilu, to match up against this one. And it's gonna be quite crucial again kasi they want to temper yung boost na meron ngayon ang Acend. This is a team that always plays hard and you can really see how well they've done on that first half. Gibo, nakikita natin siyempre yung kanyang master skills, nakipag-usap sa team niya. How are they gonna be reacting to this? Looking into the movements ngayon. Okay. Oh, they're gonna try to go for B long, pero there's Bone Cold already setting up a bit of utility for B long as well.
Tatlo na yung nakaabang dito para sa Acend, waiting to receive Team Secret. What is Team Secret gonna do? Flash in. Okay, nice tag. Pero uy, Zeke gets one, gets two. The lineup niya si Borkum doon. Jesse Vash will get the trade-off, pero 3v4. As maganda yung read dito ng Acend. Nalaman nila kung saan pupunta si Team Secret. Halatang nag-homework ang mga miyembro dito ng Acend. That's gonna be the spike. They're gonna be able to get it down here as they now start to fall back. And in this quarterfinal, they need to come up huge. Dispenser playing that close angle. He can't get the shot. Jesse Vash, nabakapan pa niya.
Oh my
right-click
God.
jumping. Oh, Jesse Vash with a triple kill. He gets up. Oh, another one here from Wits. And it's gonna be 1v2. Bone Cold na ngayon from around the corner. Isolates one in a 1v1. Can he get it? Wits up against Bone Cold. Recon comes out looking for the fight. Destroys the bolt. Tries to get it to half. Pinaglalaroan lang ang pagkain dito ni Wits. Wits up against Bone Cold. Tapping him away pero no! Nagkamali dito si Wits. Masyado ng wide swing. And Bone Cold will get the pistol round for Acend.
Oh my God, Bone Cold. Stone Cold Killer. Ang talino na sobra. He used the wall to isolate the fight. Wits, he played behind the yellow para sana makapag crossfire sila dito ni Dispenser, but he was so far dun sa crate na yon na isolate ni Wits yung fight ito. Sorry, that's not Dispenser, it's Jesse Vash. Pero ang ganda ng pag-separation niya dun, and he just won this pure aggression, and he just knew nalalabas si Wits dun sa harapan niya. Wits feeling the pressure just a little bit. But that was such a crucial run. And again, back sa statement ko dito, Ilu. Team Secret wanting to get things started, not really the best of things on that pistol, on the attack. Kasi alam agad ng Acend, may setup na sila to answer what Team Secret wanted to do.
Kailangan na ng Team Secret yung pistol round na yon. Pero, okay, kaya pa. This is still a chance. Alam naman natin na pagdating sa icebox, laging may chance makapag-comeback. Some of the biggest games in Valorant, some of the biggest comebacks have been on Icebox, and this could be one of those. Eh, hindi naman ganun kalayo yung scoreline dito. 9-4 pa lang. Kaya ito natag na si isa. Zeke from up on above. He's not able to get anything. So that's gonna be at least some map control dito sa B. Anong gagawin dito ng Team Secret? And they try to break it down. Stark so is able to find dubstep. Now, as they try to make a push, hindi pa nila ipaplant yung spike. Nag-iintay dito ang Team Secret. Nag-iintay ng lurker. And they actually get the flank player. Nahanap nila si Bone Cold. Kaya anong gagawin dito ng Team Secret? Iiwan nila dito si Jesse Vash. Mag-rotate sila dito sa A. And that's gonna at least have them a chance to maybe get another kill. Rinig ni Jesse Vash. Pero, uy, hahanapin ba niya? Jesse Vash, let's go! Nice one. He gets a kill right there. And that's gonna signal them, balik kayo dito, balik tayo sa B. Kayang-kaya pa dito. Pero si Jesse Vash nahanap si Sark. So, and oh no, gets him. Still, as the wall comes up, they can't plant the spike. Dispenser, hindi niya matanim yung spike.
It's not happening. Lahat ng gustong gawin, nakaka-counter pa rin. Patuloy-tuloy na lang. Oh my goodness, this is not looking too good. Or this is not looking good at all para sa Team Secret. I like the play from Jesse Vash. Did not expect na mahuhuli siya dun sa jungle. Or sa monkey bars, excuse me. Look at this. Ang weird na movements ni Dispenser dito. Like, he tried to wrap around, walang ka-weapon, panicking a little bit, not respecting na baka may nasa site ngayon dito. Team Secret's position and plays, not the same. Nakita natin na kinalaban nila ang Crazy Raccoons. Not no nakita natin na kinalaban nila other teams. It's just such a different team right now. This is not the clean Secret we know.
It looks different here, but Borkum is able to get one onto two kills. Zeke and Cned found by Borkum just when they need him the most. Pero Still, remember, bonus round lang ito ng Acend. And they already got 2 kills. Kaya big deal na to para sa kanila. Bone Cold dropping down. 18 HP na lang sa kanya. Palapit na itong si Keyless here as he creeps on up. Meron siyang gamit na dalawang Spectre. Kasama niya si Stark. So, they have also a pistol onto Bone Cold. Napakagaling mag-sheriff ni Bone Cold. Pero matigil ba ng Team Secret sila as they go and make that push here? Stark is able to get Dispenser. Swing out from Jesse Vash. Looking for another one. Borkum naka-triple kill ngayon. Borkum with a quad kill. Bringing it back 5 to 10. 5 rounds na lang kailangan habunan ng Team Secret.
5 rounds pero ang layo ng distance na yun. Kung isipin mo kung gaano ka linis again maglaro ang Acend dito. Even on that bonus, such a scary showing talaga para sa Acend. Ang nagiging strength ng Acend dito, aside dun sa pinupoint out ko beforehand, is yung ability nila na mag-set up ng crossfires. And nakikita mo rin, dagdag pa natin sa Team Secret specifically, yung masyado silang init na makipag-trade agad. Dispenser, usually he plays so content. Hindi siya ganun ka tigas kainit na sumugod agad. Pero right now, he's challenging every contestant and natatalo siya. This is not look too good kasi he's on the stage. They need that wall para ma-secure ang kanilang attacking side. And without the wall, ang hirap ng Team Secret para makapag-plant whether on A or on B.
Yeah, well, dito naman tayo sa A. Acend, meron na siyang operator. 5v5 still, everybody alive. Jesse Vash, meron siyang Hunter's Fury. Alam naman natin na pag si Jesse Vash nagamit yung Hunter's Fury, halos lagi siyang nakakakuha ng pitas. At least one, sabi nga ni Gibo, 50-50. 50% chance na isa, 50% chance na dalawa. And let's see if he is able to use it dito sa round na to. Tatlong tao dito sa site ng A. Acend, they have a good read, a good understanding na kung nasaan nga ba ang Team Secret. Dubstep mauuna, papasok pero hindi siya nagland dun sa taas. Hunter's Fury na ngayon ginagamit para lang matulong ang push dito. Spike goes down pero deny ni Dubstep si Bone Cold from that aggressive push. 4v5 and Keyless, meron lang siyang frenzy. Time starting to tick away and they actually have a really good position dito sa Team Secret. Meron pa silang pwedeng i-line up kung gusto nilang gamitin ang mga snakebite ni Borko. May isa pa siya and this retake is gonna be a little bit more difficult, but here comes the shock dart. It's gonna be landed on. They're gonna tap the spike there. No one's gonna be falling for this right now. Stark so looking to get aggressive, trying to get close, but they need to push. Hindi na uto dito ang Team Secret kasi nahanap ni Borko ang dalawa and he's gonna get a couple right clicks, right kills right there. Zeke is gonna be the next one to fall. Secret with 6 to 10. As muna tayo kay Vil. Pero joke lang, wag muna. Wag muna, nangungulangot pa yata. Joke lang.
Yan ang kailangan natin hanapin sa Team Secret ngayon. Okay. Yung analysis natin, everything, I'll just cater it para sa favor ng Team Secret. Yung nagiging problema kanina ng Team Secret is masyado silang gutom sa pag-engage, right? And because of the fact na palulang din makapaglaro ngayon ang Acend, it's very difficult for them to win yung mga 1v1 duels or aim duels at the basis of things. So, ang ginagawa ng Team Secret dito is, at least with that round, is I think the best approach para sa nila. If they can take the site fast enough and they can play the post plants na hindi sila kailangan makipag-rat-ratan ng malupitan sa Acend, they can win this. And they have so much delay potential. If they can have Jesse Vash at si Borkum na merong mga post plants para gamitin sa site, it would look very, very good para sa kanila. The question now lies in, that's only for the A side. I don't think it's as good for B because of the fact na you have to stay on yellow. Kailangan mo makipag-laban doon. How well can they actually play the B side? But for the moment, may chance na makabawi dito ang Team Secret. With that being said though, Acend immediately use yung kanilang timeout knowing that they can't really allow Team Secret na mag-build up ng confidence to beat them up at their own game. And Team Secret, sorry, just to finish off. Ooh. Okay, never mind. They're on Taxer. They're fine.
Yeah, I mean, what I was saying is like, if they wanted to deny momentum, they should have done it after their eco round. Kasi, you know, Team Secret, most likely mananalo sila sa eco round na to. And that's still gonna be momentum para sa Team Secret. Mukhang magiging 7-10 dito. Acend, aggressive play dito sa B. And they're gonna try to take that orb. Nabigay pa nga. Uy, nahanap ni Borkom si Zeke dun sa kalagitnaan ng map over there. But May tatlo pa rin dito sa B main. Lalabanan kaya dito ng Team Secret. Meron naman silang information. May owl drone pa naman si Jesse Vash kung kailangan nila. And they're gonna be bringing it out very, very soon. Here comes the owl drone.
Smart.
Deploying drone.
That's gonna scan. Go to your left. Oh, the charge out. Alam na alam ni Wits. Debated. Nope, not gonna happen, sir. Wits coming on top. Sined's right above him, pero Wits medyo
Saan pumunta yung mouse doon?
Nagwala yung
Feeling ko nalaglag yung mouse niya sa computer eh. Pero okay lang yan. Nakuha niya naman yung kill and Bone Cold in a 1v4. Ito na nga, Bone Cold. He has a sheriff. If he gets a kill, and even actually kahit naman kung mamatay siya, magkaka-ultimate na siya next round. So let's see if that comes into play later on. But this is a good round for Team Secret. Na malinis sila nag-take ng round na to. They were able to take this one without losing that many players. And that's really good for their morale, their momentum. Pero as I say that, oh my God, Bone Cold gets another one. I thought he was gonna get another as well. Pero dalawa lang ang nahanap ng Acend. 7 to 10. 3 rounds na lang ang hinahanap ng Team Secret.
Bone Cold, or rather, Sined would have the ability not to buy an operator. That's gonna be another thing na kailangan i-take into account. No, he actually does not. All right, so
grabe.
But yeah, that's gonna be 4 ultimates para sa Acend dito. If they try to go for A and they immediately plant it, Bone Cold, I gotta say this, mas malinis ngayon ang kanyang pag-Hunter's Fury compared kay Jesse Vash. He's been getting some ridiculous kills even against Dubstep na may updraft as a Jetta. So they have to give respect to that.
Ang hirap kaya makapitas ng Jet gamit ang... Uy, pero teka, Dubstep, muntikan ka na dyan. But fortunately, nakapag-dash away siya dito. Tailwind out. Jesse Vash looking for someone pero wala siyang makikita dito. Ibig sabihin lang nito na meron silang chance na kunin yung A-site. Wall goes up. Masasira nila Sined na denying si Jesse Vash. Pero na-res siya ni Dispenser. Can they find any more here? What will they do? As it's looking like it's time to go into the A-site or fall back. It's time to decide. Fight or flee. Yun na nga yung basic instinct natin as human beings. But which one will they choose? It's looking like the option is to wait.
The philosophical constructs are shaking my boots.
Yeah.
Okay. Ooh, this hold from Zeke though. Ang ganda ng crossfire niya dito. Dubstep's not even looking at the side! And medyo tagay sila. Yeah.
Oh no.
Okay.
Crossfire is completely effective up against Team Secret. And ayun na nga, 11 rounds na ngayon ang Acend. They find those kills until against Team Secret. 7 rounds. Regardless of how this map goes, Team Secret are playing really, really well against one of the best teams in the world. Pero gusto nilang manalo. Gusto nilang... I don't see them winning Breeze, man. Let's be honest. Ang hirap. Kung mapunta tayo sa Breeze. We were talking about it before the game started, Astroy, na parang ang hirap ng map selection natin. Because we would have rather seen Breeze than Bind than Breeze.
Right here.
For sure. Pero
Si Dax pa yata nagsabi nun actually sa chat.
yeah. Southeast Asia teams, the teams that we have right now that are playing on Valorant Champions just are not that solid sa Breeze, to be honest. Even Fracture. Like, we just don't have the capabilities yet. Kulang pa tayo sa practice for that up against the top teams talaga. And again, Team Secret, they tried to challenge, but they kind of went into the side a little bit blind. Not really expecting yung positioning dito. Wits trying to just get some info off, but I don't think na-spot niya si Sined right on top of B long. For now, Team Secret waiting for a bit of movement. They can hear utility being thrown out sa mid, but that doesn't really give them too much to work with. It just gives the confirmation that Acend know where they are specifically. And Acend, tignan mo kung gaano sila ka-aggressive sa map control nila. Inching slowly but surely onto mid. Bone Cold very near. Throwing out the recon dart and Wits. Okay, doesn't go push through, but he's gonna have to find something right now. Kiles backs away immediately and 30 seconds. Team Secret na. A-site na kanilang pipilian.
Magre-retake na lang dito yung Team Secret kasi meron silang tatlong ultimate eh. Here's Kiles with the, oh my god, nice connection right there from Dubstep. Nahanap niya si Zeke. But there still is a lot of work to do. That's going to be the Viper Spit dito sa A-site. Can they use it to its fullest potential here? Bone Cold will take down Borkom. Kaya wala nang Viper Spit. They have to get a shot off here. Dubstep will see Sined. Rez comes in. Timing comes out. Nice one from Dubstep. Nakaisa pa siya. Yeah, that's going to be traded out. Sined will find that kill onto Dubstep. 3v4. Dispenser, 1 HP na lang siya, and did-defuse na nila yung spike. Can they even stick it? It's looking like it's gonna be a yes. Dispenser gets Stark, so here comes the trade kill. Nakadalawa pa si Bone Cold. Jesse Vash nila mag-isa. Nahanap ni Jesse Vash yung isa, but it's still a 1v2. Has to go down, but no! Acend gets this kill, and it's gonna be 12 points. Now Acend naka-match point pa.
Oh my God. Acend. There's no answer. Walang binigyan tayo ng exam na hindi natin perfect for the moment. This game 1, Bone Cold. Holy crap, that was some sick shooting para sa kanya. Wow. This is dire straits para sa Team Secret. They still have some money to buy up, pero nakikita mo na yung thought process ng Team Secret ngayon. They're never gonna go for B. Kasi they know that they have to use their utilities for later on, and it's just not gonna work! Dispenser goes out, trade for trade, so that's good. You can immediately see that Acend, the rest of Acend, wala na silang takot. They just keep going in.
Yeah, I don't know. The retakes here from Acend are really good so far. 5 rounds. Team Secret need to find 5 rounds, so let's see what they can do. Long flank, Borkum should be getting good information. Hindi nakatingin sa likod nila. Hindi nila ini-expect tong lurk. Acend is, oh my God. Borkum, this is your chance. This is your time. He spots 1. He spots 2. Borkum with a big flank ngayon. And he finds a 3rd. Borkum keeps Team Secret alive. Buhay pa rin ang Pilipinas.
4 rounds ang kailangan para makabawi dito ang Team Secret. Game number 1 pa lang tayo. And we're already getting pushed to the limit. Correct me if I'm wrong, Ilu. Whoever loses, they don't get a second chance, right? So
yeah, no elimination.
Yeah, this is really it na para sa Team Secret. They have to make it work, and I do firmly believe that they have to win Icebox. However, I'm a fan of Team Secret. Breeze is just not their map, and up against Acend, na have proven that they're a good team on that particular stage. Team Secret have to have a final stand dito ngayon. Acend, oh boy. Yeah, he's playing the long con. It's a B long. Do they know? No. They might have gotten the information. Look at how they're just running straight through the site. Vash is gonna use his utility ngayon to clear it out, but they gotta be fast because there's already 3 members of Acend here rotated in.
No, pero makakapasok pa rin sila sa site dito. That's gonna be the wall coming up. It's gonna be going down just as quickly as it goes up. Now, just remember, eco round pa. Oh my God, Bone Cold. Grabe talaga with the Sheriff is able to find Jesse Vash. Now, Acend with the Blade Storm. Nakaisa pa na naman si Bone Cold dito. And Acend gets another one. What can they do? 2v5. And oh no, Team Secret map pick pa naman nila to. It's because they get denied here. And Spencer's able to get one. Looking to get around the corner here. He's trapped in a very difficult spot. Trying to get his backup in. Pero si Bone Cold nahanap niya ang isa. And they're gonna get Dubstep. No, he's gonna be bringing out the Blade Storm. Dubstep with another one here. Dalawa pa ang kailangan ni Dubstep dito para ma-save niya, para mabuhay ang Team Secret. Can he find 2 more kills? Low HP na lang dito ang dalawa. Acend being spotted around the corner. 84 HP for Dubstep. He doesn't get it, and Acend will take this 13-8.
Grabe, akala ko mapapaabot pa ni Dubstep dito sa isa pang round. He was so close, but he knew he didn't have enough time. Ayaw niya na ibigay yung pag-reposition ang 2 players dito ng Acend. So he tried to take the risk, tried to just go in, hit the 2v1, and maybe be the savior para sa Team Secret. It did not work out. We're gonna go to Breeze with Acend already at series point. Medyo nakalampag Team Secret, unfortunately. They have some time, excuse me, para makapag-usap dito ngayon. And we'll see if kaya nila makabawi din sa second match. Wow, just unfortunate.
Take a little bit of a look at the replay. Kaya pa naman bumawi. Huwag kayong mag-alala, mga kaibigan. Meron pang game number 2 dito ang Team Secret. Pwede pa sila mag-comeback. Kaso lang yung malaking problema dito, map pick ng Acend. Itong next map natin. Kaya pahirapan talaga. Kahit anong mangyayari, proud pa rin tayo syempre sa Team Secret, but it is going to be a very difficult climb. It's just the combination, Zeke and Acend. Sobrang grabe nila mag-entry. Tsaka si Bone Cold din, ang dami nilang moments. showing everybody, wow, Acend is really, really on another level right now.
Bone Cold has got to be the MVP of this one. I mean, yeah, Cened's been incredible, but Bone Cold, he's a magician. He's Houdini, man. He's bringing out things out of thin air. He's making things pop out of thin air, and those are kills. Ang linis ng kanyang sheriff plays. You can really see the frustration ngayon sa mukha ni Dubstep. Alam niya na may pagkukulang doon ng Team Secret. And again, it is what it is. That's just how it goes for game number 1. It was close. They were so close. Pero ang daming lapse of judgment ng Team Secret doon.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, yun na nga, game number 1, natalo ang Team Secret. Pero meron pang game number 2. Babalikan natin ang game number 2 when we come back from this break. In the meantime, we'll take a little bit of time to sit back, relax. Huwag kayong mag-alala. Valorant Champions will be back after this break. Ilustrado, Asteroid coming your way. Stay tuned.
Mahabang win streak, kaya nating lahat. Equip your home with fiber fast internet. Para pati si mommy, sure MVP. Get your fiber upgrade right away with tons of freebies. Plus health essentials when you switch to the new Only Fiber Up. Apply now.
Turn the LFO, come on, let's go.
Well, Icebox was the map pick of Team Secret, but it's Acend that take it in this quarter-finals. I'm back on the desk with Ryan and Potter. You said this could very well go to a 2-0 if Acend can take map 1. Do you stand by that now?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, Acend are just looking so good, right?
You're a million miles away.
My bad. Sorry about that, guys. I was going to say, I think so. Acend are just looking so good. There was a round 19, where Dubstep was just posted on top of Gen and A site. He just took out the Reyna, and he sat there thinking, oh, this is my round. This is my time to have a highlight. And just the Sage just jump spotting, baits the res perfectly, gets the retake going. And I think 4 members of Acend are standing alive at the end of that round. And that just kind of is a perfect description of how it went. Anytime Team Secret looked like they had a shot, they started getting those insane clutches. Borkum coming through once again, but then just one more time, just put them back where they started in the first half.
Yeah, 2 pistol clutches for Bone Cold as well in either side. Like, of all of the players to clutch out on the side of Acend, it's scary that it's Bone Cold, right? Because he was the player that looked the most nervous in Masters. He's had a solid performance. Zeke has done a lot better than we saw from the Vivo Keed game. He was on like 200 ACS then, now almost 300. But Cened, a dominant display, 7-1 on first kills, the first deaths, 5-0 on the attack. He absolutely cut through Dubstep and the rest of Team Secret. Considering he's a bit of a student, give him a lesson he'll never forget.
Yeah, I mean, Potter CNED, we spoke about whether he could reach the form that we know he usually is when he's playing online. Here at a LAN performance, you know, he couldn't have a better start. There's not much he could have done that would have been better than this.
Yeah, exactly. And for Team Secret, I don't know what the solution is to put a stop on CNED, but this is a dangerous man right now, especially when he's making moves like that, winning out majority of his duels, over 300 ACS. Those are just mind-blowing stats.
I think as well for Acend on that defense, the big thing for me is that it was one of the most safest defenses I've ever seen on Icebox. There was no like mid lurks trying to get in behind, and it felt that was the game plan for Team Secret, to get into that A control and sort of hold behind him, expecting somebody like Zeke to peek to see if they can get information, maybe kill him, rotate to B. They were given nothing. Acend gave them absolutely nothing to work with, so it was just trying to hit these sites that have been strongly strongholded from Acend, and it's just a matchup. It's always going to lean towards Acend there.
I mean, we saw Paperthin and Achilleos kind of theorize that Acend, they've just done their homework. They know how to counter Team Secret. Do you feel like that's what happened? That's why Secret weren't able to get back into the game as well?
Definitely. Again, like we sort of mentioned, Acend are one of the teams less likely to die first out of the tournament. It's crazy when you have those kind of stats where no player really sort of falls into the gun line of Wits, who is very good at opening up those kind of duels. So the fact that Acend were just really playing very passive, holding on to sites, really waiting for the spike to go down before they then hit Team Secret with that re-aggression.
Yeah, definitely. And you could see it, right? Because you mentioned Wits. There was even a round on the defense where I thought, okay, this is the round Team Secret are going to get going. Wits had that A main control, made the perfect push. But again, they're just ready. Acend are just sat back. I think it was Keyless holding a rat off angle outside of B main, just one step ahead each of the way. And unfortunate for Team Secret because some of the rounds were damn close.
Yeah, it came, like you said about the clutching situation, they came down so many times to those clutches, and if there's one man that's going to save Team Secret right now and step up for them, it is Dubstep. Let's take a look at the aim lab shoot around right now and see what he's getting up to, cooking up to in there, you know, aim training a little bit. Aim is definitely not an issue, it feels like, right, for him right now. It's something else that they need to do to get back into the game.
It is something else, and, you know, maybe winning a pistol here and there.
That would help.
That would help just a little bit, right? I mean, just having that sort of cushion would have certainly gave Secret a little bit more confidence in their game plan. But yeah, losing out both pistols, they really were on the back foot. I am glad, though, that again, they had those close rounds. It's going to mean at least something going into the second map. But as I said before, Breeze, they got bullied around the last time they played on this map.
And the fact that Acend, like on Icebox, went 5-0 up, it was one of those cases where Vivoki did the opposite to them, and then suddenly they're on the back foot, have to pull it back. The deficit of rounds is a nice way to say it when you consider the fact that Team Secret were 13-0'd on this map by Gambit. It's really a case of how good does Ascend's Breeze look, and really how much Team Secret need to get on the board early. They can't let Acend get a 5-0 advantage. They need to win a pistol, or at the very least up against a bonus round.
I mean, it does feel like the way the teams have been improving and being able to pull off those upsets, Ryan, it's unlikely we're going to see them get 13-0'd again. It's definitely never happened in the history of international tournaments here. What do you think their chances are to kind of level this up and go to map 3?
I'd say they're pretty slim, but if they can do some magical work on Breeze, Acend are in freefall. They picked to play this map. It was almost like a hubris pick to be like, we don't usually pick this, but because we know that you're pretty rough on it, we're going to try and bolster ourselves up a little bit just in time for semifinals. So if this is a case that Team Secret actually come in and win this map, it doesn't matter how good the rest of Ascend's map pool look. That's a heavy map to lose.
That is a heavy map. And, you know, now that you mention it, I am thinking back. The way that these guys won the Icebox the first time around, it wasn't by a large margin. I think it was 13-10, and they kind of barely won. So certainly, if Team Secret, if their defenses are somewhat, if they rehashed those details, they might have a look coming into this. They just weren't able to hold any of those sites the last time around versus Gambit.
Yeah, it was a fast one as well. We're into the Prime Gaming Agent Select now, Potter. We're expecting that KO to come up, and it has. What have you made of Zeke's KO?
Love that. Love his KO, man. man. I've seen it mostly on Split, but even for the Breeze, KO is fantastic on this map. It's a large map, and now with the KO knife not having that sort of sound cue to give up where exactly it's landing, he can be pretty clever with how he utilizes that utility. And as I said before, KO, the stopping power, it's underrated, man. That little Molotov, the nade that he throws down, it sneaks up on you, the kind of damage that it does. So I'm excited to see Zeke on that KO once again.
Yeah, you want to see it really work on the defense as well. It's just that map control that Acend have been really good at holding, and a normal composition as well from Team Secret. What we've expected, but it's not really the map that they've got the most laps on. But any team that gets 13-0 is always going to go to the drawing board and fix stuff. They're not just going to let it slide, but it's a big deficit to try and fix up.
I mean, Ryan, you said it was going to be a slim chance, in your opinion, for Team Secret to get back into this. Potter, what do you think? Can they stretch this to map 3?
Oh, man. I hope so, Yinsu. I hope so. I'm going to say yes. I mean, only because of the way that the ending of this icebox was, right? They just didn't get blown out of the water. The scoreline was, I know it, but the rounds, they were close, and there were some opportunities in there for Team Secret.
The big thing for me for Acend, they didn't have one round that was a Prime Gaming flawless. Team Secret did. They had the one, and it was a really good exec. So it's even the fact that Acend are winning dominantly in the rounds themselves, they're losing a lot of players. That's the win condition, I think, for Team Secret. Just keep whittling Acend down, their economy, keep it low, and if they can pull some rounds together, that's how they get it. That's how they pull this together.
I mean, they need a good start as well. So how important, Potter, is this pistol round we're about to go into?
Oh, it's so important. I think pistol is one of those, it's so 50-50. A lot of teams, they don't know exactly how to approach it. Do we want to get real nerdy and have everything planned, pre-planned, every piece of utility? What guns are we playing? Some teams fully believe there's so much RNG in pistol, just run it down, right? Just keep it simple, run it down, and stick together. So it's a toss-up. I'm not sure what to expect in this pistol. Breeze, it's a very execute-heavy map.
Yeah, the funny thing about pistols is just how some coaches fully nerd out of just, today I'm just going to dedicate putting some pistols together, and it's almost like a different game. They might as well be playing like cards beforehand with how the way the pistols can go. It is the fact that that player there, Bone Cold, has had to clutch out for Acend on both occasions. He has looked better. He looks comfortable on stage. He doesn't look frazzled as an IGL. Team Secret need to keep pushing that, though. That's their way in.
Yeah, Team Secret, they do, because if they lose here, they're going to be out of this tournament, and we don't want to be seeing that. Let's hop into map 2 now with your casters, Achilleos and Paperthin.
Alright guys, welcome back. Game number 2. Pero chill lang kayo kasi meron kaming surprise sa inyo when we get into the game. Lustrado, Asteroid coming your way. And we have got game number 2. Team Secret, makakabawi na ba sila dito sa Breeze? Or is it going to be 0-2 and the Filipino fans being sad and going home? We'll find out as we go into it. But welcoming on the desk, a very special guest for us to cast with us this game. Sino ka ba yung kasama natin dito?
Parang no.
It's time, ladies and gentlemen! Game number 2 dito sa Boracay Breeze, mga kaibigan. Makakabawi na ang Team Secret. Kanina kasi parang pinagbigyan lang nila, pinaramdam lang ng Team Secret kung ano bang pakiramdam ng manalo dito sa Acend.
Sabi mo pa lang.
Yeah, I felt that, dude. Hype na ako. Let's go. Pero teka lang, si Zeke yata yung na-hype na. Hanap niya si Dubstep. 3v5 this early. Man.
Oo ba? Pero mukhang wala eh. Breeze talaga. Mahirap din kasi man Breeze talaga. This is like the worst map possible for Team Secret, and it's gonna be really difficult for them para lang at least makabawi. Yung last time na naglaro sila dito, dude, that is a 0-13 versus Gambit, and that is the thing that Acend capitalized.
Oh, wow. Big flash. That's gonna leave Wits para nila makipag 4 versus 1 ngayon dito ngayon. He's gonna pop flash himself out, but ang dami sobrang angles, trying to get back into cover. And there are the challengers. Wits pops one, not gonna get the other. Bone Cold shuts him down. And we go for first round pistol para sa Acend ngayon.
Mahirap. Ano ba yun? Sa tingin mo, ano yung sana ginawa ng Team Secret dito para lang at least manalo?
Sana binan nila yung Breeze. Sorry.
Pero actually hindi ka, ano ba yung
bind eh. Yung in-insta-ban kasi nila yung bind. So,
yung bind.
Oo, yeah. Pero mas okay yung bind nila kaysa sa Breeze nila eh. Sa tingin ko kaya feeling ko mali talaga yung bind, yung ban na bind. Pero syempre, opinion ko lang naman yon. Pwede naman ako maging mali kasi di naman ako nasa shoes nila.
Tipong nagsasalita lang naman tayo dito, di ba?
sila naman yung naglalaro. Well, ayun nga, sa mga nanonood dyan, shoutout nga pala sa inyo. Sobrang solid ng match kanina. Pinalamang lang, gusto pang manalo. Yan ang nasa isip ng Team Secret ngayon. That, if ever lang talagang magalit ang Team Secret ngayon, they need to do it right now. Uulitin ko yung last time na naglaro sila dito sa Boracay Breeze, mga kaibigan, 0-13. Pero yun nga lang, mas mabilis pa sa langaw na binugaw mo. Dubstep with a dash agad-agad nung nakita niya na medyo binabaril na siya.
Wide swing para kay Borcom dito para sa challenge. Not waiting. Para kay Dubstep na merong Marshall. That long range fight, he only had yung classic niya. Vil, not looking too hot, and because of that tag, Acend easy kills onto Dubstep.
I mean, this is a free round actually for the side of a team, for the side of Acend. Wala silang, for Team Secret, wala silang baril at all. So, okay lang talaga na magkaroon sila ng panalo dito sa second round. Pero nga lang, nasa isip ngayon ng Team Secret, they need to mess up with the economy of Acend. One kill is not that enough for you to break the economy of Acend. Pero as long as meron kayong namamatay, kills pa rin yan kahit papano. Di syempre, medyo nalamig lang yung Team Secret. Yung kailangan nila ng konting pampainit, konting himas at konting haplos lang siguro Asoray tsaka Ilo mag-iinit na yung mga yan, men. Kasi kanina si Wits umispaghetti pa bababa pa no? Yung
malamig yung spaghetti niya.
Oo, yung intro ng Acend, men, parang mga kargador no? Bigla. Oo ba? Parang talagang sila yung naguhukay ng mga paghihigaan nila mamaya pag dinurog na ng Team Secret tong mga to.
I think also they needed to get at least one, siguro 2 kill or kahit plant lang ang kailangan ng Team Secret.
Isa din sa kailangan ni Mark ng Team Secret dito is yung fact na nagko-push forward masyado ang Acend. Acend. Boom! Dubstep makaka-catch off niya dito. No damage done though. Still hits the shot. 37. Dubstep gotta back away. May heal ba sila that he can maybe fall back on. He does have Wits. Wits don't got no heal. Unfortunately para kay Dubstep. So that's gonna leave him 43 HP na lang for the rest of the round. Looks like ang magiging name of the game para sa Team Secret is to push on that A site, but they're feeling it out. Humabalik sila. Looking at the map as well, Vil, Dispenser nakasingit na siya sa elbow, pero tingnan mo yung positioning ni Zeke. Oh no, nakasingit na isa pa. Through the smoke, Acend kay Jesse.
Si Jesse Vash kasi bigla na lang tumatalon-talon para siyang kabuti na bigla na lang sumisilip-silip. Pero yung nga lang, dito naman si KO, si Zeke, sobrang cheeky na position dito kasi they need to check that corner and oh my god, Zeke with the KK, pero yung nga lang, nice double pick na ginawa dito ng Team Secret, mga kaibigan, nalabas na nga ni Wits yung kanya mga pechay papunta dito sa mga players ng Acend, mga kaibigan. But nga lang, kills and the other players of Acend, sila pa yung lamang dito. Pero Borcom, Diyos ko po, naduraan dito ng Viper, pero yung nga lang, buti nga buhay pa. Acend, lone HP, pero nga lang Dispenser, maganda ang position dito. He can actually take down the 2 remaining players dito ng Acend if ever talaga didiretso sila dito sa may makdo. Pero yung nga lang, Dispenser, alam niya, nakikita niyo yung mga bullets, pero yung nga lang, isang maling silip lang, Dispenser with a swing, pero Starso nakachamba pa nga ng isa. Wits, nag-iisa dito, mga kaibigan, parang Acend, galit na naman ang kuya mo. Pero Wits, low on HP, this is gonna be really hard for him kahit meron siyang Vandal. Bone Cold, my god. Sayang.
No, kitang-kita yung shoulder ni Wits doon, and it's just not a good round. They were so spread out, tapos hindi pa nila na-trade ang isa't isa. Halatang hindi komportable ang Team Secret dito sa Breeze.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. Nag-line up ng lahat para sa Acend dito. Sorry, just sabihin ko lang, yung challenge na yun dito sa halls, okay na sana. Ang problema na lang, Acend just a thorn on the side talaga. Sobrang linis niya na makipaglaban doon. Really smart din para sa Acend sa retake na yun to wait for Bone Cold's yung kanyang recon dart na na-force mag-push forward dito si Dispenser. Unfortunately para kay Dispenser, he was knocked out. And si Dispenser dapat ang kailangan mag-make ng play doon. Not only because siya yung pinakamalapit, but he's the only one that actually has the max HP. Both of the other teammates na meron ng Team Secret very low already, so he really had to step up.
Paano step up Team Secret, lalo na pag hindi sila ganun talaga confident sa mga ginagawa nila sa map na to, knowing na yun nga, this is actually one of their weakest map, pero yun nga lang Dispenser is in a tight spot right now if ever talaga dumiretso dito si Acend. Pero nga lang Dispenser, baka malikuran ka pa. Oh my god, Acend! Wall take down dispenser, pero yun nga lang, Stark so pushing in already, pero nga lang, talagang, kung napapansin mo yung Acend dito, napapatay nila yung mga key agents ng Team Secret. Number 1, yung Jet. Number 2, yung Viper. Pero yun nga lang, ito na ang ganti ng api mga kaibigan. Babawi na yung mga tropa natin dito Team Secret. Jesse Vash, the oldest Filipino player alive dito sa Valorant mga kaibigan. Let's see if ever makakabawi pa siya dito all the way from B. Pero yun nga lang, kailangan muna yan durugin si Zeke. 30 seconds in. This is gonna be really hard for Jesse Vash for sure.
Oh no.
Hindi niya alam. Hindi niya alam.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Sad.
Timing talaga.
Oo. Timing eh. I mean, nangyari na ang dapat nangyari dito sa Breeze. Ayun nga, tulad nga sinasabi ko kanina man. I mean, sobrang solid na mga napapatay dito ng Acend. Number 1 yung Viper. They really need that Viper for them to go in. They really need that smoke. Pero yun nga, pag napatay nila si Viper man, pag napatay nila si Borcom, wala sobrang open na ng mga sobrang open na ng lahat Paano sila na makakapasok dito? Wala silang cover. Anong cover nila? Yung smoke lang ni Dabsa, pero pagtitiis na rin 3 seconds na smoke?
Yeah. Absolutely right. And it seems like things it's just not working out dito para sa Team Secret ngayon. Nagsama-sama na sila dito sa may labas ng A. Kailangan talaga nila manalo ng marami dito sa attacking side kasi pagdating sa defense, alam natin nahirapan sila last time na nag-breeze sila sa defense nila. So they need to do this a little bit better now.
Pero kahit anong mangyari, proud pa rin tayo sa mga tropa natin sa Team Secret, men. Kahit anong mangyari, manalo, matalo, proud pa rin natin. Pero yung nga ng Zeke, binapato nila lahat ng kanyang utilities para at least sa makapasok dito yung Team Secret. Pero yung nga that is spread coming in from Stark, so not gonna catch anyone for sure. Pero yung nga Wits will take down Zeke again. Pero yung nga lang, Bone Cold pinakilig si Dubstep dito. Stark is just wrecking havoc with that snake bite. Pero ang importante is patayin pa rin si Zeke. Pero yung nga lang, Wits will gonna fall down onto the hands of Stark. So when kill us as well, 2K, 5-0. Uulitin ba ng gambit yung ginawa nila dito sa Team Secret? Sana hindi. Dubstep, 0 kills. Borcom, 0 kills. What is happening to our Filipino pride?
They're just not comfortable on Breeze. Pinag-usapan natin to bago mag-start yung game. I wasn't convinced about the map picks. You and I talked about this as well. Si Dax din nagsalita din siya kanina. Alanganin talaga yung mga map picks dito para sa Team Secret. They needed Haven. Kailangan nila yung Haven. Kailangan nila yung they needed to win Icebox. And now that we're on Breeze, sobrang hirap talaga. Feeling ko talaga if they wanted to win this, okay sana sila kung split. But the fact that napunta tayo sa Breeze, halatang hirap na hirap ang Team Secret.
Yeah. Talking away muna dun sa map selection natin ngayon sa Breeze. How can or what is yung reason kung bakit nagkakaproblema ngayon ang Team Secret? One of the things na nanonotice nyo ngayon is they've brought back Dispenser to play on that Cypher because of the fact na they need yung tripwires to keep catch or stop yung flanks na ginagawa, yung lurks na ginagawa ni Zeke, other members ng Acend, because setup style ang ginagawa ng Team Secret dito, meaning that they need majority of their players to go in onto the site with their utilities to push in as well. Siyempre yun yung ginagawa natin sa rank and stuff like that, but with the composition na ginawa dito ng Team Secret, mas obvious na yun yung style nila. They can try to go split apart, pero it goes to show na they're not as confident with those plays kaya they're sticking together. And the only real difficulty to that is kita mo kung gaano ka-split apart dito yung Acend. That should be a disadvantage to Acend, but it's turning to an advantage because Team Secret just don't know where to look.
Ito rin yung thing sa Team Secret, sobrang utility dependent lang din talaga nila. Pero yun nga, if isang utility ang hindi pumasok sa isang site, wala na, sobrang sira na ng strat ng Team Secret dito. Pero sana makabawi pa bigyan ng Jesse Vash with that 2K already. It's on to Zeke and Stars on dito na dito. Zeke with a kill as well. Pero ito na, babawi na mga Pinoy, mga kaibigan Dispenser. Meron siyang ultimate dito para lang at least malaman niya kung naasan ba yung dalawang natitira players dito ng Acend, and they need to plant the spike right now. Neural Theft is now on, and
alam na nila na dito lang sa mid yung mga players ng Acend. It's gonna be really hard for the players of Acend para mabawi ito. Kasi it's just the utilities, it's just the information na meron sila. Stark Zone, nakalabas yung baril mo, boy! Pero nandito na lang si Zeke, mga kaibigan. Siya na lang ang natitira. He is low on HP. Robot ka pa! Dispenser with a kill! Eto na! Anong 13-0 na pinagkasabi nyo, ha? Hindi nyo magagawa yung ginawa sa amin lang gambit. Dispenser, may tibag pa sa mukha.
Let's go! Dispenser! That's what we needed. Yun ang kailangan ng Team Secret. Kailangan nila ng superhero play. Galing kay Dispenser. Dito na yung umpisa para sa Team Secret na makabawi na sila dito. All they need is one round. But I think they need a little bit more than this. Kailangan nilang makapagdalawa, makapagtatlo para talagang umiinit ngayon ang Team Secret. Kasi kanina sa Icebox, umiinit na sila. Pero kailangan nilang i-shake off yung kaba nila. Hindi na sila pwedeng kabado. Champions sa to, quarterfinals sa to. Wala nang lower bracket. Elimination na agad.
For sure, May 1 na tayo. So 13-1 ang pwede mangyari dito. Pero oh my God, Dam, sabi na ginagawa mo, Bone Cold? Dire-diretso ka? Ano yung parang kasama mo yung jowa mo sa luneta? Nandito ka lang sa hall, dire-diretso ka? Ano ginagawa mo dyan? Alam mo naman talaga?
Sightseeing.
Oo nga, pwede. Malay mo, di ba? Oh, pero ito, Sined, nako-operate pero yung ngalang Dubstep, mga kaibigan, andun lang din. Sino ang unang makakatira dito pero yung ngalang, oh my God, Jesse mas hinampas ng Hunter's Fury si Zeke sa mukha! Pero Borkum nakaisa pa! Starkster and Sined na lang natitira dito for the side to Acend. Dubstep off, tamang backstab lang. Anong ginagawa mo dyan, boy? Ito na tama, hindi ka nakatingin! Sined, nasa likod mo yung kalaban! Easy! 5-2 ang pagbango ng api! It's now! It's now.
It's now.
Now or never, bro.
Yeah, dude.
Good read para sa kanila dito. They waited for the smoke before they pushed in kasi natatakot sila dun sa pixel pick angle ni Sined. Yeah, he's done it multiple times already. Kita yun from edge to edge, door to door. They waited for the peak. Dubstep, good reaction time. And hindi na nag second guess dito on Team Secret. It's either they go, they trade. Alam na nila na if they try to wait, yung mga lurks ng Acend, it just doesn't work. They just have to play this together, go for those peaks, go for those trades, and it works out in the end. Sined still translating, converting 2 kills before he gets taken down. Not a step in the right direction para sa Team Secret dito ngayon, but this is just how Team Secret will have to win. Yung gritty na pag-play style nila na just sugod na ng sugod. Napakalaki dyan si Vash. Can he get the second one on the bone goal? That's gonna be a straight no. But Wits and Dispenser, they're caught on mid. They're gonna have to try to figure something out. But Wits, good push angle dito ngayon. And don't expect anybody actually knows he's there. But we do have at least one Kiles marking it right now.
Huge problem dito sa side. Pero Dispenser, medyo nauna ata yung daliri ni Bone Cold dito. Pero hindi, wala. Matigas pa daliri ng mga Team Secret yun. Hindi pa napapainita. Pero yun nga lang, ang problema dito sa Team Secret is merong ultimate si Bone Cold tsaka si Kills. Pwede lang gamitin yan ngayon. Pero nga lang, Bone Cold, alam pa rin ni Wits kung saan siya titingin. Pero, tumigas sa kaliwa mo, Bessie! Sa kaliwa! Pero, sayang! Hindi ako narinig. Pero 6-2, okay lang yan. Ang problema lang talaga dito is kinakabahan sila. Number 1. Number 2 is hindi nila mapa to. Aminin na natin, hindi mapa ng Secret to. Pag nanalo sila dito,
partida.
Pwedeng milagro ba? Hindi milagro eh. Milagro, men.
Sobrang, ang hirap nito. Dito lang. I just really don't think na we should have went to Breeze, but let's focus on paano ba talaga mananalo ang Team Secret dito. May isa pa silang buy. May Opsi Dubstep. And he's gonna go for an aggressive pick. I don't think he's gonna spot anyone, but this is still one more chance para makapag, string together ng rounds dito yung Team Secret.
Slow push. Tinrate kasi ng Team Secret ng medyo fast push. Ito, slow push yun ang gagawin nila dito. If ever hindi talaga nag-work to, ano yung next? Saan naman sila pupunta? Mid control? Yeah, pwede. Medyo hindi pa natin sila nakikita mag mid control dito. Pero yun nga lang, tulad nga na sinabi mo, Asoray, sobrang sama-sama talaga sila because sobrang utility dependent din talaga ng mga agents ng Team Secret. Pero yung nga lang, Bone Cold, what the perfect Hunter's Fury will take down to! Ang number 1 na agent na kailangan ng Team Secret si Borcom because of that Viper Spit. Yan talaga.
Tsaka hula lang yun, di ba? So, parang,
yeah, I was about to point out, he wasn't using a recon dart or anything. Bone Cold on top of the stairs, dispenser. Okay, he uses the Naruto. That's huge, pero did not expect. Hindi siya nag-intay to check out where the rest are. Pixel peek angle ngayon. Caught out si Wits. Not gonna get the kill, not gonna get the punish. Dubstep, huli na siya. He's gotta go big with the operator, pero every eye's set on this cave. Dubstep, ooh, if he gets a kill, maybe he can go Blade and try to go for the 3v1, pero
save.
There's no time.
There's no time indeed, and now Keyless gonna get that operator na lang, or probably not. Pero yun nga, sobrang solid na ginawa ni Bone Cold dito. The number one, the most important agent ngayon sa side ng Team Secret, si Borko. Pangalawang beses na siyang namamatay dito na hindi na nalalapag yung Viper Spit na yan. Nalapag ba niya? Hindi, di ba? O tama, hindi. Yun ang pinakakailangan na Viper Spit ngayon. Yun ang pinakakailangan ng Team Secret ngayon para lang at least makakuha ng isang puntos dito sa side ng Acend. Viper Spit lang talaga. Maboto lang ni Borkom yan. May advantage na tayo.
Yup.
Get out of my way!
Oh, it's desperate times. Mukhang B-rush lang to. Galing sa side ng Team Secret. Pero, oh no, the Blade. Ang daming natag nun. Tatlo yata yung nakita ng Blade. Not sure, but the flash is coming in alongside the Owl Drone. Papasok na sila sa B site. The fragment comes out as well. Dubstep, makakakuha ba siya? Oy, hindi to makama. Pero nakuha pa rin niya.
Let's go!
Oh my God.
Ito na.
Oh, nakadalawa pa siya gamit ang sheriff na galit ng Team Secret.
Anong bandal? Anong phantom sheriff lang tsaka Blade Storm malakas? Yan ang sinasabi ng Team Secret. Hindi namin kailangan bumili ng barel. Tira mo next round, hindi kami bibili.
I'll point this out, Dubstep was blinded dun sa headshot blade na yun. Tama ba? Tingnan natin ito. There.
Oh my God.
There, he's blinded.
Yan, no? Buti nga nakapag-right click siya dun eh. Buti nga tumama yung...
Left click na, hindi na right click yun eh. Left click na lang yun eh. Ano yun?
Oh, left click na lang.
Left click lang yun.
Nag-aim labs. Nag-aim labs si ano. Nag-aim labs to si Dubstep eh. Para lang maganda yung tuto, pero yun nga lang, ito na ang pagbago ng Team Secret, mga kaibigan. Hindi sila magpapatalo dito po kasi magkakaroon pa ng game number 3. Pero paano sila makakapasok? Meron pang Viper Spit si Borkom. Huwag mamatay! Bawal mamatay si Borkom dito ha. Kiles maganda yung position dito, pero kan alam ni Kiles na meron tao dyan. Dubstep trying to be... Oh, nakita yung siko ni Kiles dito. Dubstep is capitalizing that information. That advantage for that kill. 4v5 situation right now. Borkom, eto na yung inaantay nating Viper Spit kanina pa. Dubstep with the kill again. Wicks with another one. Sino na lang kisa dito, mga kaibigan, with that operator, pero for sure hindi naman nanalo ang Acend dito, pero nga nakita pa ni Wits kung nasan si Ned. And libreng operator, maraming salamat. Thank you for 7 easy money.
They saved the operator ba?
Oo,
naka-off
yun si Ned. And si Bone Cold talaga yung nagsa-step up dito para send, pero wala tayong pakialam dyan. Si Team Secret.
Pakialam natin sa mga yan. Ay, hindi kinuha yung operator, men. Partida.
Pero walang pera ngayon. Team Acend pala, walang pera ngayon masyado. They only have one Vandal. Si Sined, kukunin niya siguro yung orb dito sa A para makapag-Blade Storm. And the rest of them, not really the best of bike. Napakalaki ng chance mag 7-5 dito para sa Team Secret.
Oh, ito na ang Viper Spit naman ng side ng Acend. Oh, alam niyo na, may Viper Spit dyan. Huwag na kayong pumustan. Mag-back na kayo. Pero kalang Bone Cold, kala mo naman talaga pumupush siya, pero nga lang Dubstep knows na merong nagpupush siya, pero nga lang, oh, puta na wala natamalo.
That was the wall
yung
that he was hitting. Yeah.
Muntikan pa.
Muntikan na sa Dubstep dun, men. Bawas naman daw kahit armor lang.
Top.
Mainit.
Double dip sila.
Yeah, they don't want to come back in. They're just gonna wait here. Nag-iintay lang dito yung Team Secret. Pero, they shouldn't go and try to play close like this kasi syempre Viper Spit yan, tulad nga ng sinabi ni Vil. Yung mas okay na gawin nila, kunin nila yung mid or kunin nila yung B, gumawa ng play somewhere else and really try to contest. Kasi nakita naman natin successful naman sila pag pumupunta sa B eh. And yun na yung gagawin nila dito.
Yeah.
Oh, that's 40. Perfect. Nag-blade na si Zeke. And they still haven't figured out kung nasan dito ang Secret ngayon. Oh, that Okay,
Pero
that's
yung
gonna give away yung
rotation-
positioning nila, but at least wala na yung Blade to deny yung utility usage. Never mind. Null command activated.
Yun nga, yun pa yung isang yung isang problema nila yung null command, pero yung nga lang, oh, Wits will take down Bone Gold right now, pero yung nga lang, Zeke and Kilas, Jazzy Fash will take down Zeke again with that Hunter's Fear, pero Sinat, oh my god, pinubuhay, oy, patayin nyo, pero oh my god, nabuhay pa si Zeke dito, 4v2, kaya pero yun, nakapatay pa na isa, Star Show, no time. Jazzy Fash dito, he's actually low on HP, pero kailangan, i-plant mo lang yan, pero Snakebite, okay lang yan, first half, 8-4, winnable.
Switching sides.
Winnable. Siyempre, 8-4, kayang-kaya. Lalo na pag manalo pa ng pistol yung Team Secret. Kaso hindi talaga sinanalo ng pistol. Lalo na kanina sa Icebox nung talagang kailangan nila manalo sa pistol. But still, this is Breeze. This is... I'm really hoping kung ano ba yung strats na sinesave ng Team Secret, ilabas na nila. Kung may tinatago pa silang trap card, gamitan na nila. This is the time to do it as we go into halftime.
It's getting very close, pero much better than I think what we were kind of fearing kung paano yung magiging outcome dito para sa Team Secret. That 8-4 on their attacking side, I think is pretty much very much a good representation na may ano pa sila dito. May understanding sila kung paano maglaro ang Acend. Unfortunately, I was not a big fan nung masyadong maagang pag Sobadrone ni Jesse Bash doon. It kind of gave away yung setup na gustong gawin ng Team Secret, but lovingly, ganda ng paggagamit ng kanyang ultimate. Now with this, with all of that being said, paano lang yun ang magiging setup ng Team Secret ngayon? Kasi again, if Team Secret can do the same thing na mag-group up sila, we're looking at a mirror matchup. So Acend will do the same thing. What's the adjustment ngayon ng Team Secret when they're gonna be on the pistols? When they're gonna be on not the most of utility na kaya nila? Kasi again, we're just gonna be on those pistols.
Bakit yung titig, man? Parang tinititigan pati yung kaluluwa ko.
Pilimokit ka.
Alam mo yan? Hindi naman Koreano. Yung isa.
Anong shawarma?
Pakiramdam. Sarap nun, men.
Anong shawarma bigla? Hindi ko alam bakit.
Ano ka sabi mo? Ginagawa mo dyan. Si Pretty Boy.
Oh, no.
Hoy, magta-2022 na, dab pa rin.
Dab pa rin?
Dab pa rin, 2022 na. Nakagawa mo dyan. Pero yeah, I mean, for the side of Team Secret, oh my god, what's gonna be the next thing for them to do para lang at least makabawi? Pero ang pinaka-okay lang dito, there's a big reset for these players, man. Alam naman natin, sabihin na natin na sila yung kings of retakes. Okay, yun na lang yung itatak natin sa ulo natin. Way back sa mga iba't ibang mapa. Pero, kailan ba sila na 12-0? Nung defender ba ang Team Secret or nung attacker sila? Oh my god.
Yep.
Pero actually ito, nung nakita ko yung map selection kanina, parang naisip ko rin na since nung ginawa sa kanila ng Gambit na to, yun yung gagawin ng ibang teams sa advantage eh. So there's a huge chance as well na inayos na nila yung breeze nila na mapa. Pero man, hindi mabilis na proseso yun eh.
Oo, hindi biglaan yun, hindi isang araw lang kailangan dun eh.
Matagal na proseso para maayos mo yung isang mapa. Matagal, men.
Nakasingita sila sa A-site.
Oh my god.
Lokong gaano ka stacked up maglaro ang Team Secret dito. They're all about just playing together. Wits should have the perfect time to match up against Bone Cold. That's huge. Cned catching them off. Wits nakapa-flash siya ngayon. Reaction time would be huge as well para sa kanya. Cned still alive and he gets the kill one after the other. Wits gets the refrag. This is good. 3 versus 3.
3v3 now. This man's low on HP. Pero yung let's see if ever makakita pa ng dubstep to. This is actually a really risky move na ginagawa ng dubstep yun. Yun lang ang sinasabi ko. Sobrang risky nung ginawa na doon. Sana nag-antay na lang siya. 9-4.
Ay, ito na tayo. Pahirapan na mag-comeback dito. Acend, nanalo pa sila sa pistol. Ang laki. This is gonna be so hard for Team Secret. They really needed that pistol round. They needed those 2 rounds. And now, I don't know, man. I don't know.
Yeah. Miski ako, hindi ko na alam kung paano gagawin nila ng stat para makabawi dito, man. Knowing na, yes, they have these SMGs against yung Marshall, yung Dispenser, tsaka yung mga Sheriff nila. Is this gonna be worth it, though? Okay lang sana. Siguro mga 3 mapatay ng Team Secret dito, pwede, okay na yun.
Kailangan talaga ng lower bracket sa mga gantong tournament, no?
Gawa nga tayo ng tournament.
Gawa nga tayo ng tournament, tayo na yung bagong champion. Tapos laging champion ng Team Secret.
Gawa tayo ng tournament, magpalaro tayo, pero meron ng champion. Pinag-aalabaran lang nila second tsaka third. Ganun na lang yung gawin natin, men. Pero hindi, hanggat hindi pa 30 ng Acend, puso, kaya pa. Pero pag 30 na yung Acend, GG pa rin, men, kasi nakaabot sila dito. If kunyari na sinasabi nila mas magaling kayo sa Team Secret, pero ba't wala naman kayo dito, di ba? Wala naman tayo. Mga tipong gano'n. Labanan nyo kami mga caster, Sinere pambato namin.
Patay tayo dyan.
Grabe. Shoutout nga pala sa inyo. Kay Ray. Shoutout kay Ray.
Shoutout kay
Tsaka
Ray.
kay Taylor. Na tumaba.
Ang puso. Diba?
Salamat Ilo.
I got you, bro.
Kinabahan ako, man.
Clip it and ship it.
NT.
Something din pala na nakikita natin dito sa Acend, kung bakit sila nakaka-one up palagi sa Team Secret. I don't think na-expect ni Dubstep and the rest of the boys yung pag re-engage ng angle ng Acend dito. Kita mo kung paano si Acend nagsismoke out siya. Kala mo mag-re-reposition siya. Hindi, he just keeps going at it.
Masyadong makunat si Jesse Bash, mga kaibigan. Hindi na napatay ng one shot.
Time walk na siya.
Eto na, Jesse Bash. I-chrono mo na ito, mga kalaban mo.
Man, chrono from Jesse Bash!
Natawa ako sa next time. Alam mo pala yun?
Siyempre, mati.
Akala ko di ka naglaro nun, man.
Naglaro ako nun.
Talaga?
Dubstep.
My God, Dubstep, kahit hindi na nakikita si Starkson, nararamdaman niya ang presensya niya, pero hindi siya napunto to para makapag-away.
30 seconds left.
Dispenser. Oh my God, Dispenser! Hindi ko alam, Team Secret, nakakapatay sila kahit hindi nila nakikita. Dispenser, sumilip na nga yung isa. Sined will fall down. Will deny that recon bot as well. Kiles, mga kiba, anong ginagawa mo rin sa kilid, ha? Nagsisession ka dyan mag-isa, ha? 40 seconds left. Bone Cold with the kill again. Dispenser with a spray. Will take one down. Will take on four. Eto na naman ang kanti ng api. Team Secret. My God. Sige, upuan mo, pampatigas ng tuhod.
Dispenser, what a play. 4 kills for him, pero syempre, let's not get ahead of ourselves. I think bonus round lang ba yun or buy na yun?
Buy.
Buy yun. Hindi, naka-sheriff, naka lang naka-specter lang at saka guardian
yung iba.
Pero so ito na talaga, pero tingnan mo, hindi pa ganun ka-kompleto yung buy ng Team Secret. Ang dami na kasi namatay sa kanila, kaya dalawang guardian,
Not the worst. Alam natin na magaling mag-guardian si Jesse Bash dito, pero problema again is insta-charge, null command. Basically nulls everything that Team Secret has in terms of utility para makapag-stave off ng push ng Acend. What they can really do right now is just wait. Intayin nila utility. Borkum immediately gets the refrag, but Sined is here holding the fort. Intay lang muna tayo ng onte. Kiles as well with the flank on double doors. Pagka drop down nila, mag-iintay pa sila kay Kiles, who is just right behind. Borkum's down.
Ito na. Nagpupush ito yung side ng Team Secret, pero yung start, so getting that advantage pa rin. Man advantage. 11-5. 2 more rounds para sa Acend. Kahit anong mangyari, proud to be Pinoy pa rin tayo, men. Sinamahan natin sila hanggang dito. Nag-ingay tayo hanggang dito.
Tama.
Si Ray nga, nabarangay na. Pero sama-sama pa rin tayo dito.
a lot of the players in the world hindi nila ni-expect na gantong kalayo ang mararating ng Team Secret. Pero nandito pa rin tayo. Kahit anong mangyari, top 8 pa rin tayo.
Oo. Tignan mo, si Average Jonas nga, napalakad matatag, di ba?
Oo.
Tama.
Papajabated na rin siya rin mamaya.
Oo, papajabated. Oo nga pala, sana Tarik, masaya ka sa mga pinapagpapanood mo. Oh, yan ang ginagawa mo dyan, Sinad, ha? Nagtatanim mo kamote? Nagawa mo dyan? Zeke, Dispenser, naka-sheriff lang siya dito pero one tap to the head! Oh my god, dito tumama pero oh my god, Wits again, naka-frenzy pa nga! Nilabas na nga mga petsa, hindi pero nga lang, it's just Wits, ito na ang pagbago ng api, hindi pa tapos to! Team Secret will get that 6 points! Buhay pa ang TS, hanggat hindi pa 30 ng Acend, pupusuan ng TS to. Isipin nyo, Gambit nga nakapag-comeback eh, 9 straight rounds. Sa tingin nyo, hindi kaya ng Team Secret yan? Gambit, hindi gamit pero Breeze lang yung problema, mapa lang yung problema. Pero for sure, inayos na nila yan.
Tsaka, eco round pa yon, thrifty pa yon. Sobrang laki nun. Naiwasan nila yung... They were playing for overtime, actually. Pero dahil nanalo sila ng thrifty, nakaiwas sila ng match point and this is gonna help their economy. At tignan nyo na nangyari. Nasira ang ekonomiya ng Acend. Now they only have 4 pistols tsaka isang Vandal.
Man,
yeah. Acend is gonna be on that blade though. To add to that then, weirdly enough, Team Secret sila yung nagiging aggressive pag wala silang pera. Tingin nyo kung gano'n nag-double, triple push ata sila at mid nung naka-blades na si Dubstep. They need to keep doing something like that para lang makatch off dito ang Acend. And once again, kahit man medyo mahirap ang Acend in terms of yung pera nila sa creds, they still have to respect that CNED got the blades.
Yeah. Pero nga, time is taking on the side of Acend. They need to go in. CNED. Tatlo lang yung blades nila dito, so this is gonna be really difficult para sa kanila. Dubstep, try to be aggressive again tulad ng mga ginagawa niya na marami siyang naging mistake sa pagiging aggressive ngayon, pero hopefully makabawi siyang marami. Pero nga lang, that smoke, perfect timing on that smoke para lang at least hindi siya mapatay dito ng Acend. Pero that kill is actually huge already. Taking down Zeke na isang kill na lang, meron ng null command, okay na yun, men. Pero yung nga lang, wala silang idea at all. Kaya sa gilid na si Dubsy, pero Sined with that angle kills as well with that kill again. Parang just imagine Borgum is doing the job already. Wits, mga kaibigan, doon lang sa gilid ng smoke, ng wall. 2v2, Starks on low, Sined also low. Oh no! Starks with a 2k1! Feeling ko, Team Secret, wag nang bumili ng baril eh. Lagi naman silang nananalo sa thrifty.
Oh no, thrifty win for how did this happen? Oh, so sad.
That is so good. Akala ko unintentional na drop ni Starks na yung wall niya para makapag-peek out sila doon, but they just reacted to it. They just knew it was gonna go down. Good reactionary para sa kanila. Really unfortunate na natalo din nakapatay si Kiles dun on the flank. I think because of that din pala, nag-force ang Team Secret para mag-push forward. Kasi again, they don't want to get pinched. Ayaw nila na may kumalabit sa likod nila, which was gonna be Kiles, yung Cypher ng Acend. And Team Secret just felt the pressure. They had to push forward. If not, they would have gotten flanked hard and they had no position. They just had no proper position to actually deal with that pag lumabas si Kiles dun sa bridge. So they had to act quick and fast, but just did not work out nila. And nakita mo din sa POV natin kanina, guys. Wits, he could have gotten an impact frag now when he was pushing out, but yung wall, I'm not sure if it was Borkum's wall or yung Acend's wall, pero hindi siya makakita and he couldn't track kung saan siya pabaril, so he had to reposition, and in that reposition stance na ginawa niya, nahuli ang ibang members ng Team Secret, unfortunately.
It's just gonna be the last round for our Filipino brethren.
Pero may ano pa sila, may buy pa naman, tsaka may off na si Dubstep, so may chance pa rin. Tsaka onti na lang yung pera ng Acend, kung ma-reset na lang yung economy ng Acend dito. Pwede pa tong maging 12-8 at least.
Hindi pa 13 ng Acend, men. Kaya pa to. Puso lang. Oo. Easy daw eh. Nga lang surprise yung dalawa dito pero nga they knew it. Dahil ko nasabay yung mga dalawang players dito ng Team Secret. Acend pushing in pero nga nilabas na yung trailblazers na kinakatch pero nga lang Jesse Vash will take down Keyless, but Zeke with a big refrag right now, pero Bone Cold Forkum na naman napatay dito. Wala silang fire spit. Dispenser, the only man remaining, meron siyang mural. That is the only thing na pwede makapagbawi dito sa side ng Team Secret. Dubstep, tignan natin if ever meron ba magagawa yung operator. This might be the last round of Team Secret, Azuray tsaka Ilu.
Ayaw masyado. I don't think so, and he's gonna have to swap to a Vandal here. I think this might be GG unless it's a miracle play here. Dubstep goes down 1v4 Dispenser. Spectre, and I just don't think he can do it. That's gonna be GG. Well played. Acend will take it to the heartbreaks of all the Filipino fans, but still proud pa rin kami kasi ang layo ng narating ng Team Secret.
Nung nag-swap din si Dubstep ng weapon, Sina just heard him. So, hintayin na lang siya sa off angle, waited for Dubstep to peek out, and he just tapped him down. This ends the run, as you mentioned, of Team Secret, but it's a good run. They've taken a lot of teams to the brink. So there will always be one winner, one not winner sa mga ganitong klase series. And unfortunately, we're on the receiving end of the not winner side.
They tried their best, and syempre sobrang na-appreciate natin yung capability na binigay dito ng Team Secret. Sobrang daming teams na nagulat, sobrang daming region na nagulat. To be honest, nung natalo na yung mga iba't ibang teams, Team Secret nga naging fan favorite eh. Pati yung mga pro players, yung mga content creators, Team Secret naging favorite nila.
Sadness. That's all I have to say. Sadness, but we have to move on. Meron pa rin tayo mga SCA representatives, kaya supportan rin natin yung the rest of the SCA members. We still have one team, Acend. They're playing, I think, tomorrow yata. Pero in the meantime, I think it's gonna be Liquid versus Cloud9. That's gonna be the next series that we have. But yeah, we still bid goodbye to Team Secret. They have made everyone proud. They came so far.
Tingnan tayo sa highlights muna ng mga nangyari doon. Man, guys, really unfortunate para sa Team Secret dito. It just felt like they just felt a little bit off. Like may mga sobrang rounds of brilliance sila pero may points, ang dami nilang points talaga na sobrang gusto nilang makakuha ng kill that they gave up good positioning just to try to chase for that.
Jesse Vash na doon, sabi ng Vamos. Yung Brazilian na ba si Jesse Vash dito? Yeah, I mean, I really can feel the sadness of our players, pero they did their best. Kahit anong mangyari, guys, Team Secret, we are proud of you.
Yeah,
we are really proud of you.
They got into the top 8.
Yeah.
Top 8 out of 16 teams. Exactly.
That's huge, man.
They outlived
one of the biggest achievements
Brazil,
so far.
they outlived Korea, they outlived most
Sentinels.
of NA. They outlived Sentinels. Ibig sabihin, mas magaling tayo sa Sentinels.
Sensitive property, bro. Omsim. Ano nagigiba?
Corny naman na ito.
Pusin na natin. Lipat na tayo. Lipat na tayo, guys. Hindi, pero joke lang yun.
Ano ka, gulong?
Oh my gosh.
Joke lang. Huwag kayo magalit.
Hindi pala hindi pala barila ng laban. Vulcanizing shop pala ang trip na ito, mga to.
Ito din pala, in the span of what, a year? More than a year? We started from, like I mentioned kanina, Team 5, Team Adroit, to Bren Esports, to Team Secret, and Team Secret representing Philippines here sa Masters, or sorry, excuse me, not Masters, but Valorant Champions. It's an achievement that you just cannot say no to, diba? It's just out of talaga. Just But I just can't find the words, man. That was really, like, I really wanted Secret to win for sure.
Yeah, we're all very, very sad. Pero ayun na nga mga kaibigan, unfortunately, that has been it. Asaray, do we have time to thank our sponsors before we go?
Oh yeah, of course. Always. Siyempre nagpapa-push sa atin para magawa ito is one of our amazing sponsors, Globe. Malayo mararating ng gaming needs mo with Global Home Prepaid Wi-Fi. Just load HomeSurf 199 para may 30 gigabytes data ka na, valid for 7 days. And all you gotta do is spend 199 pesos lang.
Yeah, well, there you have it. Thank you guys for tuning in. But unfortunately, that's it for us tonight. And unfortunately, that's it for Team Secret. Salamat, Team Secret, sa pag-represent sa atin in SEA and also the Philippines. Mga casters, us casters, hanga kami sa inyo. Saludo kami sa inyo. Thank you. But unfortunately, the run ends here. We're gonna take a short break. When we come back, magtutuloy ang Valorant Champions.
Manages to get that last knife right in his face. Oh, the flick is absolutely gorgeous.
One enemy remaining.
Nice! Let's go!
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Sa mahabang win streak, kaya nating lahat. Equip your home with fiber fast internet. Para pati si mommy, sure MVP. Get your fiber upgrade right away with tons of freebies. Plus health essentials when you switch to the new Only Fiber Up. Apply now.
Domination continues as Acend become the first team to make it through to the semi-finals here at Valorant Champions. I'm back on the desk with Ryan and Potter. We wanted to see 3 maps, but unfortunately it just wasn't Secret's day today.
I mean, they did the Philippines proud. They did SEA and APAC proud. Like, it's just the fact that they came into this tournament getting playoffs in a group that was competitive still, but this is just a testament to how good Acend are looking and their chances going forward to the potentially finals. Like, Team Liquid C9 have to respect Acend now, certainly after that kind of display.
Yeah, definitely so. And even, I mean, I'm glad that we got to see the heroes coming up. They weren't heroes, but they were heroes to me, right? This squad, we got to talk about Dispenser. The way he was defending that B site, sure, it didn't come out well every time, but the rounds that they did win, man, if Dispenser is able to somehow replicate that sort of form moving forward for this squad, it was a fantastic hold all alone. I believe he got 4 kills for himself. Kudos to Team Secret and for Dispenser for putting on a show like that.
Oh yeah, I know they're going to be a little bit disappointed to go out earlier, but I'm not disappointed in them whatsoever. On the flip side of Acend, you know, we spoke about how they need to come out, make a statement, stay strong, and be consistent, and they've achieved all of that today, Potter.
They certainly have. Let's just appreciate the frags that Zeke was getting. As I mentioned, he was so mobile across the map, and he kind of has to be, right? He's not really an anchor, but he shows up as the hit is coming, and he's meant to stop, disrupt, and apply the pressure on the attackers. And Zeke did that fantastically. Just beautiful, confident plays coming out from him.
It's how it all came together as well from player performances. Zeke looking good, Bone Cold clutching out, and CNED 12-2, first kills against first deaths. Like, Acend shows violence today, and it's just a shame it was against fan favorites like Team Secret.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, it's the fan favorite up against Acend, and EMEA team is tough to call that one. But I want to talk about Bone Cold real quick, because he really went through a lot after Masters Berlin. I feel like he took the brunt of all of the criticisms people threw at him. How nice is it to see him come out and pull off big clutches like the way he did today?
Definitely, especially when you consider the fact that he is a player that's also changed what agent he's mostly playing. Typically on that controller role, but as soon as we went into an Astra meta, he was like, I'm going to leave that for somebody else to do. Mostly on Sova, clutched out near enough all of the pistols, Acend winning all of the pistols today. He was instrumental to why Acend looks so much more composed today.
The Hunter's Furies, my goodness, I think he got three kills at least just on Breeze with the Hunter's Furies. My God, I kind of was a little bit salty because I was like, you know what, at least Envy can walk away with this with the crashies. The amount of Hunter's Furies that he was getting, and Bone Cold's like, nah, we're gonna make sure everyone knows EMEA is just far superior. Bone Cold just put on an absolute show.
Yeah, it's great to see him back on form. We had a lot of crazy rounds in that map as well. And to break one of those down is a Mitchman standing by the telestrator.
Thank you so much, Sue. Yes, I'm here over at the Telestrator getting to try out these tools. It's been a little while. I'm excited to break down some of the Acend defensive side rounds that we have on standby, and let's just jump right in. We're going to start by just looking at the mini-map, and in this clip, you're going to see a little bit of early mid-control and how Acend wanted to go about taking it. I found this super interesting to watch the round as it unfolded. So we're going to stop right away. The barriers have just come up, and you're already going to see there's two players sitting up here outside of A. You can see CNED wants to get a little bit aggressive, right? But it's the mid control that I'm particularly interested in. Look at this cool little tool. We're going to take a look at how they hold onto the control of elbow, as well as challenging mid, to make sure that in the early round there's very little control going to their opponents. They started out by looking at this. Obviously, we have the knife to get the information. Is there anyone outside of B? Anyone pushing up an elbow? Combined with that, the push comes out of a KO to take this control. You have a Sova on top and Nest watching down to make sure that all these angles are covered. It's really tough to be in this position in the early round, but having your teammates covering your bases like that is super important. What is very interesting to me, though, is after they don't get contact in elbow or mid to start the round, and there's no B rush coming out or contact on it, they're seeing nothing, right? They opt to go for this A main aggression, and this is going to be pivotal in the round a little bit later on, because you see CNED sneak into position right down here, and that is crucial. As their opponents start to move back to seize control elsewhere, they've given up all of middle, leaving this completely open because they know that they've got control on the other side of the map. So there's no need to fully commit towards holding on to mid. And what ends up happening is they have this bit of a scrappy fight with the Viper dueling up close. While that's going down, CNED's in the background really just harassing them and making sure that this default into mid control never really gets too out of control for them. The problem obviously being that there was a couple of big kills on top mid. Looking at this later round, I wanted to see the adaptation that Team Secret went for. That mid control in the early round was very important, allowing Acend to push up, and so instead they're actually going to use the drop right below the shoot, having a player tucked in there, Cypher utility to cover out on the flanks, a camera as well for that extra bit of info if things do get dicey. And the problem for Team Secret is this is to allow them to push A, and they go straight into this Viper's pit. The handy thing is, you're not going to challenge that, right? You're not going to run through it, especially like they were so lucky with 3 players up there. Acend are going to try to use CNED to skirmish inside of that pit, try to force a couple of duels, and ultimately they'll see nothing. The typical utility that we just saw deployed there being the Trailblazer, you'll have drones, all that sort of stuff, trying to find the Viper. But if you take a look right up here, and I can zoom on in, you've actually got CNED being the front man. So those drones or anything like that that's going in to try and force a duel onto the Viper ends up being CNED. Even if he dies, your Viper's pit stays erect and everything's going to be just fine. Acend then start to rotate, and this was a super interesting thing for me. You know, they've got no mid control, a stark contrast to their previous defensive side, and yet they are now confident in leaving it open with this one trap wire, and I feel like a little bit of a mistake maybe is just leaving that trap wire there, right? The double shock dart to take that down has been consistent from a lot of teams. The rotate comes through from Team Secret. They look to hit the B side, but Acend have already read them like a book thanks to this early control they had and the fact that they previously made Team Secret feel a little uncomfortable about taking that mid control because of the round that we saw earlier on. They end up in this fight inside of B main, but there are so many players still alive. One of the first KO reses we actually get to see come through in these kind of high intensity situations, and it ends up playing a pretty decent role as well, allowing Zeke to support his teammates in a lot of these fights. You see those flash assists coming on through, and they'll finish out the round pretty flawlessly. I enjoyed this round because it showed the sort of adaptation from one round to another. You'll see them fight for aggressive mid control and then loosen it up, give it to their opponents and fight on the extremities instead. Ultimately, that depth for Acend is something that gives them the upper hand in a lot of these fights. But enough from me. Let's have it back on over to the desk to hear what they thought about the game.
Thank you very much, Mitch, for that breakdown. Yes, a lot of great decision-making, and as you said, the depth of Acend has helped them a lot in this matchup, which means they are now through to the semi-finals. The bracket looks a little bit different now than it did a couple of hours ago. It's starting to fill up already as we head deeper into the quarter-finals. But Potter, you know, we talk about favorites, underdogs, or surprises. This, on paper, wasn't too big of a surprise.
It wasn't. It wasn't at the end of the day. Look, Team Secret, I think, stole a lot of people's hearts, including a lot of people on this desk, the casters. So certainly for that one, there was a lot of hope involved, but I think in the end result, it played out a lot how it should have. My goodness.
Yeah, I think the only interesting aspect of it is that Acend did it without showing their bind or their Acend. They did it on maps that they've looked a little bit awkward on through the tournament, so to do that dominantly, it's going to be difficult for their semi-final opponent just to get a read on what the picks and bans are going to be. And if it's Team Liquid, well, we saw them recently match up in home ground finals, so what have they done since then to maybe adapt? But I'm expecting Cloud9 to maybe throw a wrench in that kind of prediction. That's all predictions in this tournament, right?
It is a big win for Acend. We've had to say goodbye to Team Secret, unfortunately, but we're going to give him a nice send-off with a Verizon high-speed moment. Potter, you spoke highly of Dispenser. Talk me through how important this round was.
Oh, okay, let's look at this. Okay, Dispenser's about to get pinched right here. Not only did the Jet dash into the site, he's utilizing his utility, and we always talk about maximizing value out of the kit. That's exactly what Dispenser did here, and being able to balance the timing on when to have your gun out, when to have your crosshair placement, when to look at your camera, when to play off your trips. There's just so many moving pieces when you're playing a round out like that, and Dispenser makes it look beautiful, and that's hard to do. So kudos to Dispenser for having a round for himself.
Yeah, for Acend going into the semis, I think that was the only aspect of their attack that I was a bit nitpicky about. How quickly it could unravel, especially when, like Mitch sort of said, but on the other side, when Team Secret did get mid-control, how they could exploit that, because Acend kind of got attacked from elbow, from tunnel. That's a problem maybe, but I imagine that's something that they're going to look at instantly.
Yeah, and I'm looking forward to seeing how they fix those kind of things. You guys have heard from Mitch already by the telestrator, but he is here standing by with Stark, so for the Verizon post-match interview.
Yes, indeed. I'm stood here down on the interview stage with Starzo from Acend, our first semi-finalist here at Champions. Starzo, congratulations on this pretty convincing win. Was this game a little bit of a surprise to you? Coming up against Secret, I imagine this wasn't the team you expected to face today.
Yeah, this game went pretty well for us. Like, we didn't expect it easy game or anything. Like, every team here is very good. Like, Team Secret played some good Valorant before, like last game, and we just came into this game with fresh mind, like we always go, and we went confident and we won.
Well, when it comes to the preparation of this game, coming into the tournament, how much did you expect from a team like Team Secret? And was this a little bit of stress on you guys last second to prepare for them?
To prepare, like we didn't prepare at all.
Oh.
We never prepare, like we talk about it like open, like we don't prepare against teams, we don't anti-strat anyone. We just go into the game, we play our game, we read them like in game, how they play, how they work on the map, and we just adapt, and this is our game plan.
Wow, that's super interesting. Yeah, just play your own game, quite literally, really taking the mantra across the line. I love that. Well, talking about Team Secret, obviously you said they played some really good Valorant. Have you looked at some of the other games that they were playing? Have you guys been keeping tabs on them at all? And if you have, I'm wondering, in your opinion at least, what do you think brought them this far?
I think being underdog brought these teams too far. Like all these teams that qualified from like South America and stuff like this, they were very big underdogs, and no one like expected. I think teams underestimated them a bit, and they just proved that they can beat them, and they improved.
Well, speaking of teams that have improved, we have to mention Acend. At the previous LAN event, I think it's fair to say you guys didn't hit the same peak that you are right here and now. And I'm wondering, what is the difference? Did the LAN experience make a big difference, or is there another factor that has brought you guys to this new elevated level of play?
Yeah, I think we still didn't peak, like we didn't reach our peak of potential. We think like after this game we said to each other like we feel like we played our 60 to 70% potential, so there's still a lot in front of us. We need more confidence coming into next games, and obviously it was a rough moment after losing 200 teams, but we stood up, we were working on our mental, on our confidence, and hopefully we show it this tournament.
Well, fantastic. Well, best of luck in your semi-final game. You're going to be taking on the winner of Cloud9 versus Team Liquid. And just before I let you go, have you got a prediction on which one of those teams will take it?
No, but I would like to play Team Liquid and Cloud9 both, but we lost to Team Liquid lately, so we want to prove that we're still here and we can beat you again.
Yeah.
Not again,
right,
but get the revenge. Sorry.
I was going to say, yeah, exactly. You want to take down Team Liquid, the rematch, and hell, that'll give us an EMEA semifinal, so I'm all for it. Speaking of that game, it's going to be starting in just a little bit, so let's toss things over to a break, and when we come back, we will have Team Liquid versus Cloud9.
Isang mahabang win streak, kaya nating lahat. Equip your home with fiber fast internet. Para pati si mommy, sure MVP. Get your fiber upgrade right away with tons of freebies. Plus health essentials when you switch to the new Only Fiber Up. Apply now.
I'm in the set pace live. Rip the set, let's get live. I see I ride the beat. Speaking in Irish. I'm in the set pace live. Rip the set, let's get live. I see I ride the beat. Speaking in Irish. I'm in the set pace live. Rip the set, let's get live. I see I ride the beat. Speaking in Irish. I'm in the set pace live. Rip the set, let's get live. I see I ride the beat. Speaking in Irish. And I'm gonna set pace first. And I'm gonna set pace. I'm gonna set pace. I'm gonna set pace. I'm gonna set pace. I'm gonna set pace live. Rip the set, make the skets get live. Nicely I ride the beat. Speaking in Ivy. I'm gonna set pace live. Rip the set, make the skets get live. Nicely I ride the beat. Speaking in Ivy. I'm gonna set pace live. Rip the set, make the skets get live. Nicely I ride the beat. Speaking in Ivy. I'm gonna set pace live. Rip the set, make the skets get live. Nicely I ride the beat. Speaking in Ivy. Rhyme.
It's like I'm suffocating. I can't catch my breath, frustration. I'm put up to the test. I'm waiting, so patient. They get me out my neck. I'm like, I want you, let me breathe. Yeah, won't you let me breathe?
So I sit back, think about what it could be. Shouldn't need a ventilator to breathe. I just need good vibes, music and weed. Filling my lungs, exhaling bad dreams. I just wanna chill and make a little beat. Wanna live free from the stress, need relief. You don't believe the move around me. Haven't you heard down here around the beat? Yeah.
It's like I'm suffocating. I can't catch my breath, frustration. I'm put up to the test. I'm waiting, so patient. They getting out my neck. I'm wrecked, so won't you let me breathe? Won't you let me breathe? I'm suffocating. Won't you let me breathe? Won't you let me breathe? Won't you? Won't you? Won't you let me? Won't you? Won't you? Won't you let me breathe? Bailar dame un beso. Bailar dame un beso. Mi corazón balanceando. Bailar dame un beso. Bailar dame un beso. Bailar dame un beso. Bailar dame un beso. Mi corazón balanceando. Bailar dame un beso. Bailar dame un beso. Bailar dame un beso. Bailar dame un beso. Mi corazón balanceando. Bailar dame un beso. Bailar dame un beso. Bailar dame un beso. Bailar dame un beso. Mi corazón balanceando.
Welcome back to Champions, and welcome to a whole new analyst desk. For the first time this tournament, I get to hang out with my boy Bala and my least favorite math professor, Mr. Mitch, man. How you doing, buddy?
I'm feeling pretty good. You know, before that intro, I was feeling great. Now good.
I just threw you off kilter.
Yeah.
Well, you've already been through the ringer today. You've been doing it all. You've been breaking down individual rounds. You've been talking to players. Now we've got you up here on the desk to help us set the stage for Team Liquid versus Cloud9. I think for many, this is one of the most, if not the most anticipated quarterfinal.
Yeah, marquee matchup, I think. Not only today, but overall in the 4 matches that we have, because this could be a final. Like, genuinely, this could be a final, Team Liquid versus Cloud9. Team Liquid a favorite for so long, I feel like, coming into this, and Cloud9 as well, showing up a big way after LCQ too.
Well, let's start there. Let's start with the first team you mentioned there in a favorite, Team Liquid, because interestingly enough, it was their early performances here at this tournament so far, Mitch, at Champions, that started changing that conversation, and very quickly it feels like it snowballed into, okay, this is the team to watch.
Oh, definitely, and I think that game up against Sentinels really hammered it home. You know, you have to remember as well, this is a team that did well versus Crew. They kind of dominated them, and at face value, that didn't seem like much at the time. And then you see Crew's redemption arc and realize, no, actually, that's a really good sign, a really good litmus test of just how strong this Team Liquid roster is coming into this event. They are scary. And I mean, look, that's the man everyone's going to be talking about in Scream, his brother as well coming in here. But honestly, the entire team carries about the same weight at this point, and it is ludicrous to imagine a 5-man roster where Scream is not miles above everybody else, which for the entirety of the start of his Valorant career, that was never the case. He was always leading the charge.
Yeah, and it's weird though, because I actually, when you mentioned, hey, Scream is going to be the guy, I'm actually not thinking that based on the first 2 matchups that we saw from them, right? Because Scream started very slow, I think.
Yes.
But over time, he still comes out swinging, which is amazing to me. The ability for the team to do okay while Scream has 0 kills.
I was going to say that, what was it, 0-11 I think he was to kick off that map. I mean, so nutty that the team can rally behind that and still find a way to victory. What is it for you, Bala, that makes this team unique? What separates them from the rest and makes it feel like maybe they can't be caught up to in this short period of time?
Yeah, I think I'd be remiss to not mention the double op that they're bringing out, right? That seems to be not only becoming meta, but also they're still the only team really running it. They have 3 players on this team that are consistently picking it up. You got Yampy, you got Scream when he's playing Jet, and then you have Navera as well. And all of them are so consistent with it that it's hard to figure out where it's going to be, right? You don't really have a chance to work out the map and, drone off the op like other teams have.
Yeah, I think the versatility when it comes, especially the map we just saw on our screens a second ago, somewhere like Breeze, like Icebox, where there's so many long-range angles to duel against, it can be really tough to figure out, where you're running into that angle. You know, Scream is one of the first people as well to sort of spearhead, at least in EMEA, the non-opping Jet. Once we started to see Jet picked up again and again and again by those oppers, the Rays kind of took the back foot and all, and even, I think we had Sage at the time as well. Scream then decided to turn things around. He was like, you know what, I'm going to play a Jet, but I'm not going to be opping. I'm going to be dashing into the site first. I'm going to open up space for my teammates, and he still walks away with some incredible amount of kills and ACS and all this sort of stuff, considering his role often should lead to instant death.
Well, you called him out as he stepped off the shuttle, and of course, it's the guy we're going to focus in on first and foremost, just as the leader of the squad, right? And I think the further you go into tournaments, the deeper you go into those pressure situations, you always put a higher focus on the person who's charged with keeping everyone pointed in the right direction. Yes, everyone else is still going to have to perform behind that, but if he's feeling himself and not kicking it off on 0-11, that's going to unleash the squad that much more, I think, to be firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, that's a scary thought, but I think that's also going to be a major part of Cloud9's game plan is try to nullify Scream, right? Try to stop him. Try to get him in a position where he'll go 0-11, because then you have a chance.
Right, yeah, your only chance, right? Keep him down that much. We also called out Navera, the newest addition. I think that, again, we just once again need to look at him. You talk about him picking up the double op sometimes, but he's also doing crazy stuff with an Odin. And that, for me, is to that point of versatility that
I like
you
that
talked about.
Right?
Yeah, well,
Oh yeah. I mean, we can
versatility, and I think that this kid has brought so much to this roster and this team in terms of opening them up to not be so one-dimensional.
Oh, I have to agree with you 100%. Honestly, it's a funny thing because when you think about Navera, he is a very new player in the Valorant competitive scene. He was obviously in Counter-Strike for a long time, and now he's coming over here, but he played for like 7-8 months before we saw him actually get an official. This guy was grinding out the game. Yeah. So mechanically, it was no surprise to see him come in and still be a strong player. And all those matchmaking games have given him that idea that, you know what, maybe the Odin is that little bit stronger than people think.
I don't think it's matchmaking, bro. I think it's just
all those ranked, man.
Yeah, I think he's just fundamentally a smart person, right? He understands the game and can pick up the new ideas that he's like, hold on a second, this is new for me. Let's try it out. Let's figure things out. And I think that's why Navera came out with such a strong first tournament and still also first LAN now. And as he takes the stage for the first time today, I think we're going to see a very, very interesting thing from Navera, which is always these firsts for him are so good.
That's another good point, man. They're going to be stepping on the stage for the first time. I can't wait to see the kind of energy that they come out here with.
They've been boxed up
right?
For so
yeah,
long.
I know, right? I'm almost expecting a heck of a lot. We talk about quarterfinals, single elimination at this point, and the pressure that piles on. Let's hear from Yampy on playing under that kind of pressure.
Hello everyone, my name is Elias Olkkonen, also known as Yampy, and I play for Team Liquid. Right now we are doing pretty well under pressure. I think the inexperience we had like in the start of the year was pretty tough, especially in Reykjavik, because it was like four of our players like first big LAN event, and I think Scream was the only one who had experience on the champions right now. I think we are feeling really confident and trusting ourselves. I don't think we are unstoppable yet. There's so many mistakes we still do. I think there's always room for improvements. I just want to say all the fans out there watching our games, it's been super nice the support you guys have been giving us lately.
Well, once again, Team Liquid enters this matchup as, I think, a clear favorite by many. But Cloud9, the remaining North American hope, which internationally seems to always be the case no matter what esport you're in, League of Legends all the way to Valorant. It's something I'm very comfortable having to witness from the sidelines. It's a part of our culture. But as well, there's another cool little individual storyline here, which is that Vanity having joined Cloud9. This is a rematch for him individually from all the way back, Masters Reykjavik.
Yeah, and I think the cool part about the rematch is that you just heard Yampy, right, talk about how they've learned a lot since Reykjavik. I think Vanity has learned a lot and is also on a much, much different team, but you're still going to see these things that Vanity's going to throw at this team that he knows, hey, this is kind of something that worked before. Let's try to get them off of their comfort zone, right? And that's actually, in my opinion, very hard to do against Team Liquid, but it will be a big part of Vanity's strategy.
Yeah, you talk about the things that he's learned. Obviously, we have a lot when it comes to gameplay. Hell, the man's even picked up Korean in the last couple of weeks, so I'm getting a little bit nervous about how much he could have improved. But yeah, one of the other things, though, the fact that Team Liquid are coming into this arena for one of the first times, right, that is then going to put them in. Sure, you have that experience from before that Yampy just talked about, but you haven't had to actually put that to the test so far, really. And now coming into the arena, that's going to set a big, big tone against C9, who we have seen at the start of every single game. They're stood up, they're screaming in your face. There's no way you get to sit back and feel comfortable.
Yeah, that's an interesting point, because I had thought about it from the Team Liquid perspective, just of like, oh, I'm sure they're going to have more energy finally getting to come out onto this stage. Sure. But again, the idea that Cloud9 has already been here. They've already been able to experience the pressure and the change in environment, have that back and forth between their opponents, and we know they're willing to dish it just as much as they can take it. And so how will this Cloud9 roster come out with a fire today and start shouting across that stage? Vanity, of course, at the helm, but looking at a couple other of absolute stars behind him. Leaf has had some highlight moments. Mitch as well.
Yeah, I think Leaf is a big one for me. Mitch, of course, too. And the interesting part about Mitch is his opping on Killjoy or Cypher. But Leaf is somebody, we mentioned Scream, has he had the, slow start against Sentinels. Leaf also started off this tournament kind of slow as well. But at the beginning of all this for Cloud9, they have come into this with like a idea of, if they start slow, it's fine. Once they get to the lower bracket, once it gets time for them to potentially go home, they turn it up. And I think Leaf actually has shown that progression as well throughout this tournament. So maybe you can expect that as well.
Well, he's currently sat in the top 5 players when it comes to rating in this event, considering how some of their games have gone and that they were in the group of death, remember, such a difficult thing to get out of. Every match is going to be hyper competitive, but hell, we've learned that that's just the way Champions is in in general, you have to look at this and say, well, Leaf, he's going to be spearheading the charge, and I would almost say without a doubt. I'm not going to say he has to show up because I'm pretty sure he will, because he has in every game so far. But there are so many other players on this roster that I look at and I'm scared of. Zeta, for example, pulling out that Odin when it comes to Acend. He won my heart, that's for damn sure. But even in that game there that we just saw in Breeze, he was having some incredible clutch rounds. I really feel like for C9 right now, they might not have the same caliber as we look at on Liquid when it comes to individuals stepping it up like your Yampis, your Scream, your Nivera. But when they're on form, which so far they have been, I think they can match up.
Yeah, I want to go a step further, though, right? Because you say that Leaf probably will show up, but I think he has to. I think he absolutely has to against Team Liquid, because when you talk about disrupting a team that is trying to play from their comfort zone, defaulting a lot and whatnot, Leaf is that guy. He's always spearheading it, whether it's on, Breeze, which we've seen time over and over, watching him walk down mid and try to find an early kill. Those types of things are what they need to win against Team Liquid.
And again, I think the entire point about how they've been tested kind of every step of the way, yes, coming out of the group of death, they've had tough competition that they've had to overcome, but also looking at things like the very first interview that we ran with them, in which it was asked about their Breeze performance. Normally known as one of their best maps, but played very close the first time around here on the Champions stage in order to take that Breeze map. But I think against Vision Strikers, they showed us a little bit more of what they had learned on that same map, and against a arguably tougher opponent, performed even better on it. So this is a team that's willing to learn over the course of this tournament.
We saw that at LCQ, right? Their rematches against Rise and the other teams that they were playing on Breeze specifically, they learned so many different things. The poison orb that they're throwing up. There's a lot, I think, that Cloud9 is willing to learn, and based off of the couple of matches that we've seen so far, I think we're already seeing them implement some of that stuff.
I mean, we just saw a little taste of it. I think we have a little more of it. I do want to actually hear from the man, Mitch, on what it was like to take down Vision Strikers in that group of death.
My name is Mitch. I play for Cloud9 Blue. The team morale is really high. Like always, we're always having fun and trolling. Honestly, I've always wanted to play against Vision Strikers. I think they're a really strong team, and I've always watched them since the beginning of the game. So it means a lot to actually play against them and beat them for sure. Because they're the original team that held the insane record of amount of wins in Korea. We're definitely going to be confident going into tomorrow. Thank you to Cloud9, all management, our fans, our sponsors, and everyone watching at home. Without you guys, this wouldn't be possible, so thank you.
It's nice to be thanking the org. Now let's see if they can return the favor to the org, though, right? Because, again, that's what you're looking to do here at Champions. You've already made it pretty far. You've made it to the top 8. That's something to be proud of. But every single match from here on out, the further you go, the more respect you demand, not only for yourself, your team, but also your region.
Yeah, I think if it wasn't for Mitch, that interview would be a little worrisome for me, because he's saying, oh, yeah, we beat Vision Strikers. Oh, we feel good. But Mitch is a stoic guy. I get it that he doesn't really, feel that the job is done. Whereas if it came from anybody else, I'd be like, oh, hold on, you still got quarterfinals to play.
Yeah, I think one of the things that we have to look at for C9 that you really cannot underline anymore is that everybody in NA is now looking at them. We talk about pressure being on for Team Liquid coming into an arena. Well, C9 are coming into this arena again. They've been here. We know they get loud, but we've got to see that same thing from them, that same level of confidence, that same level of morale on that team, because they now have the entirety of their region on their back, and that is going to be a big factor in this matchup.
Got to bring the fire. Got to bring the fight. It's an elimination match. It's a chance to move on to the semifinals. We're going to a break. When we come back, we'll get into all the nitty-gritty, the maps, the agents, and everything before the teams hit the stage. We'll catch you here in just a bit.
Don't pause. Press play. Don't pause. Press play.
Time slows down when it can get no worse. Wishing there was something left to lose. This could be the day I die for you.
win streak, kaya nating lahat. Equip your home with fiber fast internet. Para pati si mommy, sure MVP. Get your fiber upgrade right away with tons of freebies. Plus health essentials when you switch to the new Only Fiber Up. Apply now.
Welcome back to Champions for Team Liquid versus Cloud9. And Bala, there's a lot of interesting conversations, a lot of interesting things to track throughout an international competition, but one of the most interesting things to me so far has been the usage of KO.
Yep.
Creeping up more and more throughout the tournament. Some teams really looking to utilize that agent, others staying away from it completely. But in this matchup, we got two players who are more than willing to jump to it.
Yeah, I think one major thing coming into an event of this scale is that you have to have some sort of meta-defining trait about your team. Team Liquid now has two, right? They have Soulcast who plays KO, they have the double op. Now, on the other side, though, we do have Cloud9, who is playing KO. In fact, I would say they're probably the godfathers of real meta KO right now because of the way that they played it throughout LCQ, which is Zeppa on KO. And he has been very good on the agent, but it doesn't necessarily show as much in the stats, I think, as some of the other players who play KO because he is that much more assistive with it.
Yeah, I gotta say, when it comes to KO right now, I'm still not convinced that it's really bringing any sort of value compared with some of the agents that you can slot in there instead of.
Really?
But it's gonna be a thing that over time. I'm a Team Liquid fan. It doesn't mean I have to love every comp they have. Come on, man. I mean, look, I just feel like there's a lot of better comps out there. We'll get into that when we talk map specific, but if you're in a matchup where it's KO versus KO, that's also going to bring a lot of super interesting contrasts. Like, you're going to reconsider whether you even want to bring that agent in.
I mean, anytime you mirror something, right, a skill discrepancy or difference seems to be that much more highlighted because the person who's more effective on the agent is going to get a lot more for their squad. But let's talk a little bit about then what KO does bring to a lineup, because obviously one of the major differences, we've seen a Sky, for example, traded out for a KO, obviously Flash for Flash. Where do you see the value of KO, and how have these two teams kind of highlighted and identified identified that as we look to get ourselves into the map vetoes.
Yeah, I think very importantly right off the bat is the way that it cancels specific agents, right? You're looking at targeting a Viper, you're looking at targeting a Killjoy or Cypher, and then specifically as well the drone abilities throughout the game. That's Sofa and Sky as well. So I actually kind of agree with Mitch in the sense that, like, oh, if there's a specific thing here about an agent comp that you don't like and about targeting with KO, maybe reconsider.
Well, and I'll use that to kind of turn our attention towards this map veto, because one of the maps where we've seen it used most often is that Breeze map, and we know that Cloud9 has hopped to it multiple times. TL has also had a play on it as well in their win over Sentinels, although that was a close battle between those two squads. But if Breeze does end up in the pool, I have a feeling we're going to get that KO versus KO matchup that maybe we're looking to see.
Yeah, we saw teams like Acend take it out as well, so I actually jumping in here because we're already getting the bans through. C9 taking out Split. Now, that means Liquid's ban's going to be up next. I'm honestly expecting them to take Bind out of this equation, but they've gone for Fracture, and that really surprises me because they kind of suck on Bind.
Yeah, but come on, that's their permaban. So like that shouldn't be a surprise. And they let it through in order. I mean, they played it and they did suck on it, but that's what's going to happen. They have to bring out something else, and it's not like they've always sucked on Bind as well.
Yeah, well, Cloud9 agrees with Mitch in this situation by picking up Bind as their first map here in the map vetoes, having seen them fall to Sentinels in that 2-1. They're saying, look, we're going to take them there, and we're going to bring the same kind of fire.
I mean, it's not just about the fact that they lost to Sentinels. They got bodied. Let's talk about that series in particular, right? Breeze was 14-12 to open it up against Sentinels. Bind went 13-2 to Sentinels. Now you're playing another North American team and you're starting out the series there. To me, that spells reverse sweep already. That's what you got to be relying on to win this.
Yeah, Ascent next as well for Team Liquid. I think this is a very basic pick for Team Liquid,
it's
but
normal.
It is a little concerning now that you talk about the reverse sweep having to happen for them. I don't agree that that's necessarily what's going to happen right off the bat, but Ascent is a very strong map for Cloud9.
Yes, it absolutely is. And we saw it up against Vision Strikers. They put up a damn good fight there. And I feel like coming into this, with those picks already done, I'm starting to look at Cloud9 a little bit closer than I was before. I'm starting to think maybe my region's going to get hurt.
Of the two people on this desk, it's not who I expected to hear any kind of confidence towards C9 from. But we've got our first two picks coming through, looking for the bans to follow. It's going to be Icebox on the side of Cloud9, which leaves us with Haven and Breeze, and it's essentially Team Liquid's choice.
Yeah, Haven has been banning Breeze second in some, or sorry, Haven second in some cases, so we expect it to go that way. But I do want to go back and circle because as we wait for this last map, I don't really think that you should just look at this veto so far, Bind and Ascent, and it is Breeze as the decider, and think that Cloud9 is getting the upper hand just because, you know, Vanity's on the other side and he likes to play with his vetoes and whatnot. But I genuinely think that Team Liquid is ready for something like that. I think they're ready for a play where Bind comes out first, because we've seen Cloud9 specifically save that as a pocket pick. And if Slicky isn't prepared for that, then yeah, we've got trouble. But I find that very hard to believe.
Absolutely. Coming into this series, they will have looked at this veto. They will have said, okay, we're going to ban Fracture out. We obviously haven't done the prep on that. Like, we've seen some other teams kind of conceal it, allow other teams to pick it against them and go, we're actually prepared. But when it comes to C9 not playing it, I completely understand that, but they better have improved their Bind a lot from the last time that we saw it.
Well, right. I'm with you on that. If they haven't improved it, then okay, we're in a bad spot. But that's where I'll give them the credit that they've done the homework, or that they've given some thought to the fact that they did get beat down so hard. And with the opportunity to remove it from the, look, 13-2, you may as well roll the dice on Fracture if you don't think you can do better than a 13-2 on Bind. So they clearly think that they can. They clearly think that maybe Sentinel showed them a weakness, that they said, all right, with that, you know, day or two between it, we're going to be able to shore that up, and Cloud9 won't find the same holes.
Well, the other aspect to it, right, is talking about Fracture specifically as their permaban. They've seen Cloud9 play Fracture. Sure, they lost that map against Fnatic, but they've seen and know that Cloud9 is prepped on that map. So you have to weigh the decisions here, right? Do you go for potentially leaving Bind in the pool, or do you leave your permaban in the pool? I think that is a much, much riskier idea.
Yeah, ultimately it comes down to what they've been prepping in the off time, and evidently it's Bind. It's trying to improve that map. I still think that gives C9 the upper hand purely because of how poor it was last time. Good thing is, not that many rounds to look at in the VOD, so can't learn that much about how they want to play it.
That is very true. The one thing I will say is I'm happy that if we make it to map 3, we're going to Breeze. Breeze, and we're going to get that matchup on that map between these two squads. We're going to one more quick break. When we come back, we'll dive into map 1 and Agents to get this series underway.
My brain, she talks.
Sa mahabang win streak, kaya nating lahat. Equip your home with fiber fast internet. Para pati si mommy, sure MVP. Get your fiber upgrade right away with tons of freebies. Plus health essentials when you switch to the new Only Fiber Up. Apply now.
You like the liquor, I like the taste. You're something different. Okay, okay. Okay, okay.
It was like Romeo and Juliet, honestly, without the dying. Just us both losing. Hello everyone, it's Bosa from Fnatic, and this is my VCT story. Alright, so it was a sunny day in Iceland, and I was wearing all my Fnatic merch. I had the jersey on, the jacket. I was looking pretty fly as I came through the door. I remember seeing all the other teams, and when you're playing against these teams, you're sizing them up. You want to look like you're relaxed, you want to look like you're chilled. So I was there joking around with my teammates, and I did notice a few players from Crazy Raccoon looking over as if like pointing and talking like, oh, that must be Fnatic, like rocking up in all their stuff. So I headed up to my room to kind of get changed into more casual wear, and then I received a DM from a player from Crazy Raccoon. His name was Rion. It was on the lines of, "You're so handsome." And I was like, oh damn, I'm handsome? I'm just some skinny guy who likes to play Valorant. So anyway, I messaged him and I was like, hey, maybe we can meet up and carry on the conversation. So I head downstairs to the lobby, and I wasn't sure who he was. because his profile picture was a cartoon picture. So I was kind of like standing there scouring the area like, I wonder which one he is. There was this guy that kind of came up to me and he was like, hello, this must be him, this has to be him. And I remember talking to him for a little while, and throughout the conversation he'd just be like in awe, and he'd just be like, you're so handsome. And I was like, in person now, and I was like, oh my goodness, like this guy's just throwing compliments at me. Like, he's the one with like the cool outfit. I'm there in Fnatic flip-flops and socks and shorts and a shirt, like not even matching with my colors. And he's just there like, you're so handsome. Oh, you're so handsome. This guy's lost his mind. Where's his marbles gone? At the end of the conversation, I'm like, hey, would you like a picture, you know, like to kind of for memories and for like to remember? And he was like nodding like, oh, yes, please. Yes, please. And I remember walking up to my room, up the stairs, thinking, oh, what a nice interaction. Like, got a nice little picture. Jeez. Oh, I wonder if he's going to post my picture. That'd be kind of cool. What a great day. And I remember just looking through Twitter, and I've seen him post. And he's not posted about us meeting. He's posted about him meeting with Tens. Now, Tens must have waltzed on through that door looking like an absolute boss. The guy's gone, hey, can I get a picture of you, Tens? And Tens is like, yeah, go on. And he's only gone and bloody taken a picture with him. Posted it on Twitter saying, wow, just met Tens.
That's my name.
What do you mean just met Tens? You met me for 15 minutes, young man. I thought you were going to be posting about us. Damn, the nerve, the cheek of it. I'm not actually that bothered about it. Like, no hard feelings to Rion. I still talk to him. I do have another lover in the VCT, and that was Vanity. And it was like Romeo and Juliet, honestly, without the dying. Thank you to everyone for listening to my story. There's going to be plenty more when we qualify for champions, baby.
Hey!
Now, I'm not sure you can tell an entire story that's animated on TV in front of hundreds of thousands of people and say you weren't that bothered by it, but that's neither here nor there. These international competitions are all about players meeting each other for the very first time on the stage, and we've talked about it already for Team Liquid. They're stepping onto this stage here at Champs for the first time ever, and it's in a quarterfinal right across from Cloud9. Let's get out there and meet the teams. It's a whole different ball game when your opponents are staring you in the face. And for Team Liquid, this will be the first time here at Champions in a quarterfinal series. Cloud9, their opponents, we're diving into 3 maps. We already know where we're heading. It's going to be Bind, it's going to be Acend, and if we're lucky enough, it's going to be Breeze. So I want to start talking about what these teams might be able to bring to the table, how they're going to eke out those advantages, starting with compositions and then getting into the gameplay itself.
Yeah, I think this is a very, very interesting conversation now because we've seen these teams both play KO on a number of different maps. Bind and specifically saw Team Liquid play it, but you have to wonder what, like Mitch said earlier, when you see the other team's comp, are you still willing to bring that forward? What if they're going to run a KO against you and all that different thing? So is that going to change for Team Liquid? I honestly hope so.
And then you have to think on the other side, is this going to be so smart that C9 Blue show us something brand new? They have not played Bind in this tournament so far. Last time we saw it was in North America where, hell, you don't even need abilities to win in those LCQs. So when they're coming into this one, I'm expecting changes. I'm expecting brainstorming to have gone down.
Didn't you see the tweet? You don't need abilities to win in Valorant, all right? The kills come from the gunplay, and that's simple as that. Speaking, though, of the KO point that you made, right? It was actually Team Liquid that came to Bind with the KO and got beat out by a team that was KO-less. But I am also kind of curious what we take from that loss, if anything. It was 2 defensive round wins for Team Liquid. They only were alive for 3 rounds on the attacking half. So I'm actually a little curious. Like, I don't feel like we had an opportunity to let them show us their stuff on the attacking side of this first map bind.
Yeah, and I think that actually is where the kind of the strengths might lie with the KO in this, right? It's trying to target the specific utility, the defensive utility, right? Because it's so easy to shut down any sort of different pushes when you have Astra Viper, and that's kind of what the NA teams have loved to run in the past. So it makes sense on paper, but if you don't get to that attacking side, you're in trouble.
Yeah, most definitely. I think like coming out of the gate for Team Liquid, they're going to be starting on the attacking side, right? So that's going to give them that little bit of an upper hand then, because they get to go in with where, provided they're going with the same comp, they'll be that little bit more comfortable.
But I have a feeling that's why they chose it, right? They wanted to go attacking side because they didn't get to show us their stuff last time around. Okay, let's secure ourselves 12 rounds on that side, then we'll try and wrap it up on the defensive side. But when we do talk about what worked for Sentinels against Team Liquid, and I do realize that that means we're talking about Team Liquid defending for the majority of it, it was the kind of space that Tens was able to create in his entries. More often than not, particularly on B, I'm remembering coming in from B long with the jet dash up into the air, finding a pick, and really starting to kind of suffocate Team Liquid in their attempt to defend that site while the rest rotated over.
Yeah, it felt very, very tight for Team Liquid to actually defend on, and some of the chokes that is so important, and historically they've been able to hold on for so much. In Bathroom, for example, they were just getting shut out. So it is the exact same comps that we have seen from both of these teams on both sides, and Cloud9, I mean, comfort, that's always how they like to play it.
Actually, we do have a small difference. It's going to be the Reyna over the Jet on the side of Team Liquid. So a jetless comp for both sides, but the duelists will be Reyna and Raze.
Yeah, I think that looking at a Raze on a map like this definitely brings the value. When you combine that with an Astra, it's no secret why C9 are going for that. But Team Liquid swapping over and putting Scream onto this Reyna is a surprise. He can still take a lot of that space, but this is going to be going back to like stage 2 Scream. He's going to be going out looking for those duels. And honestly, that tells me Team Liquid are super confident coming into this one. They're like, NALCQ, that's like our open quals. Let's take him down right here and now with confidence.
Yeah, I think the Reyna pick is, we saw it on Split as well as what Team Liquid likes to run it, and on Ascent as well, so we'll get that later on too. I think it's something that is a comfort thing as well, but I think he also is struggling to find some value on Jet. I think that's kind of one of the reasons why he's had such slow starts in a couple of these different maps.
All right, we got the agents locked in. Real quick, I want to get you two on record, mostly because, Mitch, you've surprised me in the way that you've been talking about this series on the desk. Let's get some predictions out there. It's a big matchup, very anticipated. Are you going Team Liquid or are you going Cloud9?
I'm going Team Liquid easily.
Okay. Oh, well, okay. Now you flipped it right back on me. Thanks a lot, Mitch. What about you, Bala?
Team Liquid as well. It's been my favorite the entire tournament so far, and they've not stopped but impressing me.
Okay, then what's the win condition for Cloud9? What's that one thing they can do to flip the predictions on their heads?
Yeah, I think Leaf has to come out very, very, very strong. And I think on Bind, you're going to see him try to walk down outside of Hookah a lot and just flank him a lot over and over and over. That's what we saw in LCQ. And also, I want to see a lot of different combinations with the Viper utility and the Raze utility. Zeppa has to come out swinging, honestly, and they have to have some set ideas on how to use them. And I've seen that quite a lot, actually, from Cloud9.
Well, we have already well told you how anticipated this matchup has been for us, but we got a couple other gents standing by who I know were kind of bouncing around, giddy with excitement for this one on the way into the arena today. It's DDK and Sean Garris on the call.
Thank you so much, Dash.
Halika rito, real quick mga guys. Andito na tayo sa Valorant Champions. Nagbabalik na tayo sa matchup natin, Team Liquid versus Cloud9. Pero my name is Dax. Kasama ko dito si Ray Ray. Oy, di gumana. May na ako malaro dito, Ray Ray. Pero wala. Pagalingan talaga. EU versus the last hope of NA.
Yan na nga guys, ang pinakaunang map. Sayang. Sayang.
Ano na ako eh. Ano na sana eh, nagbinata na sana si Dax for once eh. Biglang lumaki na ang kanyang boses. Yun lang. Pero ito na nga, Team Liquid. Last time nakita natin Team Liquid dito, Ray. Medyo durog lang sila ng Sentinels na 13-2. Pero ito na, Cloud9. The only NA hope. Isipin mo, mas marami pang taga-SCA yung mapat na playoffs kaysa yung NA. Kakaiba talaga eh.
Grabe naman yung mga bars mo. Grabe naman
Tanda.
yung Dax. Pero alam mo kung ano mas grabe talaga? Yung kanina naging laban. Pero good game played sa Team Secret. Pero ngayon magfo-focus na tayo sa kung sino man ang makakalaban syempre ng Acend. At ako para sa akin talaga, iba yung journey ng Team Liquid. So, yung puso ko nasa Team Liquid talaga. Pero as for C9, not bad. Kasi alam nyo guys, nandito yung kaibigan ko. Si
sino?
Sepa. Si Sepa. Kamukha.
Kamukha ninyo?
Kamukha niya yung totoo ng kapatid na si Regner.
Shoutout kay Regner. Kakapront lang dyan. Ito na daw ang simula natin. Cloud9 nga sabi natin, di ba? Only hope of NA. Kahit sa league, ganun. Kahit dito sa Valorant. At tingnan nga natin ano magiging palag ng Cloud9. At syempre, NA fanboys tayo. Guys, so Cloud9 all the way everyday. Anong Team Liquid? Team Liquid na.
Nandiyan si Tens eh.
Andiyan si Tens, pre. Diba bumalik na? Sabi, binalik kay Jack si Tens galing ng Sentinels. It's like, Tens, sumali ka na dito. Everything is fine and dandy. Pero Team Liquid ngayon. Konting poke lang dito sa may shower. Tinignan nila kung ano klaseng defenses dito muna sa may A site. Pero pansin talaga natin, Sepa with that race holding him off and Cloud9 so far, mukhang na-slow nga nila yung pace ngayon ng Team Liquid.
Ano naman pag-bind talaga. Curse map sa side ng Team Liquid. Tatandaan nyo guys, if nanalo Team Liquid dito 2-0, kapag C9 na nanalo dito, 2-1 in favor of Team Liquid. Ako na nagsasabi, ready na ako na hanggang 7 a.m., 8 a.m., 9 a.m., pero ito, Mitch a.m. na nga ba ang mangyayari. Pero nga lang, magbaback off lang to Team Liquid. Tagal
30 seconds
Napatagal
left.
niya maglaro, pero sige, pagbibigyan namin kayo. Dahil dito na, si Yampy ang kamukha nga ng aso ko na si Gohan kasi cute siya. Papasok sila. Hello, Leaf! Suddenly, gets it up against Sokas. And, okay, Yampy still gets Scream, still gets a kill. Leaf on the other side naman, still controlling them. The lead na nga kagad. 2v3 na lang ang natitira. Scream together with Link. As Scream still gets his stop. 1v1.
enemy remaining.
Oh no! May kalamangan pa rin si Scream Assistant, pero nga lang si Leaf, gina-slow pick siya. And now suddenly, sino magkukuha ng kagad ng advantage showing na 19 HP? Si Leaf! He still gets it! Oh!
Inace pa talaga ni Leaf at mukhang Cloud9 nga ang mananalo dito. Kala ko talaga nakaka-scream na yun kasi ang baka ng pick doon ng Cloud9 but TC does it anyway. At yun talaga para sa Cloud9, online na si Leaf. Sabi nga no Des, diba? Umpisa pa lang, si Scream at si Leaf parehong nahirapan sa simula ng tournament na to. Pero the more they played, the more they got on with the days. Ito talaga ang nagagawa nila. And Leaf just looking to be the proper land player na hinahanap dito ng Cloud9. Look at that bomb, the lab's going to take that time after time. Nakaapat at dito talaga sa dulo against Scream plays Peekaboo, I see you. And just leave. Ganun talaga pag mahaba buhok, mahaba ang buhay sa pistol.
Ganun talaga pag yung buhok mo parang dahon din. Pero, pati sasabayan ba ng Team Liquid? Ito sabi nila. Wag. Okay lang to. We win some, we lose some. Pistol lang naman ang problema natin. Pero si Scream talaga nagpa-pop up na half HP niya si Seton. Pero sabi ni Leaf, always check your corners. Where are you looking at? Look at me. Look at me, ma'am. Shining like the star. And now, tatlo na lang kagad na natitira sa side of Team Liquid. He wants to get an ace. He wants to get that second ace. The ace rather and si Mitch na nga agaw eh. Tapos naka-2K. And 2-0. Ano ba yan, Mitch? Ang hype na sana namin. Uy!
Sayaw, Cloud9. Last NA hope. Siyempre, celebration lang yan. Palagi lang. C9 all day, every day. Para sa Leaf though, 8 kills already. At kung gusto nyo ng Seekers to simula pa lang, handang-handa na siya. Pero pop-off potential talaga ni Leaf. You can see him there just going for the take time after time. Bulldog lang kailangan para makapatay. And Team Liquid, may pagkaalanganin talaga sa map na to. Kita nga nila, di ba? They banned out Fracture kasi yung Cloud9 pumalag sa Fnatic dun sa map na yan. Itong Team Liquid, sabi na, sige nga, try natin itong bind. At even though, historically, Cloud9 isn't the best bind team, they already know na confident sila na tatalo nila itong Team Liquid dito sa map na to. Pero may tumatago sa loob ng teleport. So, may mag-aasim na naman at si Scream ready pasigawin ng isa. And there you have it, Leaf! Anong TP pa na nalaman mo? Goodbye na lang sila. Just miss on the way para safe lang dito para sa side ng Team Liquid. And not only that, ready sila maghanap ng ibang pwestuhan dito. Pero double stack sa showers pa nga Ray eh. So C9 play aggressive still into the third round.
I love how C9 does this. Pero nga lang pick up na sila. Pero Crossfire, tumugma. Okay. Magkada pa rin. Trades by trades. Sabi nito Solkas, sige, magtatapon na ako ng flash dyan. Pakadum na nga kagad na nangyari. And safe pa na lang. Vanity together with Seta ang natitira. And I think Team Liquid talaga, pinag-aaralan nga nila yung defenses ng C9. Onting pick-ups lang kasi alam nila kapag nag-push sila ang magkakaroon ng underhand against C9's hand. So, even if it's taking them so much, but the discipline itself, kita mo talaga yung improvement ng Team Liquid so far. Pero Zeta holding his angle with that Marshall. Will this be a clean eco round? Clean bonus round ba ito sa side ng C9? Dahil yung oras, kailangan talagang maghabol ng Team Liquid. Pero sige, let's put our trust sa kanilang mind games as this one. Super slow ng pace. And Link finally, of course, setting up na ang kanyang mga between maining Ling. And suddenly si Zeta talaga top siya ngayon. No scope sana. Unfortunately, won't be able to. And right now, Happy will be able to take on his shots as Vanity na lang kagad ang natitira. Going up against 4 pretty hard. O dahil nga, yun na, sabi ni Ling, kung sila kuha ni Lifa Ace, tayo Team Ace.
So,
1-1-1-1-1-1.
Ano yun? Ace para sa isa, tapos ito Ace para sa pamilya. Para sa bayan ng Team Liquid. Pero galing sa iba't ibang bansa. So, null point, okay lang. Next round na dito para sa side ng Team Liquid. At huwag natin galimutin guys, first time to ng Team Liquid na nasa stage. Puro na lang sa hotel, puro na lang room service para kay Nevera na quarantine pa nga. Pero okay na siya, good to go na on stage, good to go for the walkouts and more. At ang tanong talaga, kaya pa ba nila makakuha na isa pang round dito against Cloud9? So set up muna dyan with the Poison Cloud real quick. You want to see that Viper at least smoke out the lamps if ever. Pero pansin talaga natin sa side ng Team Liquid, unang punish lang kailangan na nila at pwede na sila makaplay ng entry pagpasok sa mga side and more. There you go though. Already Scream. Oh, mag-peek on up. Soulcast so in the meantime, will be seen and Zeta! Sinipa lang si Soulcast. Nako, shutdown na ang KO natin ngayon.
What an angle coming from him. Pero, uy! Sakto timing. Timing by timing. Nalalaman mo na kung bakit talaga kapag Team Liquid nilagay mo sa bind. Awit ang mangyayari. Pero on the other side talaga, Cloud9, they've been really performing. Alam mo na kung bakit talaga sila nagkaroon ng slot coming in from their LCQ, and right now they're really standing strong with the current roster that they have as of now. And Team Liquid naman, eto na ba yung medyo kabado? Nanlalamig ba sila kasi nasa stage na sila? Sabi mo nga, hindi sila nasasanay? Or sasabihin lang ni Vera, kalma lang tayo guys. We've been through this. And knowing us, kayang-kaya natin. Pero Yampi tries to, of course, something here. If he gets a pick-off, then it's still a winnable one pass sa side ng Team Liquid. Pero nga lang kailangan nila mag-ingat na si Vanity naghihintay sa kanila. Oh no, makakuha ng information as to where he is. Simin ba siya? Nope! Yes! Simin siya. Dalawang titingin sa kanila. Possible win pa para sa side ng Team Liquid. Pero nga lang C9, their defense, 4v3 pa rin naman to. They're still getting them, of course, the upper hand. Mitch still gets him. Astifera gets 2! Magiging 2v2 pa nga. Pero si Link, mapapadelay pa nga ba siya dito? Or still, Team Liquid talaga, they know how to play it smarter already here in bind. Si Zeta sa magagaling pa siya siyempre sa may city. Pero as for Leaf, maglalaro sila ngayon. Tagu-taguan ang laro nila. Langit, lupa, impyerno. Zeta, may malalagay ba sa impyerno para sa round na to? Uy! Naku po, sabi ni Rivera, ouchie, ouchie! Still Leaf will be able to get Silink. Oh no, it's going to be 1v1! Oh, may line up. Okay. Oh no, nagino siya. What?
Hindi pa rin.
From Rivera. Nagdedeli lang siya. Ay, di bibitawan yung defuse.
Defuse, okay yan. Okay yan, pero dapat kita mo yan, Rivera. Kinaya pa nga yung 4K na yan. And Team Liquid, na-clutch pa nga dito sa dulo. 2-2, pero Rivera masyadong tinignan yung spike. But then again, it's still another round Team Liquid was looking for. So 5 kills na para kay Rivera. Scream nandyan na with 4. Brother buff talaga. Pansin natin dito sa Team Liquid. Pero ganun naman ang galawan eh. Sakto talaga yung pwesto. Sakto talaga yung pagpasok. And Rivera through the smoke before. Just playing the entry race. Siya pa talaga nagsimula ng lahat dito sa may A-side.
Ay, nakakagulat ang mga pangyayari. Ay, naku, mismo nagugulat. And still, I'm so happy to see na ganito yung nangyayari. Pero nilaro-laro lang ni Vera. Alam mo nangyayari doon? Ewan ko eh. Parang ginos na ewan, nagbigay na something, but the timing. Scream. Oh, bakit?
Goodbye sa kanya. Ang tanong naman, Cloud9 right now, gonna be at the very least. Pwede naman dito sa harapan natin. So, Team Liquid though, in the meantime, gonna be going for that A site. Handa pa rin though. Ang ating 5 team pero makapasok na dito Team Liquid. Really, pwede sa pumwesto gamit yung smoke na yan. There we go though with Doctrine being set on up. Kung dito Yampi muna. Pero mukhang may plano dito. Pero isipin natin dito sa Cloud9. Ito lang ba din? Right now, lugi talaga sa Brill ngayon. May race.
talagang, tignan mo, bawas pa si Seta, pero ito sabi ni Yampi, ito, gato ang lineup ko. Magbabatula ako ng kung ano. Pero looks like kinanalik clear out, syempre, mga nasa band. And sabi ni Sol, kasi tinitignan mo dyan, ako ang tignan mo. Dapat ako lang ang kailangan mo protectionan. Pero sabi nga, dahil nga sa 4K na nakuha, kagad ni Vera, kagad siya ng Viper Spit. And now, it's going to be a 4v4. A lot of winnable options sa C9. Pero nga lang, pagdating talaga sa barrel, and si Link, naghihintay na nga lang for the flank. This is Vanity. And I think that's just it. The winning factor na nga ba ito ng Team Liquid or sadyang gusto pa rin talaga sila kasi minute ang Sleep Fix. A move! He gets two! Grabe naman si Leaf! Naku po! One clear pang pag-asa na manalo pa rin ang C9. Maging 50 pa nga ba to? O Seta and Mitch knowing na wala silang armor and they only have what? Sheriff and one Phantom. They might save this.
Yun,
Link, naku po. Oh, he still gets it. Oh no! Alam na, ipapadali lang nila syempre at ngayon lalo rin na lang ni Yampi. Pero nagde-defuse si Mitch and he still gets it. A clutch coming in from Yampi. Pero uy, takbo! Oh no! Hindi siya mahabol.
Okay na yan. Okay lang yan, Yampi. Okay, it's fine. All good. All good. At isa na naman case in point para sa Team Liquid. Galawang timer talaga. Pinabasa nila yung oras dito sa round na to. Pinapansin nila kung gaano katagal pa nga pwede nilaroin yung round. And here we go, the Woodleaf. Isipin mo, Stinger, makaka-one clip ka ng dalawa. Minsan lang yung mayroon. Mitch do with that Sheriff as well. Pero para sa Cloud9, that was a very good eco round already. Marami silang napitas at mapapagastos dito ang Team Liquid in the first place. Pero Yampi feeling confident. Ayan, nalilabas na nga yung operator. At yung Team Liquid talaga one of the teams that can place multiple ops for their roster. Lahat sila pwede talaga mag-pop off with it. And we look at them, Yampi pwede. Yun nga, diba, si Scream kaya rin pa rin. Pero ang tanong talaga, ito na si Yampi, mag-peek on out kaya muna siya dito. Ang Aldron though, mag-scout on around, does get broken down though. And Yampi, he wants to peek this, pero uy, may Sky dito, nakatago si Leaf. Handa na naman, baka play ng flank dito eh. Naka-play talaga ng side angle na pinagawa niya kanina eh.
Hindi kayo nakatingin ha. Ay, alam na. Okay. Ay, hindi nila alam. Hindi nila alam na nandito pa si Leaf. Sabi niya, oh, sige. Kaka-answerin natin to. Sabi ni Leaf, walang problema. Ako si Sky. Ako lahat. I can see the up top. And ito na nga. Ito na nga, timing! Sino susunod? Dahil he will be able to pop up the splash. He still gets Yampi, but gets shaded off by Miss Team. At naglabas na kagad siya ngayon ng kanyang, of course, Empuresu. At si Sepa naman on the other side. Yan si Regner. Kaya siya naging Valorant pro player na pagod na sa kakaprod. Pupush lang syempre ngayon si Scream. Tries to, of course, get it. Pero wala makuha kaya ng enough information ng C9 na may nakapasok na kagad sa elbow. Pero to, checking at every possibility si Mitch din kagad na naglabas na kagad ngayon ng Viper's Ultimate and Team Liquid. Mapapaharang nga ba sila? Pero ito na, nagpa-flank si Skip. Pero harap na lang. Ayan na nga sinasabi ko. Okay, just get the dismiss. Sisilip lang siya ngayon. Ni Vera may follow-up. Nakakuha na nga ng information as we only have Vanity. Link goes for a plant. And nakatingin na talaga sa kanya ngayon. Grabe naman. Di nila nakita si Scream at gano'n na kagad yung nangyari, Dax. Isang snap.
Wow! Sige nga, laksa mo yung snap na yan.
And I will kill to defend it.
Snap.
Alam mo ba guys, fourth year college lang ako natuto mag-snap. Shoutout nga pala sa ex ko na nagturo sa
ganun lang yun. No? Hindi ka talaga shoutout sa ex mo eh. Pero alam mo yung magaling sa oras dito, Riri. Parang yung tipong papasok ka ng class, pero saktong on time, nag-ring yung bell, dun ka lang papasok. Ganun yung Team Liquid eh. Orasan, kailan, puro na lang talaga para sa kanila ang nakikita natin dito in terms of that time bank. And they still had that time to go for that B-take, to set things up absolutely on time and in a proper position. At si Scream rin, bantay sarado dun sa power position dun sa may B-side. If you play that angle, you play on top of the tin can, handa ka na dapat talaga para sa pag-peek out on the hook, on the long angle. Pero kung isa na lang yung kalaban mo anyway, at alam mo galing ng TP, yung madalian na yun para kay Scream. Pero ito na naman tayo, Team Liquid ready to go for the stage one more time. At Cloud9, mukhang naghihirap sila dito sa pera. Sepa though, where is the step up here from the side of the race? Spectre nga ang hawak-hawak nga, pero wala siyang chance at all makagawa ng play. Kasi yung Team Liquid, hindi sila nagpapauto eh. This mga asim play, hindi sila nagpapauto na malapitan talaga. Kita mo, handa pa rin sila to go for the angles. Try to play as far away as possible. Distance lang, social distancing muna ang tuto din ng Team Liquid. Siyempre, first time na sa stage, ayaw nila mahawa muli. Pero Yampi, he might have to back on the way. Did he get seen by the Aldron though? That's the question. Pero ito na, ang intel para sa Cloud9. So dapat alam na kagad ng C9 na dito ang Team Liquid sa bilong. Pero not command ang galawan ngayon.
Ang galawan, Vanity still gets one. Medyo pang close lang. He takes off si Solkas, pero sabi, magagacho ba sila na teammate down? Si Yapi gets to kagad with that stay down. And Link suddenly, advantage to advantages. A 2v3 situation. Makakuha pa nga ng baril this time around. Pero sabi, marireso lang na Scream ang kanyang teammate. Sabi ni Nick, takbo na tayo. Mahirap na pag hinahabol tayo ngayon dahil ako low on HP at kayong dalawa. Ewan ko sa inyo. Now Link goes for a plant. Mitch kagad still wants to destroy it. He can go for a wall bang, pero yun ang makikita na kanya dalawa nag-line up, natuhog parang quick. And we only have Scream 1v1. Maririnig niya na to, pero he can just go for a diffuse. Pero nga lang, kailangan niya pa rin tong kunin against Scream. Pero nga lang, makuha nga ni Mitch. Pero Dax, tumakbo lang siya. Pagkarinig niya ng teleporter, tumakbo sila. And suddenly, the timing still gets him. And at least, Cloud9, they'll be able to survive out of this round na dapat panalo ng Team Liquid.
They needed a round na talaga nag-buy sila doon. At si Mitch, he's the man of the hour and he keeps Cloud9 alive so far. Alam mo yung Cloud9? Diba ano yun? Chocolate yun?
Enemy remaining.
Diba? Favorite ko yun ng bata ako eh. Pero wala. Chocolate. Ano? Bakit?
Wala lang. Gusto ko ng chocolate eh.
Anong klaseng chocolate eh? Kanina ko papadala ng chocolate.
Uy, sige.
Nainis si boss eh. Ay, pero... sige nga, ano ba? Ano ba ang chocolate na hinat mo, Ray?
Gusto ng chocolate? Yung malaking KitKat. Yung isang piece na malaki.
Yung chunky?
Yung chunky. Yung
okay.
35 pesos. Ayun na, Scream.
Ay, galing eh. May presyo pa talaga eh. So parang may nagpapanig sa inyo guys eh. Baka naman. Ray.
Send Gcash, thank you.
Wow, send Gcash na naman. Mamaya guys, yung 1 peso Gcash giveaway ni Ray. Makikita nyo na sa comment section ng PPGL. Pero ito na tayo ulit. Team Liquid, it has been a good run for them so far. Lalo natin, di ba? Last time naglaro sila dito sa bayan, 2 points lang against Sentinels. Pero Cloud9 naman to ang palag nila. And here we go yet again with the intel here from Leaf. So alam na kagad dito sa side ng Cloud9 na pupwesto na ang Team Liquid pupunta na A side. But they have another plan here, Ray. Parallel line. Gonna be set on up. Kita natin dito horizontal na Cosmic Divide para lang sa backside matatakpan. At dito sa side ng Cloud9, kailangan na mag-ingat. But Vanity using it for cover. Soulcast gonna go on down. Linkren nandyan pa rin. At ito talaga Sepa. Advantage sa kanya kung maka-showstopper nga. At goodbye na lang kay Linkren. Yampi though trying to stay online. But the Hunter's Fury is gonna be on the point again. Cloud9 getting the takedowns at ang bilis nila naka-hold. Parang in terms of the whole position, dun pa malilugi yung Team Liquid kasi Cloud9 may race sila eh. At madali lang yun. Tapos yung pastuhan talaga on top of that APC. Perfect opportunity to go in and out for the takedown.
Plus, saktong-sakto yung mga utilities na tinatapon nila. And kita mo naman si Vanity before they be able to bail out of that position. Sabi niya, pipitas lang ako ng isa. And kita mo naman, when we're talking about the race talaga, always sure na even if matitrade out siya, meron siya of course showstopper to pull off like that. Pero nagkakaroon tayo ng time out on the side of Liquid ba? Ayan.
Basta timeout. Okay na yun. Basta timeout. Ayun, Team Liquid. May maliit. Bakit parang putol yung box? Ano nangyari doon sa box? Parang,
hindi ko alam.
Parang kinalbo. Parang yung isang player lang dito.
Naputulan ng kuryente. Ganun ang nangyari.
Hindi nag-load.
Ayan yung... medyo masalimuat eh.
Yan yung tipong may nilalaro kang custom tapos may nakalimutan kayo download na mode. Tapos wala lang. Texture not found. May malaking red word. Alam mo yun guys, kung naglalaro kayo ng mga reported ganun mga custom, mga source engine, tapos may malaking errors pag mumukha mo. Parang ganun lang eh. May kulang talaga. But Cloud9 Team Liquid, walang nakukulang dito. Gotta say though, Ray, kasi may time tayo konti. Medyo sad lang ako today.
But Siyempre,
diba?
Sino bang hindi malulungkot?
Diba? Sayang. Heartbreaking. Pero, laban lang, diba? Laban Pinas. Top 8. Sino akala? Besides us, of course. Predicted na yun. Alam na natin top 8 sila for sure. Minimum. So, congrats pa rin sa Team Secret, honestly, na umabot ka ng playoffs at buti naman, supportahan natin lahat. Pero andito pa rin tayo. Hindi pa tapos sa Valorant Champions at kung pwede nga mawala ang hopes and dreams sa Team Secret, pwede mawala ang hopes and dreams dito ng NA as a whole kung manalo nga ang Team Liquid. Pero 4-4 scoreline ito na. Tingnan mo yung dart na yan, oh! Mag-bounce pa nga at ang taas-taas na niya pupunta. Leaf go with the take on 1 and 2 already. You better gonna go follow still here. And Cloud9, hold pa lang. At baka mukhang masyadong malayo yung dart na yan, pero malayo lang ang distance ni Licky Soul. Kaseta gonna get on the board. Link though fighting on back. Pero habang lahat nanood sa dart na yun, wala nang kapake-pake si Leaf at tinapos na yung round alongside Sepa there for that takedown. Ang raise natin ang mahuhuli, pero sino simula yung Mr. 18 kills already. Leaf on that sky just doing everything needed for Cloud9.
Sabi niya, tapon ako ng flash, silip ako. Pero ngayon, parang wala siyang ginamit eh. Sa very first round, nakita lang niya talaga yung hairline ni Scream. And now, suddenly, he gets the Vera. Kinuha niya, tinuhog niya. Magkasunod yung magkapatid. Kita mo naman talaga. Ang mga change forms talaga ni Egner, paiba-iba. Minsan si Leaf, minsan si Sepa, paiba-iba. And finally, C9 takes a 1-round lead against the hands of Team Liquid. Pero kita mo naman, ang nangyari kanina, bounce off lang yung recon. Akala ko sinabay nila yun, wala naman pala pinupuntahan.
Kala ko may timing, pinanood pa talaga nung Camsec. Saan po ba tong recon na to? Where na you? Dito na as. Yung tipong, andyan na, isang turn na lang na dun ka na dahil sa waste, tapos bigla kang dumiretso, tapos gaano kalayo ikot mo, 30 minutes pa, traffic pa. So, goodbye sa Dart. Hello to the next round. At yung Aldro na lang ginamit nila, sabi nila, oh, Yampi, ayusin mo naman Dart mo. Sabi niya, ayoko na, mag-Aldro na lang ako. Ito na lang, sige, scout muna. Alam na nila na malapit lang si Leaf. At win-wall pa nga! Good heads up play there from Scream. But Sepa can get on the board. Yampi though, siya ang taga-trade. At ito na, Ray pupunta sila na B-side for set. Tagap-tambay dito sa elbow muna. At ang tanong, huli pa niya Soulcast. There we go with a pop flash. Real quick, Shockshot gonna be coming his way. But Cloud9, they're still alive. But Team Liquid with the side take.
This is a great opener na naman coming in from Team Liquid. Nagsusurvive sila, Dax! Sa bind! And nagugulat ako sa mga pangyayari. Paano nila nasusurvive ito? Pero C9 talaga alam naman natin na ito isa sa mga best maps nila and they can still go for that retake. Pero pansin niyo ba na may nagpa-flank? Sabi ni Link, hello! I'll be linking everyone to the win! Vanity na lang together with Zeta ang natira. And now, here it goes. He gets one, he gets two. Is that impossible? Dalawa ang kalaban niya. And sabi ni Soulcast, hindi pwedeng makuha niya pa tong round na to with all those potential clutches na 1v3 na kami, natuto na kami ngayon, and it's going to be 5-5. Pero nga lang, si Leaf, built different. Ilang katumbas at 3 tao ang katumbas ni Leaf. Grabe, mamang-mamaya, like, wah!
Lala. Ang lala. Parang yung boses nun kanina Link eh. Gulat ako, ganun ba kayo mag-usap sa cellphone? Gina-cellphone, sinatawagan mo siya na Link, tapos ganun boses niya sa'yo. Ganun ba?
Nag-usap kami niyan. Nag-phone call kami.
Musta na siya? Tropa mo, di ba?
Okay naman, binigyan ko siya ng laing. Ano yung laing?
I think you're lying. Ayun nga talaga. Pero ito na naman tayo. Bilong! Double hold na naman ng Cloud9. Aggressive angles actually here from the side of Cloud9. Gusto talaga umpisa pa lang may gera na, pero ito na si Soulcast. Bantay sarado. Ang tanong daw, si Zeta distraction na ito. Mag-knife ka, patay ka pa! Oy! Leave hindi tumama! At ayun na para kay Scream, easy takedown. And here comes Team Liquid. Just overrunning Cloud9. Naku po, Zeta, hulog na yan. Pero dito sa gilid, si Sepa makakapatay pa ka. Flash though coming his way. Soulcast right now with the takedown. No, Yampi is there to go for the trade instead. And it seems like para sa side ng Cloud9, gumagawa sila ng big brain play. Pero ang problema, nadapa na lang as soon as they saw the shot. And here we go again. Team Liquid na naman. Makaka-plant dito sa site.
Bilang no? Alam nilang talo sila sa A every time. Na ang problema mo talaga ay si Sape, or rather minsan si Vanity together with Mitch. Double controller parate. Siyempre yung mga anggulo na pipiktan sana sila ng Team Liquid, hindi talaga nag-work. Well, on the other side naman, alam mo na kung nasaan parate si Leaf together with Zeta. Alam mo na magkasama parate itong dalawang initiators ng C9. And parating na predict ng Team Liquid ang pacing nila when it comes to B-set. And finally, naging opener na nga sa kanila ngayon ito. But as per the save itself, will Vanity be able to save? Sabi niya, magpa-cross na lang siya. Bye-bye! Sayonara! And now, save na nga lang nila Judge and kay Vandal. Yeah, very worth it. And kita mo, si Yampi, nasama tuloy ang asim mo eh. And kasi, Gohan, stop!
Last round before the switch.
And now, hindi naman ang Team Liquid.
Alam mo, dapat, promise, kung magkaanak si Gohan, dapat pangalan niya Yampi ha. Kasi,
sige.
promise yun ha, guys, narinig yun. Pag may anak na yung aso ni Riri na si Gohan, pangalan Yampi. Magkumukha raw eh. Ewan ko kung insulta yun o hindi, pero sinasabi ko na lang talaga eh. Yung buhok yun, no? Sa buhok talaga eh, parang ano?
Yung ayas kasi ng aso ko, kamukha ng kay Yappy, malalim kasing eye bags. Pero cute. Ibig sabihin guys, cute si Yappy. Okay? Cute yun.
Yun lang pala habol mo sa lalaki, Ray Ray. Yung heavy eye bag. So guys, gusto nyo mapansin kayo ni Ate Ray Ray. Madali lang yan. Magpuyat lang kayo. 72 hours. No problem. Biglang may wallpaper ka na from Ray Ray. Ni Gohan.
Kamukha ni Aizawa.
yung president sa Kaguya, 'di ba? Ganun din. Si Shirogane, pero tingnan natin yung kapatid na si Soulcast kasi pareho yung letter S. Uy, 0 point. Nako, vanity. Pero wait lang to. Judges ready. Judges ready and goodbye sa'yo, Soulcast. Ang kulit mong bata ka. Tipong kukunin mo yung orb, nakuha mo na yung suppress, hindi mo inisip nandyan lang, may nag-aasim at bind to prey. Judge gameplay is the way, but here we go. Hunter's Fury already getting the scan auto 1 and goodbye na lang kay Mitch. Ask ka pa muna sa kanya. Yampy with that take na nakita talaga natin maraming tricks dito si Yampy. Bigyan ng dog treat, pero hindi muna siya makakapush dito. And again, Team Liquid, they just want to get that first pick off Ray Ray. Tas bago sa lahat, bago silang magbadali, ina-assess muna nila kung saan sila pwede pumunta. Puro na lang rotations around this time of the round.
Alam mo diba, karamihan kapag sa teams, it takes so much time to make those decisions, lalo na pagdating kapag mag-rotate ka from A to B, medyo complicated, especially with bind. Pero nga lang, kapag Team Liquid, seems like they're really getting the upper hands of it. But as for C9 side, they just need to play it very safely at magpapabot naman sila kasi daming small mistakes sa Team Liquid na pumapabot pa nga kahit sa side ng C9. Now, speaking of the timing, sana si Save pa ng isang paint shells but unfortunately won't be able to.
He got it!
Pero
No, he got
Vanity,
That's huge!
Oh, he still got it! Tapos si Vanity, lost na. Alright, natumigil kasi sa akin ang mundo. Pasensya na kayo, guys. And that's just it. Pumasok pa na si Vanity.
Alam mo rin, yung tipong sinabi mo lang nangyari na yung paint shells talaga ina-plant yung spike. Tapos biglang sabi ni Sefa, whoop, nadulas. Tapos biglang tumama pa rin. Sabi niya, I do that on purpose. All part of the plan. Sige, yung judge ni Vanity. Medyo sobrang lesson lang naman. Pero tingnan mo dito, yung paint shells na yun yung pagkapanalo ng round eh. At kahit makuha pa ni Scream yung spike, kahit nagmadali pa si Nevera, wala na rin eh. Kasi una-una yung judge na doon. Pero pangalawa, yung oras talaga, wala na magagawa at all yung Team Liquid. So Cloud9 at Team Liquid at the very end of the first half, nag 6-6 or as I like to say, walang nangyari sa game na to kasi reset na tayo at balik lang sa 0-0. Tingnan natin sino ang papalag sa second half.
I love this bind composition talaga ng parehas ng teams. Maraming differences, yet sobrang laki ng impact na ginagawa ng lineup nila isa-isa. We have, of course, with that Reyna, isa lang, we don't see the jet plays coming in from Bind. Reyna talaga versus, of course, si Raze, mga letter R, Raze, Reyna, alam nyo na guys. So, magagaling talaga mag-duelist yan.
Parang, one of them is not like the other eh. Yung sa 1 out of 3. Parang yung Raze, malakas yun. Yung Reyna, malakas yun. Pero yung Ray, di talaga eh. parang di ka na lang gusto ko sabihin eh. Kaya, baka yun yung pagkakamali mo, Ray. Ba't ka pa naglalaro ng mga KO? Kung yun pala yung tunay na calling mo. Maging duelist main, diba? Ay, nako. Pero tingnan mo si Soulcast 8 assists. Good intel. At ito yung pwede talaga gawin ng KO. Hindi natin gaano napapansin unless talaga nakatutok na lang doon sa player mismo. At uy, kalbo. Pero ito talaga yun eh. Para kay Soulcast, yung pagka-intel niya, yung laking suppress, yun na lang talaga yung mga entry point dito ng Team Liquid ng side take nila. On the other side though, dito naman sa Cloud9, it has been the Leaf show for most of it. So umpisa talaga, Leaf naka-ace pa lang, kayang-kaya na, hot hands from the get-go. But on the flip side, doon sa later rounds, it really felt like, Sepa stepping on. Napakita natin si Vanity, nagahawak na judge, bigla na lang kaya na lahat. And it does seem like for Cloud9, the more that they had the runs to play, dun talaga bumawi yung lahat. At dun na lang parang sabi Leaf, okay guys, ready na kayo. I don't need to hard carry like that. But there's just some of these pickoffs, yung pagka-trade for trades na hinahanap dito nila Scream. Yung mga push talagang Team Liquid na nakakapwesto pa talaga. But Scream, right place, right time most of the time. At dito talaga tayo eh. Brother buff? Uy kapatid, hinahabol ako. Sabi nyo, I got you bro, I got you fam. And go for the take-on just like that. Yung Viper split na yan. Scream also having a good pop-off game. And Team Liquid nga, Ito na pala ang formula dito sa stage. Wala nang problema sa quarantine. Wala nang COVID. Magkasama na yung dalawang kapatid. Parang lang paano sila nag-recruit sa bahay. Sabi niya, uy kapatid, may roster slot ako. Sama ka ba? Sabi niya, sure. Okay, sige, wala lang mong ginagawa. So Team Liquid, 6-6 scoreline. At wag natin kalimutan, Ray. Yun nga, nadurog sila dito ng Sentinels. Doesn't seem like it's happening right now. And second, and the most important thing, yung win streak pa rin nila, nakasama, yung pagpasok ni Vera sa roster, tuloy-tuloy pa rin in terms of the matches eh.
Talagang alam mo yun, one player is enough to make a big impact. And sabi ko nga sa'yo, napakalaki talaga ng improvement nila so far. But as for C9 side, talagang kailangan nila talaga mag-step up sa second half. Kasi as of now, I still can't believe that Team Liquid is having a 6-6 scoreline sa very first half. Pero alam mo kung ano mas maraming problema? Ang kanilang defending side. Pero here it goes! Who gets the first frag? Ni Vera gets it, pero traded off lang siya ni Vanity. Pero nga lang, meron pa tayo Soulcast. Kaso nga lang, makuha na siya. 24 HP lang siya, naglapas pa yata ng of course Vipers, rather Snakebite, and Mitch will be going for a plant. Napakalayo ni Scream tsaka ni Link. Nag-date pa sila, pero sige, i-expect na natin yung mga frags, and finally Scream gets the second. Tumama rin at last, buti naman, maganda siguro yung of course ang kanyang barrel, pero nga lang, that's the ghost power, pero nga lang, Leaf, siya ba ay mag-ghost ngayon, going up against 3, medyo mahirap-hirap to, pero nga lang, hindi na imposible when it's Leaf we're talking about, pero all those crossfire, Scream gets him, and bumawi, kahit sabi ko layo, parang nag-date pa si Scream tsaka si Link, naging kalbo. Lumakbay lang naman ang Team Liquid behind the sides, and suddenly, gets this.
Kala ko, di ba? Kala ko talaga, iba yung Mr. Clean dito. Yung pala si Scream lang pala yung kailangan mo para maglinis. So kita mo, naka-backstep pa nga siya. Vanity set going down. Huli pa si Mitch at si Leaf. Nakuha pa niya yung revenge. Sige, yun yung angle kanina ni Leaf eh. Tunga-tunga pa ka Scream. Papasigaw pa nga. So, ginawa mo sa akin yun kanina. Ako manalo ngayon. Team Liquid right now with the defensive win with that first pistol. At kita talaga natin dito sa second half. Pwede na sila makukuha ng momentum kasi si Scream hindi pa tapos Ray. Guardian nga binili niya dito. 2 na lang. Meron na siyang Empress rin. And Link on the flip side. Ito talaga yung makulit sa Team Liquid. Itong mga judge play na pinipilit nila. Sige nga, Link is getting ready. For Satchel muna pupunta dyan. Page is also gonna be there. It seems like. Pero wow, yung guiding light may konting intel. At alam na kagad ng Cloud9. Guys, feel ko may naamoy akong judge nandyan lang. At isipin mo tong judge na to, yung ulo ng dragon, parang pinisat lang talaga. Yun ang gagawin ni Link sa'yo pag pumasok ka dito sa hookah mismo eh.
Talagang same strats lang na ginagamit, pero pinagkaiba lang. Si Link ngayon, siya ang nasa cubby. Nakita ko to sa mga highlights ng pro play, may kailangan magaling mag-judge eh. Di na sabihin ko sino. Pero balita ko, magaling siya mag-raise kasing galing ni Bunny. Pero speaking of, si Vanity naman, naghihintay pa ng calling, and now he will be able to step up those stars. Sabi na, alam na namin kung nasa kakaliwat kanan para kilig, pero ito na ka! Naglabas lang, wrap it up. Pero di pa rin talagang magpapatinag sinig. Pero yung timing, he still gets it. Pero Screamer the Guardian, he just gets attacked against Sepa. Yan ang mga DMR users natin. Pero nga lang on the other side, after making a lot of noises, sabi ng C9, mahirap na. Kapag nag-bail-in pa tayo papuntang B-side, let's try A already. Pero nga lang, we have Soulcast. And kapag tumining siya, syempre, napakadang flash. He still gets it through, of course, the smoke screen. And Ice will be able to go up with that flash. And sabi nyo, uy, tignan nyo, parati ko meron nasa bats na may naliligo. At si Onam Sita, he tries to get it still. Pero nga lang, Scream will be able to finish him. And even if maganda na yung naging execution ng C9 kahit papano, sabi ng Team Liquid, advantage namin yung mga baril namin. Magkakaroon lang kami ng quick read of how you'll be able to detain, how will we be able to detain you guys. And timing itself, sobrang perfect sa side ng Liquid. Pero nga lang, it's just the first 2 rounds. Mali mo, on the next round, makakahabol pa rin. Siyempre, ang C9.
And dapat ginagamit lang na yung map advantage dito sa side ng Team Liquid eh. Pag hindi ginagamit na angle dito ang Cloud9 na hindi clear out, dapat ine-expect na nila eh. And kahit nung sa pistol round nga, diba, nakapikot pa nga, nakita natin Scream na kapwesto para sa backstab. Same case there from the showers. And if Cloud9 isn't gonna be using a part of the map, they have to make sure na binabantayan talaga nila yan. Pag sila makuhuli, very go. Leak again with that stinger, but Scream with the Guardian naman. Makakatawa pa kasi Scream, pero hindi na siya makakadispace kasi si Leaf bigla na lang mag-wide swing dyan at mahuli pa yung Reyna na gusto mag-pop off. Pero 3v3 situation. At ang problema dito ng Cloud9, hindi sila paano gumamit ng baril. So tingnan natin paano talaga lalaroin to ng ating Astra. Vanity already going on down. Break the mirror kasi wala talaga ang pangit ng paningin mo dyan. Rivera with that takedown inside the cloud though. May nakatago Mitch at mukhang ang pangalan pa lang. Ready na siya. But then again, Leaf here trying to get up close and personal. Link on the side. Ito talaga para sa Cloud9. Medyo if it's in between the TL members. But there we go with the pink click though. Still with the shot. And Leaf, you're the only one left. One more shot from the Guardian. Okay na to. Ay, ayun na nga yung ghost pang pagtapos. Team Liquid will make it 6-9. Nicely done para sa Team Liquid ngayon.
Napakaganda naman na scoreline. 6-9. Nice. Nice. On that round itself, bumili pa rin talaga ang mga C9 syempre, pero after a few while, buta na lang si Scream, nakuha din siya kagad ng mga pick-offs and he's really been giving a lot of impact. Natatandaan mo last time, when they went up against Sentinels, wala talagang magawa si Scream at all. Literal, na duelist diff siya ni Tens, pero looks like right now he's really comfortable with those arena. Tapos yung in-sync na naman ng Team Liquid, mapa-quarantine man sila, mapanandito na sila ngayon sa mismong stage. Parang hindi ko naman na-feel yung kakaba-kaba na ginagawa ng team nila. Walang nag-review, sobrang accurate lahat ng plano nila. But as for C9 side, medyo gipit talaga sila sa ganitong sitwasyon. Bakit? Biruin mo, on the third round, after the second half, hindi sila nakapag-execute ng maayos. Medyo inaalat talaga sa kanila ang kanilang attacking side when knowing na mas talagang pabor ang Team Liquid kapag sa first half, especially that attacking side. Sa kanilang defenses here in Bind, hindi talaga magandang performance, pero looking like what happened to them between Sentinels, they finally got that good strategy kung paano nga ba sila magkakaroon ng upper hand against C9, ano ba yung magiging mga signs na kailangan talaga nilang mag-improve. But on the other side naman, let's wait and see kung anong gagawin na C9 ngayon dahil meron naman silang seekers coming in from Leaf. A lot of good information coming right through and the advantage pagdating sa kanilang mga barrel.
I think diba? Team Liquid, just another victory for them in the first place. Cloud9 though, they did play the Eagle, so finally makukuha na rin nila yung buy nila ngayon. But things are looking a little dicey here for the side of Cloud9. Kung tuloy-tuloy lang to, Team Liquid will actually be able to show everyone na improve na sila dito sa bind. At yung laban lang sa Sentinels, masyado lang talaga hindi sila handa para sa matchup na yun mismo. And you mentioned it, Scream, diba? Feeling a lot more comfortable. Pero yun nga masasabi ko, same case about Leaf. Para dito sa dalawang teams na to, growing pains at the very start, but they found their footing, they found their form a little bit more later into the tournament. Pero ito na si Leaf, nakahanda na siya talaga magdala ng dahon niya dito kasi ni Repolyo dalang-dala na rin. Mukha talaga yung Guardian yung mga-atake ng parang Plants versus Zombies lang. Pero papunta dito sa may B-side, Sepato finds the leer and here we go with Team Liquid trying to go for the retake already. Inas na lang nila, harangan talaga dito ang Cloud9. At si Soul kasi si Scream pa nga ang magtatanggol dito. Now then, it's 2v2. Yappy gonna go for a little bit of the reinforcement. Pero 8 bullets na lang dito para kay Scream. Mahuli pa nga siya ni Leaf. 3 kills na para sa ating Sky at ang tanong, ano na palag ni Yampy ngayon?
Yan na si Yampy. Yan ang talagang dream come true kapag na-clutch siya. Pero yung mahawak-hawak mo, Spectre. Pero advantage talaga din pagdating kay Leaf. Underman siya as of now, but he can just take a lot of time. Pero Yampy can just hear right through kung saan ba talaga yung magiging angulo, saan nga ba talaga mag-rotate ang C9. Pero in-expect siya, pero nga lang hindi siya in-expect the timing itself. He hits it. Pakagandang musika. Vanity goes for a fake plant. Pero nga lang advantage siya. May nakabandal ako versus suspect ito mo. Making this into a 7-9 and 2 rounds lang naman ang of course lead ng Team Liquid against C9. Hindi imposible sa kanila para makabawi. But speaking of bawi, Leaf 25-12. Ano ba itong lalaking to? Biruin mo, yung usually Sky naman alam natin na magpapop off, pero knowing that it's Leaf we're talking about, he never disappoint. Pero ito na nga lang sayang kasi 8 bullets na nga lang nangyari kay Scream. Siguro kung mas marunong siya maghintay katulad kapag mahal ka ng tao.
Oh,
di sana, panalo na sana sila. 6-10 sana scoreline. Pero ganun talaga ang buhay, parang life. But let's see. Dahil ngayon si Yampy, nakahawak na siya ng operator on the defending side.
Pinakatanong ko talaga, si Leaf, ganun ba yung buhok niya humahaba, lumalakas pa siya? Parang plant? Makes sense, diba? Pangalan pa lang, alam mo na paano yan. Bigyan mo ng tubig, hahaba yung buhok, haba ng hair. Pero ito na, Team Liquid, Soulcast gonna be on the side. Scream though! Gonna get double pick! Nawala lang, bigla yung smoke, patay na kagad siya dito. At least hindi pa tapos turnover natin get that takedown. At ito naman sa Cloud9, mga entries na hanap nila. Easy take onto the A side. Kanina pansin natin, Team Liquid, they were struggling to actually get those round wins. Yes, it was possible para sa Team Liquid, pero talaga pinapalagan ng Cloud9. And here we go for C9 right now. Mas intindi nila tong A-side overall. So, 5v3 situation, operator ba nga Payampi. Pero dahil walang co-positioning at all dito yung Team Liquid, baka nga save round na lang to para sa defense natin eh.
Ang hirap na. May mga bagay talaga na hindi mo na i-risk. Tapos, napaka-heavy pa na magiging rotation nila just in case. So, they'll just be going for the exit maybe. Pero I think C9 may idea na rin sila kung saan nila mamimit yung mga members. Sabi nila, di kami magpapa-cancer, di kami magpapa-add ng pera para sa inyo. Kundi, mag-iingat na lang din kami. Pero alam mo ba kung ano mas maganda? Yung setup ni Mitch, yun talaga yung naging way nila. Usually yung mga gano'n na toxic screen, it takes a lot of creativity and good tune. Pero I love how they eradicated yung line of sight kagad ni Scream, and wala talaga silang ka-idea. Even if hindi na-thrown out nga yung flash na yun, pero nga lang, the fact that they already know na ine-expect sila coming from lamps, that's already a big opener para sa kanila. And Soulcast, suddenly talaga, the timing hits perfect, even if meron silang wells coming in from Link. And now, Team Liquid, sabi nila, parang mali na to. Parang hindi na natin ma-figure out kung paano nga ba tayo nila-line-upan itong C9, paano tayo sinasetapan. So let's go for it. And it tells us so much that even if we're at the second half, Dax, napaka-ganda pa rin ng labanan. Nakakabawi pa rin ang C9 under attacking. And yeah, sa mga nagsasabi dyan, even if syempre wala na yung Team Secret, let's of course watch the other teams. Marami talagang teams na yung napakalaking potential. And hey, may extend pa naman tayo bukas, diba? Our representative coming in from the SDA.
Ayun talaga ba? May extend ba? May palagpang SC at ang tanong, aabot ba silang semifinals? Persipin natin to. EMEA concentrate. Puro na lang first seed EU, first seed EU, first seed EU, first seed EU. Apat na labanan, EU versus the world. At kung palagi parang maging same trend as that victory of Acend over Team Secret, manalo Team Liquid, manalo Gambit, manalo Fnatic. Nako, champions pa ba to? Parang nalang tayo ng EMEA Masters eh. Nalang tayo ng EMEA Challengers eh. Na sila naman naglalabanan. But it just goes to show na pwede mag-dominate ng region na to. And it really boils down to the back to form talaga ng mga likes of Team Liquid, likes of Fnatic. Kita rin natin talaga. Defending champions kayong Gambit. Lumaban na rin ang Acend. So EMEA overall, superior region so far. At ang tanong, sino ang titigil sa kanila? Yung SCA may chance pa. Yung LATAM may chance pa. Pero ito na, ang last chance and only chance ng rivals na nila na NA. So Cloud9, the only NA hope yet again. Kung talaga niniwala kasi blue, red, and white, panurin nyo lang tong blue and white ngayon ng Cloud9 Blue. But there we go, Vanity already with the Cosmic Divide. Kita natin, raming natatakpan, raming naman smokes. And here comes Cloud9 with the push as well. Leafto, nasa loob lang, makapasok dito, papunta sa may default. Pero ang problema nila, alam din nila, nandyan si Nevera. Do they get that intel? No, that's a Cosmic Divide. And so far, Team Liquid, tago-tago muna and waiting for the spike plan to be initiated.
Yung halang, naglalabas lang kagad si Mitch after that plan itself. Makakapag-release na siya kagad ng Viper Spit. Select, sabi niya, meron kaya ako mapipick off? Tatalon-talon muna ako. Parang humpy-yumpy sa the wall. Pero speaking of, sabi ni Soulcast will be able to get against Mitch. And this is a big factor. Mawawala ang Viper Spit. And they can just take all over, throw their utilities. And speaking of, Soulcast makes it way in. Seipa is gonna be falling down. Meron tayong post-plan para sa side, syempre, ng C9 to delay so much time. Pero sabi ni Soulcast, no problem. Pero nga lang, sabi ni Sita, I have the shock to dart through. And kaliwat kanan, sige, intay nyo lang at intay. Never surrender. But I think there's not enough time left. And that's just it. Magiging 9-all pa nga. Medyo sayang, medyo little too late dahil walang nag-push sa kanila. Syempre, papuntang short dahil naka-post plant na kaga ng C9. And I love those moments na isa-isang nag-try yung Team Liquid get to C9. Sabi nila, meron kaming Viper, meron kaming Sita, meron kaming lahat with those gravity well delaying so much. And after Soulcast, isa na lang eh. 2 seconds na lang before he can go for that half defuse. Unfortunately, won't be able to. Tapos lahat sila, isa-isa lang sila pumunta sa mga naka-hold na post plant ng C9. Walang nangyari. At ngayon, oh, easy, pag nang-trash talk ka, yan, lagot ka, C9, nanggigigil ako sa'yo,
galawang ng NA yan, ganyan yan, pero si Zeta ha, ano yan, sulit yung metro, isipin mo, shock dart gameplay, nakakadalo pa nga. So Cloud9 right now, Itong mga A-take talaga ang pwede lalalain dito. This is a perfect chance actually for Cloud9 to keep going at this A side kasi kanina pa natin nakikita. Ito ang weakness dito ng Team Liquid pero naman, Nevera, handa na may Viper Spit pero ang problema wala siyang baril. At yun yung pinaka-interesting dito, tingnan mo to. Team Liquid is going for a gamble. Tatlo sa kanila nakabili, 2 rifle, isang shotgun, isang judge na nakahanda pero lahat sila nasa may B side. Instead, they might have to go for the retake here if ever on A. Umaasa sila konti sa ating clutch plays dito galing kay Yampi at kay Nevera. First leaf, ito na naman yung dahon natin gumagalaw. Guiding light though, doesn't get the intel. Nevera nakatago lang sa likod ng triple box na yun. And Sepa right now, gonna be up on top. But here we go with the smoke again. Scream though with the takedown on East. Naghahabol lang dito Team Liquid. Gumagawa lang sila side dito sa may right side o A side. But Sepa with the find on the Soulcast anyway, making 4v4. At mukhang ang plano dito ngayon ng Cloud9 mag-rotate papunta B side pero mukhang may nakabantay pa rin. At ang pangalan niya ay Link. But then again, it's a big brain play kasi pwede pa umikot dito ang Cloud9 papunta ng Bilong and if ever ma-open up tong A-side na to ni Zeta with chance pa rin dahil doon sa TP. So Zeta with the take down to Nevera pero ito talaga Link tagabantay. Judge though gonna get in the way and hindi nila in-expect dito ng Cloud9 na yung Judge pa talaga yung nakapwesto dito. Link with the take down, turns on the run, does the run into Sepa. 10 seconds left to Ray Ray. Nagmamadali niya dito ang side ng Cloud9. Your Team Liquid cannot go for the stall anymore dahil sa paint shells na yun. So may chance pa dito talaga manalo ang Cloud9 but Scream ready with the backstab. Yampi might need distraction at ang tanong sino matatamaan dito inside the container though. Nandun pa rin ang Cloud9 at Team Liquid na Scream. Ano na magiging plano natin dito? There we go with Peak but Scream again with a takedown. Sanity though gonna get all aboard for you Tapi. Di muna nakatap dyan. Isa pa ay Yampi at hindi tumama. Cloud9 they got away with that one. Team Liquid though so close pero nakulangan lang talaga ng barrel doon sa round na yon.
Siguro kung naka-specter man yun, kung ano na ang hawak-hawak ni Yampi, it could have been a sign para sa Team Liquid na makabawi. Pero as of now, on a stop, on a roll talaga ang mga taga-C9. And Scream, he tries of course to go with that. Napakaganda na lang pick niya kahit na mata-timing na sana siya. But then, kitang-kita na talaga, Vanity can just spray right through, even go for a wall bang and he'll be able to get that win. And yan na nga yung mga oras na important rounds. Kailan kaya maipapanalo ng Liquid? Mukhang ngayon talaga hindi gumagana ang Brothers buff, ang Liquid buff. Pero Yampi still he denies it. Pero wala nga lang mababawasan. Wala lang ang armor ni Soulcast. Pero I can have that tap. Okay, safe out of course. He will be able to get that with that paint shells. Walang problema. Pero nga lang, dalawang controller at isa na lang na initiator ang natitira sa side ng C9. Magiging oras pa kaya to? Because what will be Hampy doing? He will just be delaying so much with that long angle coming from his operator. And on the other side, Scream, he knows how to play this. Going up against, of course, here in A side, pwede din siyang pumaltap sa may bats. And intal lang. Pero I love dito na yung time ng gagawin ng Team Liquid ngayon is that they will just be preventing ang C9 sa pagpasok ng site and talagang lalaroin nila to into a mind games. And kita mo naman ginawa ni Scream. Sabi na dito ako sa pinakagilid. I'll wait for you to come at me and I will eat you alive.
Whoa there. Scary ka. Ray, scary ka with the key ha. Nakakatakot yun. Ganun lang ba pag may dumikit sa'yo, kakagatin mo kaagad? Parang dinosaur na walang kangipin-ngipin. Pero ito na si Scream. Mga katalawa, yan talaga ang ngipin hinahatan. The fangs are bared there from Scream. Yampi finds the operator shot also. At 10-10, nandito na tayo sa harapin. Team Liquid, Cloud9, ganito kadikit. Pero kita talaga natin, Team Liquid nga, diba? Yung palag nila dito, try to prove that they are here in it to win it. 24 takedowns sa Paki Scream. But on the other side, Cloud9, lahat ng 50 United States at lahat ng NA fanboys nasa likod nila ngayon. Pag-asa na naman ang Cloud9 ng NA nga dito sa matchup na to, dito sa Valorant Champions. At isipin mo, ano nagawa nila sa Worlds? Paano pa kaya dito sa Champions mismo? Kaya pa ba ng Cloud9 makipagpalag? Kaya pa manalo dito ng Team Liquid sa Bide? Abangan natin, pero pansin talaga natin sa Team Liquid rin. They do want a bit more of that map control, so they are gonna be contesting the showers right now. At the same time though, andun pa rin yung galawan ni Link. Judge talaga ang matapang at a-avoid na yan ng Cloud9 as much as possible. But Mitch, ano na ang baril mo dito? Frenzy lang? Sapat na ba yan? Makakapatay ka ba? Yan ang magiging tanungan natin. And this time, it might be the same case, Ray kanina, di ba? May vice konti yung Team Liquid pero si Earth hindi makapatay. Ngayon, 4 na ang rifles dito ng Cloud9 pero si Mitch nakahanda lang yung Frenzy. Pero kung ma-open up niya talaga ito yung Scream, maugulat na lang si Scream dito. Yung Frenzy pa makakapatay. They wanted to go for that start to get the connection. Pero ayun nga! Frenzy lang ang kailangan! Binati ko kasi! At kung Goodbye na lang, Scream. Mapapasigaw siya dyan. Soulcast though gonna be on the back side, but this time it's gonna go on down. But here comes Link and Soulcast again. Nakasplit pa nga papunta sa shower. Set right now. We'll find one, but it's 2v2. Rotate muna dito ang Cloud9, and after everything is said and done, may okay naman na pwestuhan dito Cloud9 na kasi judge nga si Link, he might want to change that gun to something else, but C9 with the right call at dito na sila sa B-side, Rene.
Tingnan natin kung magiging workable ba ang kanilang post plant. Looking at it, sabi na Team Liquid, let's stick together. And that can be a huge favor to us. And kita mo, Vanity. Nag-setup na siya kagad ng kanyang mga stars. Always checking sila sa flank. Pero dalawang miyembro yan ng sine na nag-aabang sa inyo sa may long, nag-aarap sa inyo sa may 3. And let's see if this is going to be a very workable side dahil kitang-kita mo naman, mag-up na nga kagad ng toxic skins dito, and this is a good way. Napakaganda nung nilagay ni Nivera, pero nga lang on the other side, magpa-fight time lang. Meron pa kagad shock to dart dito, pero isa na lang kagad ang dito na sabi ng Team Liquid, what a strength! And now Nivera goes for the one, together with Yampi. Walang ka problema on those post plans, workable sa C9, kulang nga lang sa utilities. On the other side, Team Liquid, they let, of course, isang miyembro nila mag-plant. Sabi ng dalawa, mag-crossfire na lang kami after that defuse. And those important rounds na ipanalo na nga ng Team Liquid against C9. And looking at it, yung frenzy kind of worked against kay Scream, but for the other members ng Team Liquid, wala talagang nangyari. Pero on the other side, ito yung importanteng round na yung previous round, if either of the teams matatalo sila, wala na talaga enough economy to buy at all. And looking like sa C9, frenzy lang, may Guardian, may Spectre. Will it be enough, of course, to tackle down the defense by Team Liquid? Or it's gonna be over talaga para sa kanila here in the very first map?
So kanina si Mitch lang yung hindi naka-barrel. Tapos ngayon si Mitch yung pipili. Hoy, makisama ka naman. Nag-frenzy ka na kanina. Na-bait mo tuloy yung team mo. Sabi na, Mitch, hindi ka pa frenzy this round? Oh, pare. Sure na yan. Tapos biglang may Guardian, Mitch. Parang di yan frenzy, ah. Hindi okay lang, pare. May pera ako kanina. So, at least, tama ka naman, Mitch, with that good backstab on to Scream at the very least. Pero at the same time, yun pa rin yung pag-hold talaga ni Soulcast, yung inabangan natin sa may A side. And here we go now into the next round. And Cloud9, they don't want to go here at B whatsoever. Alam ba nila, nandyan si Link, but the pressure is there already. May pagkaalangan talaga na nawawala yung Astra dito sa mapang to. So, para sa bantay sarado na Astra dyan, mukhang nagawa na niya muna ang trabaho niya dito sa pwestuhan na to. But in Cloud9, they just want to find that easy pick-off eh. Tatlong frenzy ba naman yan? Kung hindi talaga tumama ang lahat, mamamatay pa kayo. At tita mo, sino ang tagabantay dito? Si Soulcast. I'd love to see though if he can actually use that null command para na mabuhay. Fragment right now for the stall. At mukhang Cloud9 naghahanda na para sa e-take na to.
Handang-handa na ba ang Cloud9? Magiging music ba to the ears? Dahil ngayon, wala na akuha ang distraction. Syempre si Hampy. Pero he's just gonna be getting them and Link together with the Bear. Those crossfires ni Link. Tumatalon lang. He can score. And kahit na-jump pack siya ngayon, ano yun? Ba't kinag-audition pa isa-isa sa harapan ni Link? And finally, isa na lang before Team Liquid gets this. Buhay na buhay. Buhat na buhat ni Leaf. Pero as for the other members, anong nangyari? Pugong-pugong. Talon-talon. Ginawang ibang bang-bang. At kita mo naman, nilaro lang niya together with the members of C9. And after that, they get that one. Medyo nakakatawang ang moment sa side, of course, ng C9. But Team Liquid, isa na lang before they can finally get this. Or maybe, baka posible pa nga umoti ang pinakaunang mapa.
May pag-asa pa. Cloud9 though, last chance para sa round na to. Tingnan na natin kung paano sila papalag. But there you go already. Sepa, try to play the entry first. Dito ang Team Liquid. Sabi nila, tapos na to. Maligo na nga tayo. Cool down really quick as we have Scream as well as Soulcast ready to hold as close as possible. And ito talaga, ego peek ng Scream. And he'll just dismiss on the way. Flash go to come on over at Scream. Hindi niya kailangan yung flash mo, pare. Papatay na kagad niya ang dalawa. And Scream and Shout letting it all out. But Settle Mitch with the fights. Mukhang lahat matisiwan dito kay Soulcast. Pero mukhang nakakapasok na rin dito rin. Si Link, the Cosmic Divide don't gonna be out already. There we go with Link with the take out. One mission with the trade already. And now it's gonna be 2v2. Thing is to, may chance pa dito. Ang Cloud9, mag-rotate papuntang B-side. And here we go again, Ray. Nakita na natin to sa Cloud9. Pero yung Team Liquid pa ang nanalo. Pero may secret weapon dito ang Cloud9. Operation Viper Spit. Here we go from the hookah. They go to B-side safely. At ang tanong, matatapos na ba ngayon ng Team Liquid tong lat shot na to?
Medyo sayang nakakuha na ng early frag sa C-Screen. Pero alam mo kung anong naging problema? Excited masyado ang Team Liquid sa closure. Pero ito nakapag-close niya kasi 9 minutes of image! Nakuha pa niya si Soulcast! Ni Vera na lang. Ito na si Ni Vera debut. Ito na ba yung oras na talagang itong idol natin, my idol ni Vera gets this clutch against 2 members ng Team Liquid. Timing his swing set. And now it's going to be a 1v1. Parehas tayo ng HP. Pero no minutes, so 10 bullets. Tapos yung oras, kailangan niya makuha to. Looks like he goes for the defuse.
Nandiyan lang, Vanity! Check mo na yan! Biglang nahuli pa! Nahuli pa siya! Hindi na lang tiningnan! Rinig mo na! Parang daga na nag-squeak lang dyan! Hindi mo pa tinapakan! At dahil lang doon, nanalo pa ang Team Liquid ng ganon! Kadikit, ganon, kalapit! Hininga na nga lang! Mapapansin mo na! Team Liquid though, they did it! They have taken Bind away! At dito na alanganin ng Cloud9 ngayon! Ray! Isipin mo, nakakawakan mo at hindi mo pa binarin.
Diba? Kabado ba yun? Hindi ko alam.
Boss.
Alam mo, may mga bagay na hindi mo talaga nile-let go. Pag sa pagkakaroon ng mga diffuse, kalmado si Nivera. Sobrang confident siya about it. Pero looking at the highlights talaga that is coming in from lift, kala natin, sign na talaga yon para sa C9 and the fact that it's 6-6, sabi mo nga, malaking reset ang kailangan and napakalaki talaga. Malaki talaga yung mga naging advantages syempre ng C9. Pero nga lang sabi ng Team Liquid, say no more, we improve our defending side kasi yun talaga yung nagpatalo sa amin against Sentinels last time. And speaking of talaga, napakaganda. Sobrang memorable yung kanilang mga crossfires, those postals, those retakes itself, and those flags coming in from Scream. They're quite confident. Yung control nila sa bats parate dahil alam nilang go A lang usually ang mga taga C9. They were able to dictate the pace kahit mahirap. Those important rounds na ipapanalo talaga ng Team Liquid. Pero nga lang yung last round talaga na yon, we gotta give it to Nivera. Sobrang ganda nun. Calm and collected is what he needs. That half itself, yun talaga yung nag-determine. And uy, may mga onting kasiyahan syempre sa side ng Team Liquid. But Bind, hindi talaga ako makapaniwala.
Gamble. That was a gamble pick para sa Cloud9. Hindi naman sila maalas sa map na ganito. Pero at the same time, they were going into it feeling that Team Liquid couldn't be able to handle it after that matchup against Sentinels. Pero wala eh. Team Liquid pinakita talaga dito sa stage. Ready na. At guys, mag-break pa tayo dito muna. Ang tanong, mabuhay pa ba Cloud9? Mabuhay pa ba ang NA? O ito na ba ang EMEA semifinals na hinahanap? Ako si Dax, kasama ko si Reyra. At magbabalik tayo dito sa Valorant Champions.
Mahabang win streak, kaya nating lahat. Equip your home with fiber fast internet. Para pati si mommy, sure MVP. Get your fiber upgrade right away with tons of freebies. Plus health essentials when you switch to the new Only Fiber Up. Apply now.
Mic check 1, 2. We pop bands like it's bubble gum. 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 We pop bands like it's bubble gum.
Bubble bass.
Welcome back to Champions, where when Team Liquid get another shot on Bind, they show us what they're made of. They take it 13-10 fashion. Stellar performance out of them. What a recovery on this map. And it, for me, in a lot of ways, felt like it came from starting on that attacking side, gaining some confidence through that, coming in even through the midway point, and then just running away with it.
Yeah, I think some of the ways that they fell into some of those 3 versus 5s that I was talking about the halftime show definitely gave him the momentum to ride through on that attacking side. And yeah, 100%. The ideas that they clearly have prepped on that side worked pretty dang well.
Yeah, one of the things that I have to say, starting out for C9, there were a couple of moments on their defense where they were looking a little bit scared, like utility was being popped early on the A side. We saw it a couple times, like Gravwell Snakebites going down when there was only a small bit of pressure. That KO helped a lot for Team Liquid to not feel the same when they were on the defense, because early round, you would have, for example, Solkas throwing his knife down through mid, seeing that there's no one outside A, Scream would push up, grab that information for a little bit later on into the round, look for some duels, knowing he has the dismiss to back off. I really like this this map from Team Liquid, a lot better than the Sentinels game, goddamn.
We previewed this series talking about how Scream had been a slow starter in a number of series leading up to this point. Well,
way earlier.
Sure, and I completely agree with you, but I also think you got to take the bad with the good. As we talked about, some of those defensive rounds, the one I just said about Scream pushing down mid, he stayed hyper-aggressive in some of those angles. Sometimes he'll be punished for that, but a lot of the time, he's getting away with the advantages. And I think with Scream, it's always going to be a metric of how often does he get away with it versus how often does he fail. And right here, man, he was getting away with it. I mean, this was a game of Leaf versus Liquid as opposed to C9. Leaf stepped up massively, but it wasn't enough. Not when Scream's pulling out that Reyna and playing the confidence game.
No, you needed some of the hero moments from Scream to match the many hero moments coming out of Leaf. 28, 18, and 1 was Leaf in a loss. And so there's a couple ways to look at that. That's a double-edged sword right there. I mean, one, Leaf is feeling himself, so you got to be worried about it. But two, if Cloud9 can't get a win when Leaf is popping off the way he is right there, that's where you start to get a little concerned, I think.
Yeah, I mean, they succeeded at the very one thing that I really thought they needed to do, but all of a sudden everything else was not there, right? Specifically Zeppa, right? He's supposed to be a critical part of that bind entirely for Cloud9. He was missing. It felt like, I don't know if we saw the complete KDA there, but 10 kills for the rest of the... It felt like there was nobody over double digits, Zeppa included. That's a major fail for Cloud9. However, I won't say that it was just Leaf, right? Because in my mind, there were so many clutch moments from the rest of them. Vanity specifically, even though he didn't play that last 1v1 very well at all. But the rest of the time, I felt like he was definitely coming up big.
You speak about clutch moments. We found 2 Verizon high-speed moments within this one, because this series so far for us has been all about individuals thinking quick on their feet. So we watched this during the halftime. We're going to watch it again. Scream in round 6. The dismiss off of this kill to nullify Mitch's Viper's pit. Here I'm going to go in. I'm going to mark him for my brother. He's going to find the frag, and they take the round. But it didn't end there. There was more quick thinking from other players, and we don't want to sit here and not give Cloud9 the love that they deserve. We saw Zeppa in the final round of the first half thinking quick on his feet. I know I'm going down in the 1v4, but if I can stop the plant, if I can make this a time game, then we can take the round and even it up at 6-6. Quick thinking on the feet by both of those players. That's what you like to see at the highest levels of Valorant.
He's got a cool head on his shoulders, I'll tell you that, right? He's got a player
I would have chucked that nade in the air and tried to swap to my rifle, right? Like,
when you have Navarre swinging you like that, no way you stay that cool. That was really
What's
nice.
really impressive about it is, though, some of these executes coming out of Team Liquid are explosive. They're quick. They're not telegraphing exactly what they're trying to do, and yet, based on the utility coming out, he's instantly reading, okay, this is where they want to plant. Let's take a look at the time. All while he's being pushed by players and going, all right, I need to chuck this nade here. That is going to maximize our win percentage. It's pretty incredible to be able to think like that under that kind of pressure.
When Sean can't figure out where they're going, when he has the full mini-map and it's Sean Garris, you know that they
did a damn good job.
Yeah. Well, that's what makes these some of the best players in the world. But now we turn our attention towards towards that second map of the series. It's going to be Acend. And as has been spoken about both by us and the casters here, you know, by our sides, this is a map that's winnable by both squads, right? Obviously, Team Liquid's going to feel confident. That's why they picked it. But for Cloud9, there are no slouches on Acend either.
No, they're definitely not. One thing I want to touch on before we even get to that is off the bat, you've just been wrecked on your own map that previously was very weak for Liquid in this tournament. Now you move on to Acend. Previously, we might have looked at it as a dead on even ground, but I would question how it's going to affect these players' mentality coming into this map now, knowing that Liquid want to play here.
Well, as we talk about mentality and we reframe towards that map number 2, let's take a look at Scream and how he's popping off in the AIM Lab pre-match shoot-around. If he's feeling himself today on the stage, I'm looking to see how many of these come through on headshots. Oh, no, he lost his rhythm. That's our chance. That's Cloud9's chance right there.
Don't see that from Leaf. He's been on point, but yeah, I gotta say, man, like the thing for me, as soon as I saw that Reyna pick coming out of Scream, you're thinking I'm very afraid for whoever has to face off against this man's Reyna, because he is coming in, he's saying to his teammates, guys, listen, I'll open the space for you, I'll do whatever. And I even heard during the game, right, we got it in a replay, Vanity screaming across like entry, and don't entry for your Reyna. Well, the Reyna got back to entering and doing absolutely everything else as well.
I really like how Team Liquid is actually using both the KO knife and the dart from Sova to actually try to enable Scream on so many opportunities, both on defense and attack. There was one round he just walked down mid. Fantastic. And we're going to see that on the second map, Ascent, because that is what Scream is known for, especially on that defensive side.
Diving into Ascent, map 2, Cloud9's had the opportunity to play this once so far here at Champions. It was against Vision Strikers, 13-10 victory. But for me, the thing I will point out was that in that 3-round differential of a win, Leaf was 9-0 on first blood trades. He didn't go down a single time in it. And so, again, that to me just puts a spotlight on him as a player, because just to overcome Vision Striker by 3 rounds, they needed him to perform that well.
I think you're probably thinking a little bit too much into that, because I'll tell you why. They went, what was it, 11-1, 10-2 in that first half, and I'm pretty sure most of those first bloods are coming from that. And Vision Strikers, I mean, especially in that first half, they did not look happy playing that. They were just kind of running in with a little bit of utility and just getting split up so much by Cloud9. You're not going to see Team Liquid with the pace that we just saw in Bind do the same type of thing.
I have to agree with you. On the other hand, though, Leaf coming out of an incredible Bind performance on a Sky, now getting to go back to that comfort of Jet, that's going to be something that's a lot more difficult to shut down. This man's going to have an operator a lot more, and you know that he can deal the damage when it comes to any part of this map on the defensive side, early peaks. Leaf is dangerous, so you need to look at who can shut him down. And sure, you're going to think about the likes of Yampy and so on, but Scream, he's going to be on that Reyna again. And so the contrast of those two in those early duels is going to be a joy to watch.
Let's continue the conversation around agents. This is the map, actually, where Cloud9 felt comfortable to jump towards that KO. So while they stayed away from it on Bind and TL was willing to pick it up, we might have, you know, kind of a flip of a scenario, or at least a mirror matchup between those KOs to see who can use him better.
Yeah, I think that's we have to look for it for sure, but Cloud9 has been known to kind of move away in do-or-die situations from the KO, specifically when they think they can't get the value because they've shown it, but they are going to go for it. On the side of Liquid, it looks exactly the same as normal. This is one of the maps that Yampy plays Jet on, which I think is something we have to point out, because in my mind, Yampy didn't have the greatest of games on Bind. It was still good, but don't get me wrong, but it wasn't the same level, especially when he was pulling out that op.
Yeah, you know, one of the really important things for me here on my Team Liquid wouldn't really go for a KO. Obviously, you're going to have Yampy still on the Jet when it comes to this map. Previous on Bind, it doesn't give you as much space to work with, and it's not as common of a pick anymore, but Yampy on Jet right here on Ascent, it is an essential pick, especially up against Leaf. So then it's the question of who's going to give up their agent to play it, and I just don't see anybody bringing enough value from having the KO versus the comp they have.
All right, well, double duelist on one side when it comes to Team Liquid versus Cloud9 with a little bit more well-rounded of a comp, if I can put a word to it. Let's talk about where the answer then is for Cloud9. Leaf's already performing like an all-star, so who are you looking at in terms of being a difference maker to take down TL on their map pick, Ascent?
I think there's a lot of value to Zeppa stepping up, right? I think there's massive value there, and I hope that he does, but I also want to point out Zeta, right? There was a couple rounds that I'm just like, hold on, Zeta, you should be much better than this. You should be hitting these shots normally. There wasn't really that same level that I expect from Zeta, but he was still contributing in ways with the utility that he has, which I hope he continues to do.
So C9 are going to start in the defense here. Leaf's got to have a good start, but considering he aced out the opening pistol of Bind, I would really doubt that he's going to be slow to start on this map.
Well, when you're staring down a tournament favorite and your backs are against the wall, it's got to start from round number 1. And we've got EDK and Sean Garrett standing by for the call.
Halika rito real quick, tayo nagbabalik. Parang nagbaboses ko dito. Pero tayo ay babalik na nga guys sa ating matchup na Team Liquid versus Cloud9. Mangalan ko ay Dax na nagbinata na. At syempre kasama ko si Baby Cakes na si Ray Ray. Ano Ray Ray, ba't ka tuwa?
Kasi talaga, guys.
Pare,
guys. Guys, good morning, guys.
Good morning.
Dito na tayo, guys. Sa laban ng Team Liquid and C9. Go, go, go!
Galing si Rufa Ray Ray. Pero, dito na tayo guys. Ano ba, 1 round? Kaya ko ba 1 round? Magkasa ko ganito, boses ko lang naka-effect. Parang may slow motion. Pero mukhang, ito nga diba? May KO para kay Cloud9. Yun nga si Mitch, naka-killjoy. Tawang-tawa ako sa boses ko. Kakaiba talaga Ray Ray. Pero yun nga, Team Liquid, pansin natin, Scream, Yumpy, Double Duelist, at all eyes really on that matchup between Scream and Leaf eh.
Sige lang.
Sige.
Okay. Team Liquid, Double Duelist, na si Yumpy Dumpy sa Patanawal. Kamukha niyang aso ko na si Gohan Kun. And now speaking of, ito na, Nivera. Uy, sabi niyo, right to kulik ko. And ako, fit ang mga taga-Team Liquid na po, third map. Joke lang. Ayun na, tama nga. Scream na
Pistol ka agad eh. Ayun na. Scream.
Gawin mo ay Scream na pangalan.
Scream, shout, let it all out. Pero Leaf nakadalo pa rin at Cloud9 ang mananalo sa pistol na to. Saktong hold lang sa B-side. At yun talaga diba, si Leaf ang kailangan natin batayan dito. Nag-pop up siya kanina sa unang mapa natin na Bind. He was the one top fragging for so much. And here he goes yet again. Nung kalaban nila yung Vicious Strikers eh. Lupit talaga ng labanan. Most of the time with the first touch. Sige na,
Patayin ko na ito para seryoso na tayo dito. But yes, you have it here. Hold lang ni setup, tas lang ni Mitch, and just goes to show para sa Cloud9. Makuha lang nila yung dudes, magpasok lang dito na Team Liquid. Easy pickings, especially nung nawala na yung Astra Smokes eh.
Seryoso na natalo Liquid ng pistol. They always lose the pistol round. Bias of the joke lang. Then C9 din tayo. Kasi dan yung dating team ni nung ex ko eh, si Stewie.
Wow, din.
Wow!
Grabe talaga yung pass ni Ray Ray. Tropa sila Link, ex niya si Stewie 2K. Alam mo guys, ito si Ray Ray. Marami nang makakaharot ng mga pro player. na may kagat. Ganun talaga, boss. Ay, nako. Alam mo, pero tanong ko sa'yo to. Scream o Nivera, Ray Ray?
Wala, hindi ko type yung ganyan.
Ayaw nga pala, si coach ng Cloud9. Si pangalan niya ulit. Ay, nako. Call me daddy real quick. Pero uy, nako. Mapapa-daddy. Yes, papa ka na lang dahil sa gravity wall na yan. Team Liquid gonna get caught on at the same time. Buhay pa dito si Soulcast, 19 HP. Ano na magagawa mo dyan, boss? Ayun na nga yung Aldron eh. Magpapakita ba't? Yo, Cloud9. They have the advantage here so far, Ray Ray.
Na nga eh. Okay. Hello?
Okay na, gumalaw na muli ang mundo natin, Ray Ray. Don't worry. Hintatin mo lang yung refresh real quick.
Ayun na, ay, nakapasok. Okay, pamamatay si Soulcast. Delayed ang oras ng Team Liquid. Audition lang is real. Scream gets a top. Wala na to. Talo na sila dito na oras.
One enemy remaining.
Wala, sinabi mo na eh. Sinabi mo na, tapos na labanan. O nga, di ba? Stewie 2K, Stewie tambay. Pwede rin naman eh.
Pwede naman.
Okay. So, alam na guys.
Pero, alam niyo kung ano mas alam na. Big shoutout nga pala sa nanonood. Kay Aeons, pati mga friends ko nanonood sa kabilang Discord. Salamat! At dito nanonood.
Nice job, Ray Ray. Yan yung covering your tracks. Wala po akong ginawang masama, baby cakes. Love na love kita. Ikaw lang ang asa buhay ko. Pero yun na nga. Ano?
Bigla naisip ko lang na may nanonood nga pala.
Oo, palagi may nanonood, boss. Di ko alam pinagsasabi mo all the time eh. Parang siya kahit first time niya marinig yan, pero first blood dito na naman kay Leaf. At ito talaga nagagawa ng Cloud9 sa Acend. You let Leaf have fun, enjoy. Kita mo na lang, naglalaro siya sa playground, naglalaro siya mid, at bigla na lang pupugod siya ng isang ulo gamit talaga ng rifle na yan. So, quick tap there from Leaf already. Getting that takedown 5v4 situation na to. Pero Yampy push on muna. Finds Zeta! Not aware whatsoever. At Yampy! Pinatumba ang dalawa! Yampy Dumpty talaga sat on the wall. Made sure that everyone gonna have that great fall. Pero 3v4 situation. At isipin natin paano nga maglalaro pa ang Cloud9. Leaf though, getting the angle yet again here at the back of B side. At nga siya pa ang makakuha ng pwestuhan dito.
Advantage na ba ng Team Liquid pagdating sa kanilang mga barrel? Yampy. Nakatawag talaga mag-jet. Ito na ang next talaga. Kaabang-abang. Yampy-dumpy sa ito na wall. Leak will be able to plant, of course. And
spike planted.
Retake para kay Valorant here. Bika naman, Yampy. Napakasakit mo, my idol. Stars all over. He still gets the timing. Leaf. When it's Leaf, we're talking about syempre mga potential clutches talaga. Pati mga ace na kuha talaga niya. He still gets scream. Ano na? Sabi niya, oopsie-doopsie. No way. Pero not bad for third round. Sa side ng C9, marami sila maiigib na ROI. Kahit talagang maraming mukhang mga reptile, katulad ni Wits. Nakakapag-ROI tayo ngayon. And now, speaking of, maganda din, mga jet natin ngayon, no? Palo-palo, mga one-tap sa ulo. Pero nga lang, when it's already, Leaf we're talking about, syempre guys, amount of firepower, knowing na sobrang lakas ng Uy, sabog siya, Dak. Sa takot ako. Si Device, nakita ko nanuntok ng monitor, nasira talaga. Napa-time out kami 30 minutes.
30 minutes. Pag gano'n, tale as old as time, song as old as time, sinira yung monitor, yun lang yun, sinusuntok. Pero ito na nga, paano ba lalaman dito Team Liquid Link to? At least na-shutdown niya si Leaf at yun talaga kailangan gawin dito ng Team Liquid as much as possible. Kung masyado mainit ang bata na to, yung kulot talaga, mas umahaba pa talaga ang buhok na yan. At ito na, haba ang inuman kasi ito na ang Bladestorm naghahanda para pero Scream! Gonna be able to get that takedown onto Leaf already. Anong Bladestorm pa nalalaman mo? That's gonna be the Reyna getting that takedown. Yampy though, gusto na pakita sa lahat paano gamitin yung Blades na yan. At siyang tunay na American Ninja Warrior dito for Yampy already with the takedown auto. Mitch Hell muna ang angle dito for the side of Team Liquid. At ang A-side, kuhanan nila. Ray Cloud9 have to go for the retake. At si Zeta naka-Odin pa nga. Pero ang tanong, paano nilaro nito? Kasi tatlo silang ipit doon sa itaas. At mukhang iikot muna dito si Vanity.
Sabi niya, wait lang guys ha. Mag-rotate lang ako, parang sa Miramar, pero walang ganong kalayong rotation kapag nasa Miramar ka. Dahil ngayon, it is time kay Sepa Pig. Makakuha pa siya ngayon ng mga takedowns. Wala. Naghahanap pa rin siya. Finders Keepers. May na lang po kagad sa Shopee. But as of now, siyempre lalayo na yung mga miyembro ng Sinan. Mahirap na para tayo nakikipaglaban. Of course, sa mga iba't ibang walls na pinakita nga noong Attack on Titan. Naalis na nga sila kagad. May mga bagay na hindi na dapat pinaglalaban. At itong round na yon, wag na natin talaga. Itiis na lang natin into making this a 2-2. Malay mo, at 350, malay mo, na next half pa natin, malay mo, makakabawi pa tayo against Team Liquid. And after na ngayon, napakadaming opportunities sa kanila na to take those holes against C9 and finally makes this into a 2-2 scoreline against C9 talaga. Napakadikit na naman na first half. Pag ito 6-6. Alam niyo na, Ray Baldwin confirmed.
Wow! Alam mo yung confirmed usually rin eh. Pag si Ray nagka-cast, umaabot tayo ng umaga. Ang sumpa ni Ray. Ano ba yung Ray Rakers na yan? Ano ba yung deal mo? Ano ba yung problema? Na inaaway ba yung araw? Inaaway ba yung oras? Ba't tayo umaabot ng araw? Yun talaga yung pinakatanong ko eh. Pero ang tanong dito, paano nga makakabalik sa form dito ang Cloud9? Kasi nakita natin to kanina eh. Team Liquid, they finally get the shutdown on Leaf and they basically put him away for a few rounds, put him on the shelf, tapos bigla na lang mag-iinit ulit si Leaf. It gives Team Liquid a chance to keep the score on up, na sila talaga ang nakakuha ng mga first blood dito at sila talaga nakakaset ng pace na gusto nila gawin. But at the same time, here we go. Mid control yet again para sa side ng Team Liquid. There we go with the smoke in the middle. Perpatsin mo sa Cloud9, dalawa na ang nakabantay dyan. Si Mitch ngayon nag-iingay. Leaf not really wanted to give his position away as of yet. Baka siya pa ang pwede mga answer dito. Pero ang tanong, Yampy, sinira na yung alarm bot na yan. And Team Liquid, do they even have the idea na nakapwesto dito to Jet na to. They might be looking for him though before anything else para lang mapatay na kagad ang nag-rampage na Jet sa kabila.
Na nga eh. Slow pace na naman sa Team Liquid. Nagbibigay ng ibang tune-ups pero nga lang sabi ni Leaf, makulit ka masyado, Scream. Gusto mo ng mid-take? Kami ay makakapag-pick off against you. Pero yun na nga nagiging problema eh. You shot down si Scream. Meron pa bang magpa-flash aside? Siyempre ang Team Liquid, wala ka nang may kita. Kailangan na nga talaga ni Yati mag-dash in, gets to pick off. Sabi na kay Nivera, back upan mo ko, my boy. Pero syempre, gagawin naman ni Vanity on the other side. Delay lang ng delay ang ginagawa niya. Pero yun na, speaking of, he was able to dash in na Chu makes a good opener. Nagtawag na ng teammates, tara na, group mates, gawa na tayo ng thesis natin na hindi ginagawa ni natin dahil wala akong ganong ambag. Ni Vera goes for a plant, pinadelay, hindi, dahil si Leaf nakita na kagad si Link sa may box side. And now, speaking of 3-3, may advantage pa rin na siya kahit pa paano magte-take lang sila syempre na napakamadaming time. Pero yung lineup itself, sabi sa kanya ng Team Liquid, we are able to get it. Pero nga lang, wala talaga. Kala ko ba mababalik sa shelf ngayon si Leaf? Si Gets Yappy! Sunod-sunod bumabagsak. Solkas na lang natitira. He finishes him out. And that is an ace coming in from Leaf. Tama ba ako? Yep, ace nga yun. Grabe naman. Per round? Per half? Per map? May ace talaga dapat. Requirement ba yun kay Leaf?
Mukha talaga. This is him on fire. All NA hopes and dreams, lahat ng dulis ng NA nagsama-sama, nagdasal para kay Leaf. At kita na natin dito all the potential in the world and more gonna be popping off, getting the takedowns. At isipin mo, nakailang kills na kagad si Leaf, double digits na. 6th round pa lang tayo ngayon. Ace nga galing kay Leaf. At ito talaga ang pagkabayani na hinahanap ng Amerika. Ang Estados Unidos lumalaban pa rin dito. North America talaga, USA, Canada, sama-sama para pumalag. But Cloud9 right now taking that lead. At nafe-feel mo na lang talaga ng Cloud9 na pwede sila mag-init dahil dito ba Team Liquid. Alam lang nila, ma-shutdown lang sila si Leaf. Mas madali na ang buhay nila. Siyempre, yung Cloud9 as a whole, they can play the clutch, especially nakita natin kila Sepa at Zeta. But Leaf, it's just a completely different beast. At yun na talaga, Unchained, Unbound. Leaf gonna get a 2K. Zeta gonna get on the board. At yun lang kailangan dito ng Cloud9. Mag-init lang si Leaf. Nako, on fire na lang yung buong squad. At wala na magagawa dito Team Liquid. Back off na lang kasi si Nivera ngayon, hawak-hawak yung operator.
About coming back. C9. Hahayaan namin si Leaf to do his thing. And babagsak talaga ang Team Liquid. Pero mo, dalawa na yung gustong magtakot sa kanya. Hindi pa rin talaga sila makagalaw at all. And alam mo, best choice dito? Team Liquid safe. Save na lang talaga kayo. Play it safe. And just give it to C9 talaga na magkakaroon na nga ng 2-round advantage against them. Sobrang grabe. Imagine, lahat na tinatapon mo kay Leaf. Tapos si Leaf sabi na, mataas ang armor ko, mataas ang pride ko, okay na okay, walang ka-problema, papitik-pitik lang ang ginagawa ko sa mga miyembro ng Team Liquid. At dahil sa mga pitik na yon, unti-unting bumabagsak yung momentum ng TL. Pero looking at it, save na lang talaga, sabi ni Nivera, pero tayo mag-exit frags. Pero mukhang hindi na din sila pupuntahan syempre ng C9. Ayaw na lang mag-risk. Ayaw na lang mag-take, of course, ng baka magiging advantage pa syempre. At ayan na nga nangyari. Pangit pa. Alam mo, okay lang. Parang Odi na may suppressor. Yung... Sorry, yung tawag sa skin na to. Blast X. Sorry, Blast X. Yan. Tama kasi skin eh.
Alam mo pa na parang nung unang panahon ng Valorant, may di ba may Red Bull Clutch, may Prime Flawless, ganun. Alala ko rin dati, yung Blast X Thrifty bag. Part yun ng spills natin eh. Tapos isip natin, yung Blast X? Ano yan? Bagong nerf? Ganun. Tapos yung pala skins lang. Kakaiba eh. Uy! Si Coach!
Uy!
What's up,
Hi,
Coach?
James.
So, kung may mensahe ka kay James Sayre, ano sasabihin mo sa kanya?
Good luck, baby boy. Alam niyo guys, sa sobrang katawaan ko kay Yappy, siya na ang crush ko ngayon. Ang cute-cute kasi niya. Kamukha niya si Augustus Waters, okay? Oh. Leave me alone.
Ang haba ng tawa mo dun, really ah.
Para kasi kuya. Ay,
nga pala.
What's up, housemates? Ano na?
Kuya,
Ray Ray.
ino-nominate ko po si
Sino ba nominate mo?
James. Kasi po, hindi po siya nagbigay ng isang kaha po sa akin ng
Oo.
ng sardinas.
Okay lang yan, Ray Ray.
Hindi niya po ako hinatian, kuya. Kaya bibigyan ko po ng +3 si Monica dahil inagaw niya po yung unan sa akin ng isang araw.
Bawi ka na lang sa individual challenge. At huwag niyo kalimutan guys, kung gusto niyo i-nominate si Ray Ray para may Vic sa cast na to, send nyo lang no to Ray Ray at 2366. Huwag niyo gawin yun talaga guys, wala kayong mapapala. Pero na,
Babalik na tayo dito sa game na to. Wala na si Kuya. Nandito na naman tayo sa Team Liquid versus Cloud9. Operator daw pa rin. Hawak-hawak dito ni Vera. There we go. The shock dart daw. Pero ito talaga, si Zeta. Ito tong wall na to. Wala ka kwenta-kwenta yan. Odin, handa na tadtaran ng bala yung kalaban at ang Team Liquid. Pag lumakad sila dito, bigla na lang masasampal na malaking Odin dito ni Zeta. Pero papapabako siya dito sa side mismo. Then again though, might be split what they're looking for. Yampi already pushing on for Vanity. Tap pa na yan. Tatlo na lang kinakailangan niya. At mukhang nagpa-deliver na siya ng 3 kills na mabilisan. Liberto with that kill. And Noy Vanity, nasa yun na ba ang ace na to? Nag-iisa na lang ngayon si Nivera. At sige na Cloud9, pabayaan nyo na si Vanity dyan. Good intel, gonna go for the push. At ayan na ang pick ni Nivera for defense. Sulit. Vanity wanting to go for it for your third na tulong. At Vanity, ace na yan nasa harapan mo. Hindi mo nga makukuha. Sabi ni Mitch, nice try pa. Pero wala eh. Yung turret, harang yan. 5-2 though. Cloud9 again, stopping Team Liquid. Nagpakita lang sila doon sa Speedway. Patay na kagad sila, Ray Ray.
Grabe naman. Sige mo, 1, 2. 1 little, 2 little, 3 little Team Liquid.
Galing!
Libera na tira. Kunyari may ace na si Vanity. Di nangyari. 5-2 na ang scoreline.
Hindi na kumasya yung kalaw. Pinilit mo pa eh. Pinilit mo talaga. Bakit ka ganyan? Ay, nako.
Seryoso. Napamabak tayo. Ay! Uy! What? Skim! Alam mo, kanina dinedeny nila si Leaf. Gumaganti talaga. Uy! Sabi ni Sol, kasi ikaw makulit ka masyado, Leaf. Ngayon, magkakaroon na kagad dalawang lock. Mag-lockdownan tayo ngayon. Sama na natin yung ECQ. Dito lang, only in the Philippines. 1-year ECQ. Pero nga lang, 4v4 ang nangyayari. Will Mitch be able to hit those shots? Walang mangyayari. Kaso yan, pinakapasok na kagad. Walang kinakatakutan. Here it is. He goes for one frag. And stop na kagad si Mitch. He still gets him. Sabi na ito ng Revenger, makakuha ko ng River Operator. At hihintayin ko kayo pumasok sa akin 1 by 1. Pero nga lang, medyo masaktan na yan sa kanya. He still will able to get the flick. Nivera swings him out. 2v2 still. Marami pa namang oras para sa side of Team Liquid. Set up lang ng kahit kaunti kay Nivera to get with Soulcast. Pero they need to plant the spike first. And here it is. Nakita niya, sabi ni Jack pa sa edge. Pero si Nivera, alam pa nila. He takes one. Bumaba. Meron pa third na kasama. Alam na ni Nivera kung nasa pero nga lang. He was able to get that clutch. Red Bull clutch it is. 5-3. Lala.
Parang ikaw yung nakainom ng ilang Red Bull, ha? Nasa sentence na yun, patagal ng tagal yung salita mo, biglang pababa yung boses mo, pare. Okay ka talaga, Ray Ray. Pero yun, no?
Wala pa yung edit. Yung boses
walang kaganito galang fix. Pero yun, Mitch, walang off-shot. Dinalawa pa nga at ito talaga. Kita pa rin sa smoke. Yun yung mga smoke na papaasa ka. Naisip mo naka-cover ka. Pero Soulcast, bigla na lang pala may second floor yung smoke niya. Kaya kinawawa lang. Yung nag-plant ng spike. Cloud9 daw, 5-3 scoreline. Ang tanong nga, Team Liquid, paano pa ba sila hahabol? As there we go with Yampi going for the Blazer. Si Nivera nga, pwedeng pop. Nakita natin kanina, but look at this guy, Leaf. 14 kills to his name. Bladestorm nakahanda na rin dyan. At ito na ba, yung top 10 anime battles na pinapad natin sa Watch Mojo para na makita na ngayon. Yampi daw, kung mag-pick ka, patay ka. At walang takas kay Leaf whatsoever. Versus Scream at least, may refrag dyan. Bigla na lang makakuha ng impact yung dalawang duelists dito sa matchup na ito, Leaf versus Scream. In that situation, si Yampi pa yung na-biktima, but at least it's already a big takedown na hinahanap dito ng Team Liquid.
Talagang jet to jet remove na nga kagad as of now sa round na to. And I think we got it all right. Team Liquid talaga. Go lang na lang maka 6 to 6 na naman. But then entries coming from Scream. Hasi's gonna be taking out those Lears. Pero uy, Mitch, sabi na, lulusawin ko lang si Scream. At kita mo naman, nalusaw na parang yelo. Sinabayan pa nga kagad ngayon ng Cosmic Divide. Wala na silang narinig. Pero uy, nakikisiko. Pero sabi ni Lake, meron akong got you, fam! And now, all those post plants planted syempre sa side ng Team Liquid. Napakagandang angle. They can just take him. Ayan. Pero mukhang si Link magmamadali na. Sabi niya, akalam ko pa rin. Parang kung swingan, syempre si Mitch. And dalawa na lang kagad natitira. Seipa together with Seita. Nag-rhyme ang kanilang pangalan. Starts with the letter X. Para si Professor X coming in from Powerpuff Girls. But here it is. The bigger question. They go for the defuse. Hihintay nila si Link actually. Pero wala kang hinihintay dyan. Bakit ka naghihintay sa maling panahon? Because Solkas will just be getting attacked against the head of Seipa together with Link. On the backside, 5-4 na nga, humahabol ang Team Liquid kahit talagang medyo mahirap ang mga ibang opportunities na takedown. Syempre, ang kanilang duelist, sabi ng iba, nila ni Vera, ni Link at ni Solkas, walang ka-problem-problem.
Okay, bars mo dun, Ray, pero sa X-Men si Professor X-Boss. Sa X-Men siya.
Sa X-Men
Ray, Chemical X kasi iniisip mo. Si Professor ito. Ano ba yun? Yung tipo ang ganda nung rap, tapos pinakinggan mo yung lyrics, biglang, ha? Ano? Mom Spaghetti? Ano ba nagsasabi nito? Okay, alright. Pero yun naman, okay, alright lang gusto sabihin dito ng Team Liquid. Kasi ito na naman sila, naghahabol, hindi talaga tumitigil. At yun yung gusto natin, never nag-give up, never nag-surrender, at gusto talaga angkinin ka. Pero ang tanong nga, ano na ang galawan dito ng Cloud9? Mukhang Leaf with the Bladestorm play ang makikita natin. But Mitch? Hello? Marshall from that kind of range? Goodbye kay Yampy. At isipin mo, mag-i-pick ka ng top mid, tapos mapapatay ka talaga. Ikaw na nga yung naka-full buy. But there we go. Aldo right now tanking the shot. Mitch right now trying to clean things up. Pero ang problema dito ng Team Liquid, wala na kagad. Yung isang duelist sila, Acend na naman kay Scream para makaplay ng entry. At para dito sa Team Liquid, mid-control muna ang hinahanap nila dito, Ray.
Yan na nga talaga eh. Maganda namang ginagawa ito ng Team Liquid to start in mid. Pero nga lang, sabi na C9, long angles will be the key syempre to get that right on. Pero shout out nga pala kay Mahmoud Hussein. Sabi na, what a game. Talagang proud siya sa kanya mga kababayan syempre. Pero now, speaking of, Leaf, naabangan sila. Di nila na-takedown si Leaf. Ang maraming possibilities na baka ma-take off sila ito. At Leaf, yes, speaking of, sabi ni Scream, I'm just gonna be denying you. Denied na naman si Leaf parate. Wala na namang dalawang jet para sa round na to. Pero nga lang, pinagsabay ni Vanity tsaka ni Sita. Lahat ng mga kaya na scan rate ko lang. Nag-check ng temperature. Soulcast na lang natitira. May shock dart, pero sabi niya, okay, tataydan na lang kita. And na-drifting pa nga ang Team Liquid. Lahat kayo, galing kayo sa Garden, magtanim ay di biro kayo. Pero kayo ang actually, na-reap kayo ng C9. And magiging 8-4 nga ba ito? Or 7-5? Or maybe 6-6 once again?
Ano ba ang paghahabol ng Team Liquid muli per Cloud9 this time? They're just finding the clutch in them even more. So parang kanina sa bind talaga may pagbubuhat pa yung mga bigatin talaga na impact. But eventually Team Liquid was able to weather the storm and take the lead away from them and go for that second half win. Pero dito talaga makikita natin mas nag-iinit pa yung Cloud9. At ano ba to? Yung motor na pilano pa intayin bago talaga init, ready, rev on up, good to go. And Cloud9 right now looking to be a well-oiled machine. Pero ang tanong nga, sino naman makakuhanap ng pitas kasi si Yampy gusto niya ng race back dito. 8-9 lang ang scoreline niya. Marshall nga naghahanap kung sino pwede niya piktamin dito. Pero ayaw na ni Mitch. Sabi niya, sige, pala ka na dyan Yampy. Dito na ako sa B-side. Instead, si Leaf ang papalag. Pero ayan, operator, delikado yan. Napapatash kagad dito si Yampy. And there we go with Zeta unleashing the Fury as well. Pero mukhang wala pa rin matatamaan ngayon ang side ng Cloud9. Bantay sarado muna ang ating Sova dyan sa gitna. Pero kahit nag-leer tayo dito para sa Team Liquid, puro bait na lang ito eh. Kasi nag-iisip lang sila, paano ba tayo papasok patungo ng B-side, Ray?
Yun nga malaking problema. Tapos meron pa si Yampy ang cheap operator. Marshall na nakakawa. Tapos lang, imposible. Pero kalaas na setup goes. Here it is. Talagang hugetsu. Pero sabi ni Leaf, lahat kayo ay magiging sadako lang sa isang mahulog sa well right now.
30
Yampy is
seconds
gonna go down once again. Ilang rounds ka ng first blood, ha, Yampy? Okay lang yan. Ganun talaga ang buhay, parang life. Pero ngayon, mapapa-force syempre ang Team Liquid into going to A-side. Pero yung mga laking problema, alam pa nila na meron na si Seipa together with Vanity na nag-iintay lang through the smoke. Magpapadali na ng oras. Vanity gets one. Seipa na naman. Crossfires by crossfires. Naging laro na nga kagad to ng bang-bang. long, and actually Stream will be the last guy. C9 still gets it. And yan na nga,
Last
Playmakers,
round in the
naisusulat pa na 8-4 sa pinakaunang half against C9 and Team Liquid here in Acend. Acend, ha? Tatandaan natin, not bad naman ang C9 dito. Pero nga lang, Team Liquid ba, nakita mo naman, undefeated talaga sila dito sa mapang ito sa kanilang scene, sa kanilang region.
Inoscope pa talaga from above eh. Isipin mo, dinikit sa ulo mo, tapos bigla na lang pinol yung trigger. Paano naman hindi tatama yun? Kinawawa! Ginawa, parang ginawa, no? Cellphone. Yung lumang cellphone na mahabang antena. Yun yung ginawa sa kanya. Hello? Hello? Maglalaro ka ng Snake dito? Hello?
Meron ako nun yung SIM card ng dati, parang credit card pa eh. Tapos
Laki nga
kapag
nun
binasag sa ulo mo pa yung
You know, 3310, wala talaga. Pero isipin mo guys, kung may build yan na nakikita tayo, ito talaga ang sumpa ni Ray Ray. Kung mag-third map pa talaga tayo, huwag na kayo mag-isip sa mga tipong kung sino naglalaro. Tingnan mo lang sino nagkakas at kanong klaseng matchup yan. 3 rounds yan! 3 maps ang gusto sabihin ni Ray Ray as much as possible. Pero sinasabi nga natin, dito Cloud9 naman pumapalag. But scream with the wall bang there! At kanina, Team Liquid, they're playing the usual time back. Pero Cloud9 found the angles and found the answers para na mapatay sila. Pero this time, nabilisan dito sa Team Liquid. Wala na naman na sila lose dito kasi ito na first half end. At ito na nga talaga, dulo ng first half. At ang tanong, ano pa magagawa nila? May Bucky pa nga nakahawak dito si Yappy. Tumalon ka nga, Yappy! Sige na! Bucky gameplay, let's go! There we go! The would scream with the tap on to Vanity instead. At si Nevera rin makikisama. Brothers from the same mother going for the clutch here for the side of Team Liquid. Yan ang tunay na buff ng pamilya. At Team Liquid nakakuha pa ng isa. 7-5 as we get into halftime.
Pamilyang Pinoy. Family. Ang nangyayari, pero magkamukha lang nga kayo. Pares pa kayo ng skill level, naglalaro pa kayo sa same team, naglalaro pa kayo ng same game, lahat na lang. Parehas din kayo nagsistream ata. Alam ko na sila nagsistream? Lahat na talaga. Yan ang payaman mindset coming from the brothers of the same mother. Pero on the other side, leading pa rin naman by 2 on defending syempre ang C9. And this map talaga that really has a good set pagdating sa Team Liquid's image. Pero sabi nga sa kanina ng panel, maganda rin naman ang performance ng C9 pagdating sa Acend. And totoo, I'm not a believer of that. Pero nga lang, tatandaan mo, Dax, that when it comes to the second half, ito yung mas malaking problema ng C9. Kasi yung defenses ng Team Liquid, especially here in Acend, kakaiba talaga. Kapag si Nevera, kahit mag-isa lang siya sa site, sobrang confident siya na makakapag-anchor siya with his teammates, taking a maybe 2 to 3 frags coming in from his enemies. But on the other side, how will C9 make a solution out of it? Dahil kita mo naman, mainit si Leaf ngayon. 17 frags, first half pa lang. Big basket.
I do want to bring this up though. May point ka eh. Pag pasok natin ng second half na yung Cloud9 na yung attacking side, doon na sila nahirapan last time against Vision Strikers eh. Paano ba yung scoreline against Vision Strikers? Ang laki nung agwat talaga. This the defense right there from the side of Cloud9 on the set. Kung alala ko talaga, tama ba to? 11-1? Ayun nga, 11-1. Ang scoreline bago mag-second half. Tapos biglang bumalik yung Vision Strikers. Nakuha pa yung 10 points bago matapos ng Cloud9. So dito talaga sila madedelikado. At alam na natin nga, di ba? Yung pag-performance ni Nevera, especially on the anchor, especially on the utilities, yun yung bagong strength din lang ng Team Liquid sa roster nila. So ang tanong, kaya pa ba ng Cloud9 kahit silang nasa lead? Team Liquid, ito na talaga ang pagbabawi. Pero ang tingnan natin talaga dito sa side ng Team Liquid, yung pagbabawi ni Scream at Yampy. Pareho sila negative yung KD, 9-10, 8-11 para sa dalawang ating dudes ngayon ng Team Liquid. At tinitingnan talaga natin sila na sila ang makakarga against Leaf, against those openings, and find a way home para sa side ng Team Liquid. Makaplant talaga doon sa spike, pero nasa defense na sila. So baka mas maganda pa nga yung nakatambay na lang sila sa mga angles dito. Can Cloud9 survive para sa map number 3? Buhay pa ba ang NA? O ito na pa talaga ang EMEA domination. Pero Ray, isipin mo, kung matalo dito NA, wala na yun. Minor regional na pala, NA confirmed? Question mark?
Grabe naman yung bars mo.
Hot take?
Hot take. Hot issue. Pero nga lang, speaking of, kasi naman yung EMEA, alam mo yun, magbabarkada na sobrang palong-palo, pero mukhang sabi ni Yampi, mamamalo talaga. Sabi niya kay Sepa, at 4 na lang agad. May sound effects pa. 4 na lang. Yung natitira sa side na scene. Alam niyo guys, sasabihin ko sa inyo, bigla ang casting lang to namin ni Dax. Tapos ganito pa yung sinasabi ko sa kanya. Bakit hindi sa top? 10 HP na lang. Pero,
Thank you. Thank you talaga, Riri. Pinauwi mo ako para dito. Thank you, thank you.
Shoutout nga pala.
Wala akong assignment today, guys. Ito na yung 1 day off ni Dax na hindi siya yung taga night shift. Isipin mo, yung call center mo, finally binigyan ka ng day off, pinagyan ka ng paid leave. Tapos wala, binalik ka pa yun, pina-OT ka. Na wala ka naman makukuha na kasama mo lang ang iyong favorites na workmate. Yung crazy talaga. Pero, ay, nako. Namatay na naman si Yampi, by the way. Gusto ko sabihin, he is dead again. Sepa is dead too, pero wawa talaga si Yampi. Hindi na pinapalaro ng Cloud9, no?
Sabi na confirmed. Yan talaga yung aso ko.
30 seconds left.
May nag-PM sa akin, bakit? Ano meron sa aso mo? Sabi sa akin. Sabi ko, hindi. Kamukha kasi talaga ni Yampi. Pero speaking of, ito na. Scream, he gets a tap, okay. Talaga, left, and now, si Mitch, makikakagad. Ay, naku po. Pero pwede nga ipadali na lang to ni Scream, to be honest. And he finally gets that delay. And Link behind the scenes, he gets Mitch. And medyo paiba-iba tayo ng perspective. Oo, naintindihan ko. Pero basta nanalo yung Team Liquid sa pistol round.
So yun, Team Liquid, kinaya pa rin. Yun talaga yung blood sacrifice ni Yampi. Bigla na lang mawawala siya. He did get that first blood though. At least hindi siya yung kagad ng biktima. But there you have it. Scream right there. Just waiting, watching. At nag-iintay lang siya. Yung tipong humihingi lang siya dito sa boathouse. Sabi niya, sige, pasok kayo dito guys. Ready na ako kagad. And from that point on, Team Liquid getting the takedowns. At yun yung pop-off potential talaga ni Scream. Parang kita talaga natin. Pag nakapwesto siya, dun pa siya mas malapit. Okay naman entry niya. He can find the openings and go for the takedowns. Pero kung nakatambay lang talaga siya at sabi niya, sige na, ako bahala sa angle na to, dun mo siya mapapagkatiwalaan dito para sa side ng Team Liquid. Pero Cloud9 nga, kuha muna na orb and they wanna make sure they can get as many ultimates as possible, as fast as possible. At si Zeta nga, halfway na nga dyan. Pero Yampi, Marshall nga, pero from what we see from Yampi, baka ba 1 kill siya dito, Ray, tapos biglang 4 mag-pick sa kanya naka-classic, tapos dun siya mamamatay.
Hindi ko namang batiin. Kasi pwedeng mangyari na naman din. Pero Yampi, hindi na siya mag-first round. Dito naman ito, kuha niya! Yampi's back on track. Sabi niya, ayoko na. Kanina na-delay lang ako sa entries ko. Pero ito talagang oras na kailangan ko maglikay na ng defining moment. Talagang naisusulat, nasa dictionary, nasa kanta ni Taylor Swift, na si Yampi, syempre.
Sa kanta ni Taylor Swift si Yampi, naka-name drop, Yampi, Dear Yampi, yun yung kantahan. Pero ito ang kanta ni Nevera! At tinatlo lang talaga yung Cloud9, lumapit lang para sa autograph dito ni Nevera, pero biglang may Spectre sa pagmumukha nila, 7-7. At ito naman, Ray, tied up na naman yung scoreline at pumawi na kagad yung Team Liquid. Pero ito pala, ang palag ni Yampi, dash on the way to the wall para safe and sound. Pero si Martin Nevera ready for the takedowns. 1, 2, 3, easy Spectre spray. At sige, partida naman. Walang kabaril pa rin yung C9. But at the same time, sa Team Liquid, yun yung hinahabol nila na hindi sila mapipitas dyan sa mga peaks na yan. And even if Yampi can do it, if he can stay on alive, Ray, laking tulong na to para sa Team Liquid.
Speaking of, malaki talagang step up na to. And sabi mo nga, di ba, pinag-uusapan natin yung wall of defense ng Team Liquid. Makakaroon kaya ng formation C9? Okay, Yampi. Ano lang yun? Sayang lang yung round na yun. Pero kasi tatandaan natin sa full buy, coming in from C9, there's already 2 eliminations. 2 na nga kagad na nakuha. That's going to be the duelist ng Team Liquid. On the other side, si Zeta is already eliminated. Meron pa naman tayo si Zeta. Matanong lang, bakit Zeta at Zeta? Magkapatid ba kayo? Magpinsan ba kayo? Or, iba na ba? Pero ito na nga, si Soulcast, nasa logs lang, naghihintay. And if he's not going to be checked, then most likely, talagang makakuha siya ng kills. Maybe 2, maybe 3, and leave. Timing itself! Sabi na nga yan ang sinasabi ko, always get the appropriation. And speaking of, he gets 2! Si Mitch Carter, bratatat lang yan through the smoke. spam lang syempre. Pero si Solka sabi niya, alam ko paano maglaro ng pen, Desara pen. Pili ka lang kung mapipick off mo ako or not. And this is a big thing coming
30
from
seconds
Team
left.
Liquid. They win this, then Papa just see that on the next few rounds. Kasi si Nivera, may kuha na niya kagad si Sepat. Si Mitch na lang nakitira. And to na nga si Solkas, inaabangan pa rin siya. Pero nga lang, with that, of course, Odin, makakakuha ba siya ng kill? Dahil wala na ring oras. Kahit tumakbo ka pa sa A, kahit talagang ipaglaban mo ang taong hindi naman para sa'yo, magkakaroon pa rin ng kalamangan ang Team Liquid ngayon against C9.
At least si Odin. At least may Odin pa sila. But this is big. Kasi ito na naman tayo, Team Liquid. On the defensive half, this is where just step on up, Ray. Bigla na lang 1, 2, 3. Bonus time. Best time here for the side of Team Liquid. And we saw this a while ago on Bind, ha. Nanalo sila first, nanalo sila second, nanalo sila third round. And yes, in that case, it was the third round for the Eco there. Pero dito naman, nahulit talaga nila yung Cloud9. Wala ka utility. Wala ka talagang advantage dito on Team Liquid. Pero ang ganda lang ng pwestuhan nila. At ito na, ang Cloud9. May Odin nga! Pero the rest, Pistols at yung Stinger dito ni Leaf. 7-8 scoreline. At alanganin na ang buhay dito ng Cloud9. Ray, kung hindi sila makagawa ng play in the next few rounds, pwede na naman maulit yung nangyari kanina sa second half ng Bind. And Team Liquid looking very, very confident. Yampi though, Judge pa nga gagamitin dito sa gitna. Mukhang may sagot siya sa Stinger ngayon ni Leaf. At ang tanong, sino kaya ang mananalo dito na naman mga ka-Jetnief? But there we go, Mitch! Odin is the way when Scream will pay today. But then again, we have Solka speaking on, pero si Seta pa rin makahanap. At Yampi, ano na plano mo? Ikaw na ba ang security guard dito sa BB main? Monster ID po bigla. There we go with the flash though. And yung frenzy pa mananalo. Team Liquid, their defense falls on apart. Cloud9 with the hero kills. But Nivera, mahuli pa niya si Sepa dyan. Bigla na mong speedway dito. O tatlo ng Cloud9. Regroup muna si Nivera at si Lake. Yung lockdown nga pwede gamitin. Pero isipin mo, sa arsenal ng Cloud9 sa mga baril na hawak-hawak nila, na-push pa nila yung B-side.
Aggressive, nakakatakot. Odin is the key. Pero sabi ng Team Liquid, ang hirap na. May mga bagay na hindi na pinaglalaban ng hirap pa mag-go for a retake. Knowing na may lockdown sila pero hindi talaga siya magiging useful for all. Gamitin na lang natin sa next round. Pero kailangan natin tagapin na medyo talagang nakuha sila ngayon ng C9. Something they didn't expect. Pero this is just it. Saving na nga sila. They try of course to pick them off. Pero mukhang wala na talaga sila. Nagtatago na lang sila ngayon. O nagsisip na sila ng wine sa may winery. And I think that's just it. 8-8 pa nga. Lucky numbers. 8-8 it is. Dito pa nagkaroon ng tie. Pero sino kaya ang magkakaroon ng mas magandang closure? Team Liquid ba or C9?
80 pa yung swerte. Kala ko 7-7. Diba?
Hindi ko alam eh.
Sabi mong gawa-gawa. Ikaw talaga eh. Yung niniwala ka sa astrology. Kasi ano ako.
Kasi Virgo ako.
Kasi Virgo ako. Ganito ang aking personality. Like OMG. Kaya Aries ako. So meaning nun, ako ay fierce, rar. Diba? Galing.
Aquarius ako. So you gotta adjust to this attitude of mine.
Akala ko Aquarius ka. Kaya kailangan ka lunurin eh.
Yung Aquarius, Cancer ako.
Totoo naman. True. We can stop there. Okay na. Explains everything. Okay. Back to the game. Oy, mamaya ka na. Yampi with Farino. Tutorino has the back on the waiver. Leaf. Hindi rin na mahabol. May Cloudburst dyan. At mukha si Yampi. Makakatakas muna na buhay niya dito, Ray. Still an 8-8 scoreline. There we go with the guns for both sides. Pero yun nga, yung operator nag-ingay na. Pero wala pang tanahanap. At Hunter Fury gonna be the call here. And there we go with Zeta with the takedown auto. Yampi, peak na naman siya talaga. Palagi na lang siya ay nahamak. Tingnan na lang natin nga. Baka nakaapak siya ng glass eh. Biglang may dawa na black cat kasi palagi na lang nahuhuli dito ang ating Jet. Walang kaswerte. Swerte na to si Yampi dito sa buhay niya sa Acend. At laking bagay ito kasi Cloud na naman yung may advantage. Good utilities there. Good ultimate from Zeta so far. Pero hindi pa tayo tapos. Cloud9, they're trying to make that opening happen. Yung B-side though, it's gonna be wide open. But then again, para sa Cloud9, alam ba na nila na eto nga, nag-hold dito ang Team Liquid. Does Team Liquid know though? Naandyan yung spike lang sinasakay ng Astra. Do they have that intel? But there we go with the null command. Mukhang na blue screen of Deto. Si Sepa dyan, Link with that takedown. Auto KO, no res as of yet. And they're never gonna be there. But Zeta right now with the takedown, auto scream. Link right now with the kill, auto Sepa yet again. Soulcast with the fight, auto Zeta there. And now it's all up to Mitch with the Odin in hand. Vanity though, still gonna be alive and kicking. We'll see what he can do in a 2v1 situation. Nasa may kahon na dito si Link. Si Soulcast nasa itas lang. Pero Aldro muna, laro-laro, Amazon delivery real quick. At hello, Shopee nandito na po, ma'am sir. Vanity though with the takedown. Pero tama ang sagot nito ni Soulcast. Walang na kailangan gawin kundi tumakbo. A win is a win and Team Liquid will take it.
Grabe naman yon Team Liquid. Nagpadali pa ng oras. And so far, isang frag pala yung nakuha ni Leaf para sa round na to. 17, he started real off. Pero nakakaisa pa lang siya na pick off here in the second half itself. Pero grabe, si Sepa na nakuha kagad siya. Those crossfire si Link talaga, napakalaking problema siya sa kahit anong mapa. Nilagay mo siya mag-isa, A or B or C man nan, talagang nandun lang siya na naghihintay for you to come right through. And this is where the more important round is going to come. Kanina nga ganito din na nangyari kung kailan talaga importante na tatalo ang C9. But as for Liquid, si Nivera ngayon, siya naman ngayon ang naka-operator. Kasi kanina pinagpapapasahan nila. Si Yampi ang nag-operator pero si Nivera na. Magiging dangerous kaya to o mas magkakaroon pa ang C9 ng advantage. You take Nivera out, that's going to be bye-bye. Pero mukhang nagpapakuha lang ng information ngayon ang sa side ng Team Liquid. Kuha lang tayo ng konti. Magbasa lang tayo syempre ng libro. Pero mababasa ba nila ngayon ang movements ng C9? Dahil nagkakaroon lang sila ng konting ingay. Pero talaga gusto na mag-control mid. Control mid lang. Lakad na natag. Walang kinakatakutan si Leaf. Talagang kailangan natin mag-invest sa kanya. Pero magkakaroon ba ng ROA? Dahil nasa nila may Blazer Man advantage na nga si Yappy. He gets Leaf. He tries to of course go with another one. Wala na nga ulit siyang makikita. Sabi niya, maghihintay lang ako, waiting patiently. At si Mitch ngayon, pagka-unleash na kanyang lockdown, waiting for it. Pero nga lang, si Yappy, may madedenay nga ba ulit siya? He sledges out. Meron na nga kagad ngayon na naghihintay pa sa kanya. That's going to be Vanity himself. Sige, sa may Sabrosa. Pero Yappy, nagkasalisihan lang. Pikil na pikil ang Team Liquid ngayon sa defense nila here in B. Pero si Scream, naghihintay lang. Nagkaroon pa ng thermal scanner. Binakahan ng flash. Pero sabi na ilan at ilan. Biglang paganggang palugon. And now he gets Forsata. Soulcast also gets Mitch. Sino na lang kagad natitira si Vanity na medyo huling-huli na nga sa kanyang field trip. At Team Liquid, they suddenly get it once again!
Pantay sarado. Yan talaga. Scream, tambay lang sa boathouse. Sabi niya, atin to prepare to talaga. That first pick off onto Leaf. And look at how Scream played that out. Dahil si Sepa, gusto nga niya delayed yung flash, but at the same time, nag-swing siya kagad a little too early before it even popped there in the first place. And Scream's like, I got away with that one. Nabuhay pa ako dun. Yung bulag a little too late. He did flick on away though, but at the same time, he already got that takedown. So it just goes to show para sa side dito ng Team Liquid. Handa sila talaga bumantay dito ng mga site na to. And here on the center, defense is just so paramount to their success. Pero di pa tayo tapos kaya si Leaf to nasa loob na lang. No smoke at Stinger lang malakas. Yung brrrt dyan daling kay Leaf. Pero Yampy, bigla ng vandal sa pagbumuka niya. Yung option to dito tama at si Nivera pa rin nabuhay. Lumusob si Mitch Kamet na classic pero sabi ni Nivera, makita ko sa'yo paano na rin to bata. But Yampy right now still gonna be watching it out. Scream there though, looking left, right, center. Sepa daw si Diva na lang kagad ni Scream. At makikita natin, ito ang goal na hinahanap ng Team Liquid. 4v2 situation. Hindi na kailangan push dito ng Team Liquid. Pero sino matapang, sino ang magiging bayani dito per side ng Team Liquid. Set daw advantage, looking to set something up. There we go with the dart. Pero habang ngayon, ito ang Cloud9 looking at a possible 8-11 scoreline unless talaga makahanap sila ng hero kills gamit ng Frenzy at no Sheriff. Pero ang tanong, Vanity, ano ang galawan mo dito?
Hintay na nga sila pero ano bang hawak nila Frenzy at isang Sheriff. Pero nga lang on the other side, Team Liquid.
30 seconds left.
Alam na nila, magiging confirmed W na nga ba to sa kanila? Dahil Zeta and Vanity, anong gagawin nyo? Yung oras wala pa sa inyo. Yung Frenzy, hindi naman yan magkakaroon ng malaking damage. You can skip low na si Yappy behind him and now it's just gonna be finishing him. To do with this gets 1-1. Dalawa na lang before Team Liquid finally can settle with the scoreline or C9 talaga magkakaroon pa sila ng advantages. Looks like nababasa talaga nila si Seipa dahil alam naman natin when they went up against the Vision Striker, si Seipa somehow, he's gonna get its shot. Sobrang clear siya ngayon. Pero this time around, looks like that itself, sobrang nahihirapan talaga siya make those entries. Hindi na nagko-connect gano'n yung mga flash niya. Hindi talaga magkaintindihan at all. At ngayon ang Team Liquid, they're just playing it out. Pero Libera, sobrang grabe naman yun.
One shot! Tas walang tumama! Mitch! Mr. Mitch, puro ka na lang miss ginagawa mo doon, pare. Pero wala talaga. Ay, Ray. It's just the same thing all over again. Naulit lang yung nangyari sa bind. At kung tinignan natin talaga yung scoreline doon, pagpasok natin sa bind, diba? Parang 6-6. Tapos biglang naging 13-10. Dahil yung depensa talaga ng Team Liquid, nakakatakot. At sino ba ang unang tinitingnan dito? Si Scream. 26 kills siya kanina. Tapos pumalag syempre si Leaf ng 28. Parang ganun naman yung stat line natin eh. Pero ito yung pinakapansin ko eh. Si Leaf, early round siya malakas, but then again, the later the game goes on, dun talaga gumagaling si Scream. At siyempre si Scream, veteran talaga, ages like a fine wine. He is just going for the takedowns for himself and holding the sights by himself para lang talaga pumalag dito ang Team Liquid. Pero ang tanong talaga natin, matatapos na ba ng Team Liquid tong series na to? Mapapauwi na ba nila ang NA pabalik sa region nila? O ito pa ba ang palag dito ng Cloud9? Talaga kailangan magdasal-dasal sa Diyos, dasal-dasal sa heavens dito ang Cloud9 para manalo ngayon. At syempre, channel rin ng NA lahat ng energy nila papunta kay Leaf na naman. Pati Yampi, siya ay matapang dito sa gitna. Winawatch out yung top mid. Good smoke though to get in the way. Ito na yung Aldro. Participate lang yun. Fake lang yan pero walang kabakan si Yampi. Leaf go with the trade. And this is chance here for Leaf. Kunin mo ba yung operator? Yan ang tanong sa ating batang yan. But there we go, Scream right now, ready for the engage. And this is the duelist duel we're looking for. But Scream, not looking at the right side so far. Leave! Nako, backs up the malapit. Pero oh, nakita niya yung leg! That's wala na! Huli ang pa! Huli si Leaf! And Scream will get the takedown that they need. Team Liquid the man advantage. Pero that's the biggest pick-off they could ask for in this round, Ray.
Sabi niya, tingnan ako dito. Ay! Meron palang tao. And si Scream, he takes already his other leer. Sabi niya, meron pa tumitingin sa akin ngayon. And paano ba mag-rotate ngayon ang mga taga-C9 dahil hinihintay lang sila ng Team Liquid. Pinapain lang sila syempre at mahuli at magiging 1 kilo na nga ng fried bangus. And now, speaking of Deep Vera, waiting for them to come right through din sa kanya. At naku po, sobrang ipit na ipit talaga ang mga taga-C9. Pero to makakakuha na ng information and now he gets one. May follow through pa syempre kay Vanity. Makikita nga rin niya kagad. Hahabulin na si Vera. Mahilig ka maghabol. Okay, he takes him off. Pero siya na lang nagtitira. And Skin will just be able to finish him. And looks like, isa na lang. At may second tayong kabarkada ng EMEA, ng EMEA region. Dax, ano ba naman itong magkakabarkada? Talagang gusto nila sila lang. Sila lang. Talagang i-disclose nila yung other opportunities sa ibang regions.
Wala eh. Sila yung popular kids na hindi talaga. You can't sit with us. On Wednesdays, we wear pink. And on, anong araw to? On Thursdays, we watch EMEA win. Basta na lang. Kailangan dito ng Team Liquid. Kahit ito, si Scream, sabi na guys, eto na. 1 na lang. Okay na tayo. Pasok na tayo sa semifinals. Kakalabanin na natin ang Acend. At syempre, excited sila makita yun. Scream versus Cned. Pero ang tanong nga talaga, dito for side ng Cloud9, papalag pa ba ang C9 dito? Leaf, naghahanda na naman at mukhang gusto niya pumwesto ngayon para lang makahanap ng pitas dito sa may cubby. But Vera, he's the one watching out for the garden. But look at the utilities, si Ray. May pila talaga. At kung umapa ka dyan, the floor is lava. At bigla ka na lang matunaw sa pagka-utils dito ng Team Liquid. For flash over the wall, not gonna get anything so far. Vera don't know Steve is there, but Leaf, he's still alive. At ang buhay talaga ng NA, nandyan pa rin sa kamay niya. Pero Vanity gonna get on the board. Yappy don't wait to find out what perfect sa dito. Ray, kailangan talaga na makahanap ng pitas pa mismo. But then again, wala nang pick on out. But Solkas there with the takedown 3v3 situation. Lingto, sisira muna yung dart. At sabi dito ng C9, konting reset lang dyan. At mukhang ito na. Nauuna na si Leaf. At kung makakuha pa siya ng isa, may chance pa talaga dito ang Cloud9.
Talagang grab those chances. Oh no, timing! Maririnig ba ni Solkas? Sabi niya magtatago muna ako. Medyo kinakabahan ako, mami. Dito lang ako sa corner.
30 seconds left.
Magche-check kaya sila ng course dahil kanina malakapitas na naman siya. Pero this the second time around at mag-high lang siya. Hep hooray, and now Leaf spots him. The timing, it's a PM. And now sunod na si Link. At meron na lang tayo si Yampi. Pero mas maganda kung isi-save mo na lang yan kesa talagang gusto mo pa rin i-risk to. And I think that's just it.
Do it.
Nag-aabang si Yampi.
Do it,
Meron
Yampi.
ba? Oh,
Do it, Yampi. Sige na. Gawin mo to. Kung matapang ka, gagawin mo to. Yampi, papayag ka? Matalo ka? 1v3 na to, Ray. Ito na ang chance dito ni Yampi. Pero Leaf, talon muna to bait something out. And no peek as of yet. Yampi don't want sleep. First up, naman pa rin! Nahuli! Habang nag-fade away, pick up the Phantom. And here we go. It's hero time with 8 bullets in a dream. Yampi don't get that. Take a dash on the way. At Team Liquid, nag-knife out pa talaga siya dun sa dulo. Paasa dito si Yampi. Buhay pa ang Cloud9, buhay pa ang NA. At buti na lang, dun nakabantay si Zeta. 9 to 12. Ay, yun na sana yun eh.
Nag-knife out ko.
Ay, nako. Kulit eh. Knife out pa nalalaman.
Ay, nako. Kakaiba talaga. Good morning sa'yo, Gary Luis. Ayun.
Ito ng good night. Talo TS, boss. Okay, see you tomorrow. Pero ito na, Leaf. Ayaw pa magpatalo. But no, he's gone! He's gone, Ray! Leaf is dead! And long live the king! Pero mukhang patay na talaga ang ating bayani na si Leaf. But then again, Nivera also one of the hard case here for Team Liquid. Gonna be gone 4v4 situation. At ang tanong nga, si Link ba makakahanap na iba? Si Mr. Clean daw naghahabol kung sino mahuhugas niya dito. Pero hindi pa rin. Cloud9 right now, they're gonna be committing for this one, Ray. B-side ang galawan. There we go with the KO. Nakapwesto lang sa likod ng Killjoy. At inisip nga nila paano nila i-plant tong spike na to. But there we go with the fragment already getting the pop. 3 coming in from the market though. And in this situation, Vanity right now, baka siya ang tagabantay. Pero Team Liquid ayaw pa umadjust dito. But then again, Scream. Oh, he's getting ready. There we go with the Leer into play. 0 point pupunta kay Soulcast. At Cloudburst nga dyan. Team Liquid, they're getting a lot of angles here. Papunta dito sa may switch. Versus Zeta pa rin ang nakatambay. Vanity no kami position. At ito na, hero time. Galing kay Scream. Zeta getting it on the board though. The FS trying to impress. But break is stop by Zeta nga. Makakapatay pa nga si Mitch. At kahit si Soulcast magpapakita pa taas ng Hunter's Fury. Hindi pa to tapos. Zeta with the back-to-back clutches. Kanina napatay si Yampi. Ngayon napatay lahat ng iba. 4K para dito kay Zeta. And Cloud9 now with 10.
Nako po. Oo, di pa ba ang mangyayari ngayon? Opportunity dito sa Liquid, pero nga lang, masyado kayo nagmamadali. Walang ganyan na closure kung gusto mo. Talagang napakamasinsinan. Siyempre, slowly but surely lang, steady lang din. And yun na nga, nag-decide ng Team Liquid. Time out na tayo, guys. Mukhang hindi na maganda-ganda mga happenings sa atin ngayon. Pag-usapan natin to, we lose this, then I think, overtime tayo. But unless merong incredible play. Alam mo kung hindi na-pick off si Nevera doon, yung round na yon tapos na eh.
Ganun.
Kaso talaga, ang batak naman na ito. Ano ba yan? Nakita ko yung box sa kilikili. Nagulat ako.
Mas malaki pa yung biceps kesa sa blank. Yun lang yun. Ay, Ray. Kumakuha pa ng Cloud9 may supa ka talaga.
Oh my God. Ako magagalit na ako sa Liquid, I swear.
Ay, nako. Pero, isipin mo, kung hindi lang nag-dive out yung isa, tapos na to.
Okay, ang galing-galing mo, Yampi, eh, no?
Sama mo kay Yampi, ha? Sama mo kay Yampi.
Ay, crush ko nga si Yampi, eh. Grabe ka. Shoutout muna daw natin mga nagpapa-shoutout. Baka di makatulog, eh. O, tulog na ulit kayo kay Blair.
Yan yung favorite mo, eh. Go.
Tsaka kay Hervey. Ayan. O, Gary Luis. Oh, wag mo akong patulugin. Ikaw, matulog ka na. Nag-aalala ako sa'yo.
Tulog na, Ray.
Mama ba kita para patulugin ako?
Alam mo ba? Di ba, ang supportive kayo ng chat natin ganitong oras. Hashtag let Ray sleep. At hashtag Ray sleep forever. Good night. See you later. Uy.
Grabe ka may forever, Dax.
Oh, buti nga may forever eh. Buhay ka naman, pinatulog ka lang eh. Ano ka ba?
Sleepy Beauty yarn?
Oo, tapos pag ano ka na, pag may Prince Charming ka na, shoutouts pa nga pala, kay, ay, ayoko magbigay ng pangalan. Fill in the blank, chat. Ay, nako. Baka si Stewie tambay talaga eh. Yun talaga yun.
Ay, Stewie tambay.
Parang pero ano yun, parang kesa yung, uy, leave to with the Vera. Pero bagal tapusin lahat, parang yung si Shrek lang. Biglang, I'm an ogre. Kasi magpapakita sa'yo, Ray. Pero yun, nagpakita kay Leaf Kinevera, gets his revenge. And Cloud9, big pick off, Killjoy, lockdown yun sana dapat eh. Pero wala na siya dito sa equation na to at wala na rin magagawa yung utilities dito ng Team Liquid.
Timing, it hits perfect unless si Link ka. Unless may mangyayari sa kay Mr. Clean. And here it goes. May gap. Oh no, nakita niya ni Yampi pero no po, hindi niya mapipitas. Ghost lang ang meron siya. Sige, maglaro kayo. Okay. Nabawasan pa siya ngayon. Kailan kaya malalaro to ng Team Liquid? Mukhang sila pang nahihirapan. Ito na nga the pick-offs. Nakakita na kay Link. And I think that's just it. 11-12 pa. Oh my gosh. Ito na yung Ray-Rakers. Nangyayari talaga siya. Road to 8 a.m. Let's go.
Alam niyo guys,
Ayan.
ito may gusto ko sabihin eh. Dapat pala talaga secret natin yung casting schedule mo, Ray. Kasi by this point, after isang buong taon na magsama tayo, naniniwala ako na totoo na siya eh. Honestly. Parang okay, Scream will get. Wala na oras eh.
Wala na oras.
Let me kwento. Around, nice one, Scream. Mga 80%, I feel like talaga. Nangyayari yun eh. At hinanap pa nga si Soulcast, kinuwawa pa ni Vanity. Mga 80% ng sinasabi natin yung Ray-Wreckers, nangyayari talaga eh. So, as Scream gets a beautiful 3K with the Guardian. Ganyan mag-Guardian, guys. Ganyan mag-Guardian. Pag kwento natin sa maraming tao kung anong casting schedule mo, nako, may certain thing na manipulate na bawal natin pag-usapan dito sa mga Riot stream. Pero alam niyo na guys, you know, yung pagka-over-under talaga ng 3 series, yung 3 3-map series, pwede talaga mangyari. So, bantayan nyo na lang si Ray next year at tingnan natin nga kung totoo pa ang curse. Pero talaga, eto na, balik tayo sa laro. That was great from Scream. Beautiful taps for the exit. And that's big economic damage Still though, Cloud9, they will have the guns, they will be ready. Kita talaga natin, Yampi versus Mitch sa operator battle. Pero walang makakasama dyan si Yampi. Kasi ito na ang full commit dito ng Cloud9. They're gonna go for that A-side. Ray dash on the way muna kagad si Leaf. Farmo simula lalabanan. Link to gonna be down in hell. At ang tanong, saan move na papasok dito si Leaf? Will he gonna go for the second floor? That's the question. Leaf to with a peek. And he'll get the takedown on the Link. But Devera with the trail already. Devera! Mukhang bayani siya dito. At never ba siyang makakount on that Ray 4v3 situation. May lockdown pa nga dito ang Team Liquid. At ito na, galawang retake.
Galawang retake, galawang pro gamer, galawang Team Liquid, TL to TL, TL to C9. Ano nga bang magandang take-offs dito? Lahat nagpaano lang ng globo na nawala sa Mall of Asia. But then, madedetain si Nivera pero mukhang Yampi goes with a defuse. Asa na? Hindi niya binibitawan na toon. Grabe, dapat ako magbibitaw. And sabi ni Yampi, no, I think this is it!
Team Liquid! Ang nanalo dito! Taga-simula si Leaf pero taga-tapos ang Team Liquid at yung mga magkapatid ang magsasabi, uwi na kayo, NA, na airport na rin ang Cloud9. Wala na ang Sentinel, wala na ang NP, at wala na ang C9. EMEA, taga-EU, ang mag-prove to be the best region here so far. At James, shoutout sa'yo. Pero mapapa-uwi na kayo nito. Cloud9 is gone. NA is gone. At shoutout siyempre sa pinaka-poging James na kilala namin as direct. Pero ito talaga ang Team Liquid na iniintay natin, Ray. Championship form para sa Team Liquid. Nevera, the piecing piece of the puzzle. And yun sabi Yampi, alam mo guys, ayoko na mamalag. Ako na, taga-defuse para lang hindi siya mapitas. That was so close to Cloud9 getting inches away from that overtime. Pero Team Liquid pa rin nagwagi. And it all started though in this game with Leaf and Zeta popping off like crazy. But then again, sumagot si Yampi, sumagot si Scream, at sumagot yung Team Liquid na naman sa second half. Doon talaga sila bumabawi, doon talaga sila pumapalag. And it's not about how you start Ray talaga eh. It's how you finish, it's how you end things on a high note. And you know how this one ends in a 2-0 para sa Team Liquid. Wala talaga. Don't forget guys, ano tunay na meaning ng NA, hindi North America, na airport na sila. Goodbye sa inyo, kita-kits next year at Team Liquid ang mag-move on.
Nakita mo, Team Liquid has their advantage. Oh, anong malas ako ngayon? Hindi ako mamalasin,
Muntik
guys.
na.
muntik lang kinabahan ako. Pero alam mo yun, it ends with Rivera. It doesn't start with Rivera, but it ends with Rivera sa pinakaunang mapa. And once again, he made that huge impact sa second map once again. Grabe naman ang ginawa ng Team Liquid. And grabe naman, may second checklist na naman ang mga taga-EMEA teams. And guys, this is just the first 2 series sa ating semifinals. Ay rather, ang quarterfinals at bukas or mamaya natin may kita syempre ang second, 2 sets rather, ng quarterfinals ulit. Medyo ako nagmamadali, pero ito na ang magkakalaban. It's going to be Acend versus Team Liquid. Yummy and Scream versus Sined pa nga ang mangyayari. But you know what? No words sa Team Liquid. Best map nila. Nakakapag-survive sila. And sobrang nagulat talaga ako sa bind defense nila. Something we didn't expect. But when it comes to Team Liquid, they're making the impossible pa. Nagsapatos pa. Sorry.
Nakalimutan mo eh.
Ayan na nga si Yumpy. Sabi nila, napaka. Yung magkapatid oh. Sabi naman niya.
Talaga. Yun talaga. O yun, shoutout kay Lit though. What a hard carry role. Ginawa niya ang lahat para sa NA. Pero hindi pa rin kinaya dun sa dulo. Expect great things from Leaf. Malupit eh. Almost kasing lupit ni Sidestep at ni Dubstep. Around that level. Pero talaga, kita natin dito, Cloud9 gonna go home. Team Liquid makes it the top half of the semifinals, Ray na puro na lang taga-EU. At isipin mo, ganito ang ending natin. Pasok ang Acend, pasok ang Team Liquid. Paano na kaya ang Gambit at Fnatic? Makukumpleta ba nila yung semifinals para sa region nila?
Tingnan natin kung magiging kompleto nga ba talaga yon. Kompleto ba ang EMEA checklist natin? Dahil bukas meron pa tayong 2 set na maglalaban. Gambit versus Acend and Crew versus Fnatic. Pero syempre marami pang mangyayari as we're gonna be getting that. Pero syempre bago tayo mag-end, gusto muna nating pasalamatan syempre ang ating mga amazing sponsors because malayo ang mararating mo and of course malayo ang mararating ng gaming needs mo with Globe at Home prepaid Wi-Fi. Just load HomeSurf 199 para may 30 gig ka na valid for 7 days, 199 pesos lang. And of course, winning starts at home with Glow at Home Omni-Fiber up with plan 2699 with speeds of up to 100 Mbps. Siguradong panalo ang pamilya with its powerhouse bundle. Kaya maraming salamat guys. Bukas ulit magkikita-kita tayo at titignan natin kung sino nga bang makakuha ng slot going into that semifinals. Once again, ako si Riri at kasama ko si Dax. This has been Valorant Champions guys and see you tomorrow on the second set of quarterfinals.
Keep the kids! Nauntog ka pa. Good night, guys. Bye!
Is that going to deny the bomb? It denies the bomb! I don't think there's time! There's no time! Going home! Oh my god! Where did that come from Leaf? What is this game, Sean? Oh my god, Leaf! Someone check this guy's computer!
One down. Impeccable kill. One enemy remains.
For you. This could be the day I die for you.
He doesn't need to zoom in. Get out of here!
Would have to be an ace. Refusal. Think from the opposite picture.
You gotta be tell Simple doesn't, my goodness!
This is his world, and we're just living it.
I'm surprised. Durka, an operator!
자, 이번에 화살 없어요. 도살용 화살만 있어요. 1대1이에요. 자, 나도 수학!
Isang mahabang win streak, Kaya nating lahat. Equip your home with fiber fast internet. Para pati si mommy, sure MVP. Get your fiber upgrade right away with tons of freebies. Plus health essentials when you switch to the new Only Fiber Up. Apply now.
Inside my head, I can't make it stop. It just goes on and on until I'm dead. The sound.
Welcome back to Champions, where Team Liquid is looking like the hottest team in Valorant right now, having not dropped a series since the pickup of Nevera. And here they end this one in 2-0 fashion. C9, they put up a fight. It just was not enough to overcome the Goliath that is Team Liquid.
A Goliath it is, for real, though, because I'm looking at that match and I'm looking at how Leaf was playing. Absurd. He got, overall, Cloud9, 27 first kills to 17 first kills for Team Liquid. That should equal a series lost. Flat out, that should equal a series lost. And they still came through. So Goliath is the right word.
Yeah, I mean, I called it out going into this map. I was like, Bala, he was 9-0 on those first kills, first deaths against Vision Strikers. And you're like, don't read into that, because even if he's hitting those things, you know, it's Team Liquid's going to find a way through it. And they did. He was still finding those kills, but it didn't matter because Team Liquid showed that much, you know, strength through adversity.
I mean, just take a look at those stats. It was 307 ACS coming out for Leaf, topping the server when it comes to his combat score. But considering the weight that was on his back, I am not surprised. This was an incredible series, though, by this man right here, Screen. I mean, look at some of the shots this guy is hitting, and it was so important for a number of reasons. First event in a long time, we're seeing Liquid on a stage. First time at this event, we're seeing them on the stage, and Screen is the player on this roster who has experience in that regard. He went on to his comfort pick of Reyna here and said, screw it, I'm just going to style on you guys. On map 1, carried the Reyna through to this as he normally does and played out of his mind.
Yeah, that was ridiculous. I also want to call out that last round from Liquid, just a masterpiece. We're looking at there, we're freaking out. They're like, oh, they're going to get locked down. Why are they pushing into it? But they tuck themselves in corners while the other players are stuck up in heaven waiting for the lockdown to obviously come through. They're going to be able to fight and defend the teammates while they start to defuse. That is a brilliant way to prep a mirror lockdown situation that I've never seen before.
Ingenious, ingenious. We'll continue to lose our minds a little bit about this series in just a moment, but for now we're going to hop over to Ryan, who's standing by at the Telestrator.
Thanks, Dash. My name is Ryan Central, and I'm an Astra main. I'm wearing the colours as well, I just realised as well. So I wanted to go over a couple of rounds on Team Liquid's attack, the half that they lost 4-8, and why actually it sort of made the difference in the end with some theatrics. And let's just get straight into the round. I am ready to go when we come to some of the plays and the movement and stuff. So, that's a bit awkward. I think one of the engineers was on that beforehand, so let's get rid of that. In all seriousness, though, Cloud9's defense is spectacular, and one of their win conditions is the fact of stopping these attacking teams actually getting onto the site and planting. They're very good in playing in these sort of positions, fighting in smokes. Envy is the exact same. That's why Mavd was such a star player in Masters 3. And Team Liquid had to come out with some absolute theatrics in order to get onto a site. This is typical stuff. Killjoy ults used on either side. This is a straightforward default. Yampy getting in onto the site. I will pause it here. You've also got the Cosmic Divide coming in from Vanity. We'll get onto him in a short second. I like the way that Yampy cuts inside on the right, meets up to Mitch, and now we get onto Vanity's perspective. So at this point, the spike still hasn't been planted. This is all going according to plan for Cloud9. And the thing that I like about this, if we keep on playing, We see the grav being used a little bit earlier on. The door's broken. You could sort of see a little bit of glimmers on the minimap. You could see the Soulcast on the side of Team Liquid constantly having to check either side. But this is the play that we all know and love from Vanity on this map. Uses this smoke, gets in underneath, and actually gets the kill. We know what happens here. Nivera comes in with a clutch, but I actually wanted to play from Vanity's perspective to show how terrifying Nivera's utility is in these scenarios. The Vanity having to back off, the turret is giving away his position. Vanity still thinks that Nivera's on the high ground, and then boom, Nivera's up on the low ground. It gets even better when it comes to some of the Killjoy play. This is literally the round straight afterward. The Execute comes in with a Cosmic Divide. I also like this little bit as well when you've got this spray coming in from Nivera to try and catch a player that's up on the stacks. Mitch's utility, stellar as always when it comes to stopping these hits coming in, gets the kill onto Scream. The turret comes through. This is what I love. This Cosmic Divide is really good on the attack for sort of getting a safe plant. This is like nice safe position, but as I just mentioned, Cloud9 really want to try and get in on the site and stop these plants going in. And this is the perfect read from Nivera. He puts an alarm bot down. Now it sits there for a second. Vanity does a really good job of breaking it, but still you can see what the game plan is from Team Liquid when it comes to this round. Link gets the kill. We've seen it from Vanity's perspective, that was on the stream, but watch it from Link's. Watch how cursed this image is for a second. Look at this! It's tiny, it's a fraction. Just the fact that they put that alarm bot down, they know that somebody's going to try and push them. That's what Cloud9 like to do. All of this is just an absolute stellar movement, initiative from Link, playing in on the flank. There's only so much that Zeppa could do in this scenario, as can Zeta. And it really was a case of Cloud9's defense in a lot of these situations is brilliant. And it took something else for Team Liquid to even just get 4 rounds on their attack. I mean, it really comes down to those small numbers. So it's a shame that we're saying the end to NA, but what a showing from Cloud9, especially from LCQ. Back to the desk.
Thank you so very much, Ryan. Glad we got to see it from the other perspective there on the Astra Divide, because we were wondering exactly how it worked, but a couple really minor points that I think exemplify the creativity and the ingenuity of this Team Liquid roster. The kind of thing that you're talking about has separated them in the conversation of team that's starting to run away with that favorite mentality.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many different little things that they're doing. I talked about the last round. We talked about that Astral Divide that Ryan just showed. There is a lot of things, and they're continuously stealing things from other teams, too. We saw a couple on Bind as well. Just the different things that they're able to push out, the different Viper's pits, that there's so many different looks of this team. We haven't even seen it all.
Plenty of more time for us to talk about Team Liquid, but Mitch, I know you want to talk a little bit about Cloud9 as we're going to see them exit the tournament, so I saved this replay just for you. It's our HyperX Reflex of Leaf. 2 aces picked up in this series. We're going to take a look at the second one. The one-man army for Cloud9 wasn't enough to surmount Team Liquid, but as we say goodbye to them in this tournament, we'll celebrate him one more time.
Yeah, we really have to. Look, the reality is whether you're an NA, an EMEA, or any other region fan, Leaf has got to have won your heart. He had us screaming here on the desk with some of these plays. Whether it's in joy or frustration, it doesn't matter. It's the passion that matters. Best thing about it is, you know, he gets an ace like that, and everyone else is hyping. Oh, nice! He's like, yeah, got it, guys.
He's so calm. He's so calm in it all. You saw the bewilderment by the teammates too. 2 aces? Are you kidding me? Yeah. It's that kind of a thing, but it's also, again, a good image of what Team Liquid had to overcome. When somebody is managing to 1v5, that's where you do look to strategy to ultimately take him down.
And they nullified him on the second half. They absolutely nullified him when they were playing defense against his attacks. How many times he's just trying to really just push the pace up a specific lane. I honestly feel like sometimes it was just Leaf saying, hey guys, I'm going this way, like follow me. And Scream's always there to shut him down at a perfect angle. That happened multiple times, and that's exactly what you need to do when there's somebody popping off that hard.
More than anything, I'm happy that we finally got this Team Liquid look on the stage here at Champions, and that also means that we've got Scream live in the studio for a Verizon post-match interview with Yinsu.
Thank you very much, Dash. That's right, I'm joined by Scream right now. Congratulations on making it to the semi-finals. First of all, how good does it feel to finally be playing on that stage?
Yeah, it feels amazing to play on the stage. I'm really happy for my brother, finally out of quarantine, you know, after all the COVID stuff. So yeah, like it was a bit extra pressure for us because you know the first game on stage are never easy, and I think we handled this perfectly. Honestly, like it was a great showing by everybody.
And speaking of your brother Navira, you guys had such great synergy. We saw some crazy plays on Bind where you use your Reyna dismiss to find where the Viper was, and then he got the kill. How good does that feel also to be able to play LAN with your brother, and what's the synergy and the chemistry like between you guys?
Yeah, you know, it's in the blood. Like, I have no words to describe this. You know, it's in the blood. I think we understand each other really well. We speak French whenever we are together. Like in all the clutch situations, we just have the same vision. I think the same game sense, kinda. And yeah, it's still the beginning as well. Like it's been such a small time I play with him, so it's gonna be better and better. So I'm really proud of him. Honestly, I'm really proud of my brother, to be honest.
I do want to talk about Bind because the last time we saw you on Bind didn't look great for you guys. So how have you managed to fix all of that in such a short amount of time?
Yeah, let's not talk about this Bind. Honestly, against Sentinels, it's been so bad. Like we were so unlucky in the first few rounds. But when we rewatched that, like there was nothing to change. Honestly, like I went on Reyna today because you know I just feel great on Reyna. But other than that, like nothing changed. You know, sometimes you just have unlucky games and you just have to accept it.
Yeah, well, it was a little bit unlucky for the NA region, as you know. All of them have been knocked down now. You got your revenge on Vanity as well from Reykjavik. What have you made about the EMEA dominance versus maybe some of the other regions?
Well, I always knew NA was a little bit predictable, you know.
Scream, no!
Sorry, I had to say it.
You have to. I love it. I love it.
No, I have a lot of respect for NA, but I think EMEA is like, you know, we work harder. I think we practice harder. We have a different understanding of the game. But honestly, like this game against C9 was like one of the toughest games for me and for my team. I think, you know, I think we really rate them as a top team. You know, like all the other NA team. You know, so nothing to say. They had a bad tournament. Unlucky for them, and I'm really happy for EMEA. You know, what can I say? I'm super happy.
Yeah, you guys are doing great. But in the next round, you're going to have to maybe eliminate an EMEA team. You faced Acend already before this tournament. It went really well for you guys. How do you think the next game is going to go?
Well, yeah, Acend in the semifinals. It's a great matchup. I'm really happy about the matchup. We won against them in the last tournament we played online. So, yeah, I don't know what to expect, to be honest. I think if we play the same way, we're gonna beat them, and it's gonna be a really close game. I think
it's gonna be a really entertaining game as well. Thank you so much, Scream, for joining me, and we'll see you in a couple of days.
Thank you so much.
That is it. Team Liquid, another EMEA team, has gone through to the semi-finals. We're gonna throw this back to the desk to close out the show.
Thank you so much, Yinsu. I love the banter, but I love even more the respect given as his opponents exit the tournament, calling out this series as one of the tougher ones he's played in recent memory. And yes, they were pushed, but yes, they continued to live up to the moment. And I actually want to go back to that question about the Bind performance, because I think that in a number of ways, this is such a statement by Team Liquid. For a lot of other teams that may have looked at Bind as like, okay, that's our way into, you know, a series against them, is to get them on Bind and to expose them there. They just answered a lot of questions.
Yeah, I think they did, but also I'm still not convinced all the way. Yeah, not especially because I look at the last couple of rounds of that half of the game completely. Yeah, the last round was clinical, but that should have been closed out a lot sooner. And I think about Cloud9, and yes, we talked about how they performed well on that map at LCQ, but I don't think that was a map that they were super confident with. I think it was more of a pocket pick that, like, hey, let's try to catch people off by surprise. That's how they used it in LCQ, and I think that's how they used it here today as well.
Very much agree with you. It's exactly what we said when we came through to that veto phase, saying like C9 looked like they've got a pretty good selection there, but obviously the danger was that maybe the research has been done there, the problems have been fixed, and actually they didn't even need to. They just went, I was unlucky, move on. And sometimes that's the best way to play. We interviewed Starzo earlier. He was saying the same thing about, like, they don't even focus on their opponents. They don't even prep for games. They just come in and go, we're going to play our own game. I hate that phrase because so many teams use it and they don't follow that mantra. But I know from Acend, they do. Come on, you could be like, yeah, how do they like to play B? I don't know, man. I'm just gonna play my. I know how I want to take B.
I don't know if you could walk into a series against Team Liquid and not know how they play. I'm going to be a little bit worried about it. Let's get the bracket on the screen as we take a take a look at what's left in front of us. We do have one of our semifinal matchups already secured. It's Acend versus Team Liquid. It's that rematch that Scream was talking about. They're going to feel confident walking into it. But tomorrow, we've got 2 more quarterfinals. It's Gambit Esports, our defending champs from M3, up against the surprise of the tournament in X10. We follow that with Fnatic versus Crew. Another wild matchup because, again, Crew impressed so many with the way that they were able to go through Sentinels to earn themselves that matchup against Fnatic. I want to get quick thoughts ahead of those 2 matchups tomorrow from each of you.
Yeah, I think I'm super excited just because I know a lot of people were saying today, oh, we don't want to really use the name underdog or whatever, but I honestly think like if we don't call them underdogs, then we're underselling the story that they have
screw
coming
that.
into this.
What? Yeah, call them underdogs all day because if they take them down, right, let's give them their due.
Exactly. But it is possible. That's the thing that I think people are missing. It is 100% possible for Patty Pen and Crew to come through in that game against Gambit and against Fnatic as well. Crew is looking good. I think that they have a chance as well.
The thing is, we're currently in a position where when you're regionally talking about underdogs, those are teams that have had the potential. Those are teams that have, had the opportunities to make it to the top and that have failed before. But now when we're looking at X10s, your Crews, they've only had a couple of games on the international stage. It's not really that good of a litmus test to see how they're actually performing. And coming into this, after the improvements they've made, yeah, we're going to use the term underdog. Of course we are, but it's not like regionally where we're expecting it to be a 13-3 and it's an embarrassment if the other team loses. No, X10, Crew, those are series teams, the same as Team Secret. I still have to favor the EMEA teams, of course, because I would love to see an EMEA semi-final stacked up bracket, but
there you go.
I
was waiting for you to say it.
It's going to happen, man. I'm saying it's going to happen, but I would love to see either of the other teams because honestly, they won my heart just from watching their games.
I'm not going to fight you on EMEA looking strong, but I will give anything for us to not have an all EMEA semifinal. We'll see, though, because Acend, Team Liquid, they impress. Fnatic, Gambit look to do the same tomorrow against X10 and Crew Esports. We're closing it down here at the studio. Tomorrow, we hit you with 2 more beautiful quarterfinal series. Until then, stay healthy, stay safe, and be good to each other. Good night.
I mean, this is do or die, right? The quarterfinals. It's a best of 3. Winner moves on to the semis. Loser is done. It's tournament life over.
Blitz! He gets both! The sheriff shot! What a play from him!
That's a good angle. Can't find the shot. Can he readjust?
Oh, he reaches! Another collat! Are you joking?
CNED is a bad man.
Comes up over the top, manages to get that last knife right into his face. Oh, the flick is absolutely gorgeous! One enemy remaining. And there you have it, 13-6 as Acend look absolutely, utterly dominant in the quarterfinals. They will be moving forward.
It's a whole different ball game when your opponents are staring you in the face. And for Team Liquid, this will be the first time here at Champions in a quarterfinal series.
One enemy remaining.
Is that going to deny the plant? It denies the plant! I don't think there's time! There's no time! Going home! Oh my God! Where did that come from Leaf? What is this game, Sean? Oh my God, Leaf! Someone check this guy's computer!
One down. Impeccable kill. One enemy remaining. Spike planted.
And that Team Liquid, they eliminate the North American hope in Cloud9 Blue, and Team Liquid make their way to the semifinals. And my God, I would be afraid to be facing them.